dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. Trade, take the victory, and victory lap happened. See here, out of the Jets out mid, trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moida split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moida's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moida flies to gravity while holding still. The third one. Oh no, Moida! But a runaway as well as three the other way for the Jets on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. James Posters. Up over Kane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose them.
Throwing that down before the take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see. CG waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have been able, but now we're going to 12 to 7 here.
As they were probably like with God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one off shot, beautifully played. And this is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. By winning.
Walk into the crosshair. Pandas aim practice at this point. Second, no. Pitching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes they both on the side. CGP for the 1. Blade Juicy. Pandas for the 1. This miss. Oh! Repeat. Greedy repeat here.
Oh. Stop it. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Spotted. Thanks to be here. Holding these shoulders to play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Saker right now. It's a dance. It's right around the Rosian. ZK's been leading the whole time. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Trade, take the victory, and victory lap. Out of the jet down mid, trying to make the way through the market. They have an opening. Moida split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moida's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moida finds to the gravity while holding still. The third one. Oh no, Moida! What a runaway, as well as three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. My name's Posters. Up nowhere, Kane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the round.
Throwing that down before the take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see. CG waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close.
Pinching through market, Curry is in trouble. Pendez realizes when they both fall to sight. CJB for the one, Bladestorm, Juicy. Pendez for the one, dismissal. Oh! That's beautiful. Repeat, the greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. Nah, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Just been able, but now we're going to be 12-7 match.
As they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double collect comes out from one up shot. Beautiful play. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Fine play.
Second, no. Pinching looking forward to seeing how what 4 people can do with ISO posted up.
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to check their corner, and I don't think they want to do that because ISOs are on 3, and well, that really just spells the entirety of the round.
Aldron's gonna go down. They don't know that Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3! Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
This situation now from LJ. There's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up, and LJ getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god, what a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work for LJ, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead.
Does seem like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall.
Not making out there. Zodi giving a better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition. That nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash. And now Flamestorm. Do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
we can expect more.
ace.
Let's go.
Oh, He-Man! No,
Jay.
no, they're gonna go for it. Jay! Oh.
Best crosshair placed on the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illuminate in a 3v1. Cyclone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Oh, are they gonna
Don't
get it?
tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds.
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers, to Pit of Valor number 83, sponsored by MSI. This is our single elimination all rounds best of 1 64 team format. $50 to first place, and the MVP for the next few weeks is going to be winning an MSI GM41 gaming mouse. So you better be bringing your all this week. You should be bringing your all every week, but especially with a little bit of extra on the line, you got to make sure that you're making yourself known to all of us on the desk over here. If you at home want to follow our bracket, you can do !bracket in chat to follow along with your favorite teams as we go through the Pit of Valor. My name is Becky. I'm joined here by the lovely and amazing Strive. How you doing, Strive?
Doing good. It is an absolute pleasure to be going at you guys. And like Becky said, we have an amazing series of events coming up here. It's all sponsored by MSI, keeping it real. Not only are we providing some goodies from MSI, but you guys know the drill. The usual Pit of Valor, $50 is on the line every single week as well. And the usual as in terms of the bracket as well, like Becky said, best of 1s right to the end. I'm looking forward to it. And I believe this is setting us up for something amazing, which is that Pit of Valor Invitational coming around the bend.
Oh yeah, that Pit of Valor Invitational is going to be a $150 prize pool instead, and first place will win 5 MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards for the whole squad. So that's going to be extremely important. Want to know how to enter? You just have to make sure that you have either won a Pit of Valor previously or win one of the next few before that qualifying Pit of Valor Invitational. Date is still to be decided, but we will let you know as soon as we know on that, and make sure that you're playing in all these Pit of Valors and trying to get that first place so that you too can try and get into that Pit of Valor Invitational.
Indeed, and the beauty of today, at least to start us off with the MSI many weeks of giving. After round 2, we're going to be announcing the winner of an MSI GH50 headset. So this is happening not only this week, but like I said, keep yourself tuned in for so many more weeks to come. As always, ! giveaway in chat to be entering and participating, albeit it might be a little bit too late to the punch for this one. And I should recommend everyone, if you have been participating, thank you. If not, the Chill is coming up this Saturday as per usual. Not a streamed event, but at the same time, we're going out for $50 again. Best of 1 fiasco right on through, and yeah, they're scheduled on Battlefy, and if you guys know GLG and how things work here, they do fill up pretty darn fast, so get your team signed up for that as well.
And if you want to make sure that you are getting in every single time, the GLG Country Club membership makes sure that you have priority seating in all of our events. Since we are just 64 teams for a lot of these events, if you want to make sure that you're one of those 64 teams and aren't cut out on the edge there, get that GLG Country Club membership. $10 a month makes sure that you are in it to win it with your team.
Indeed. And talking about in it to win it, starting us off on this fantastic evening, ready to go. It's going to be Stasis versus Concord University here. And we are going, if you guys have read down below, to Haven. So starting us off on a fantastic pick, keeping it light and fresh. This is a Stasis pick, so keep that in the back of your minds. And Concord University is going to be starting on that defensive side to get us into it. Hopping to the agent selection here momentarily. Becky, if anything set the pace for what's coming here with MSI sponsoring us, I think we're on track for a fantastic evening.
Oh, I mean, we extremely are. It's a fantastic evening any night that it's a Pit of Valor night. It's a fantastic night anytime I get to cast with you, be with the homies, watching some Valorant, and giving somebody $50. And it's extra special because we also get to give somebody an MSI gaming mouse.
Yeah, indeed. And I should remind everybody as well, like Becky said, well, actually, Becky hasn't said this part. I'm going to say it. The GLG gaming facility, guys, is launching very, very, very soon. It's coming around the bend. April 20th, 420 is that launch day. I'm going to be down there with the crew. It'd be a pleasure if you guys are in the Rochester area to come and join us, check us out, say hi, and give us a hug after a hot minute or two. We're looking forward to seeing you. Hopping over to the good old-fashioned agent selection, though, enough of the goodies. Let's get down to the composition and this first map of the evening.
All right. I mean, so a lot has kind of changed over how you would pick certain agents onto, especially a map like Haven in the recent times. A lot of pros are going for the Neon pick. I realize that this is maybe a little bit troll that we're seeing from Stasis here, but we are seeing quite a few pro players go on to something like a Neon pick because she's so good at covering a ton of ground on a map that is as long as Haven. Doesn't look like we're actually going to see any of them go for that pick, at least not on the Stasis side of things, but we might see Male go for it here. Would be very interesting. I'm also liking seeing a lot of the Breach play that's happening, especially in tandem with the Sky. That double initiator combination, just allowing for whoever you're playing against to be completely blind for a long time, is fantastic.
Indeed, we are ready to go here. So Concord University has selected their agents here, and it is going to be Male, and actually on both ends of the spectrum, we are solidified. So lucky you, Becky, you get your Neon here tonight as in the form of Male. The rest of the gang looking good. I'm loving that Breach composition. A bit of diversity here. That double flash for the side of Concord is going to be very interesting to adapt to for Stasis, as they're lacking a bit of that. They only got a bit of a, I guess, paranoia to work with, and pop flash from that KO, depending on the flavor of the day. So I'm looking forward to this very diverse selection on both sides today.
Yeah, it looks like the only overlap that we're actually seeing is the Omen for both sides. I feel like it's been a long time since I saw this diverse of an agent pick in a game. Oh, I guess they both have a chamber, but even still, 3 different agents along both sides of these teams is still a very big difference compared to what we usually see. And that's kind of, I think, a mark of a good format or a mark of a good patch. Something where you have a lot of diversity and people are doing a mixture of picking agents that are, 1, good on the map, and 2, comfort picks for these particular players, I think is a great middle ground to end up being. And that's kind of looking as to be what we have here. And I'm excited to see how it ends up shaking up.
Yeah, me too here. Let's get down 5 seconds in this counter remaining. Initial setup here from the attackers is looking like a bit of a slow and steady mid-A presence to get us going, and let's see what they decide to work off with. And Haven, of course, that 3-sided map, sighted, to clarify, that can get a little bit spicy. Of course, B tends to be that focal point, given that dash in. The Jet offers a lot of that utility as well. Meanwhile, Male is kind of dancing with the devil here. Gets the trademark, hidden in the bushes now with that positioning on B site. Spike getting planted, and a bit of a situation there for Defo. He's kind of pinned in sight alone. The smoke is blocking vision. Fragments down, but this is unfortunate now for them. They're going to have to retrieve that spike and somehow get it planted with a whole party of defenders here on this B site.
Yeah, typically I like that kind of early pick of having the Jet just dash in, plant, and leave, and then having everyone be able to watch it from the outside of B. And it seems like that's what they tried to do, but big heads up play from Concord University here, who went ahead and stationed 2 players right outside of this B site entrance and just came very prepared for that sort of play and continue to be prepared for it here as Vexy is finally able to get 2 back and try to keep Stasis Academy in this one, but it is still a 3v2 situation, and it looks like only 1 player on Concord University's side is a little worse for wear, but all things considered, that bomb still being down, and Cell coming from an extreme lurk angle is actually doing a big up for the side of Stasis Academy here, and Vexy to finish it off. And against all odds with how that started, I can't believe Stasis Academy were able to pick up that first pistol round.
Yeah, you kind of read my mind there with that one. Given how that spike went down, this is the initial setup. You can watch Vexy here intently. I mean, Cell went super greasy here, to say the least. Came up clutch there, catching, unfortunately, that Sky in the back of the head with Mail. So light work for that Headhunter does its deed. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. That first round Headhunter, when lined up correctly, is an absolute demonic bit of kit, but it can also go sideways. But, you know, like you said, the reality is the reality. Stasis make the magic happen, and off we go to round 2. And they got tons of weaponry. Vexy actually sporting that Vandal as well.
That's gonna be huge here. The rest of the team looking at a mixture of Spectres and a Bulldog, I believe I saw as well. The dark covers going out there, and it looks like not a lot of people hanging out towards this A site. Cell, though, able to kind of continue to play this lurk game and already rewarded with 3 kills as a result of it. Vortiz getting 1 more as well. And all things considered, you know, maybe now Wast getting 1 kill there, not too bad, considering the gun buys that Stasis Academy brought to this one. But hopefully Concord University being able to buy up into this next one will put them into a much better, much more solidified place in this game.
Indeed. This is the round 3 reset, as we like to call it here. Let's see how they go ahead and maneuver. Haven's one of those maps, Becky, we've talked about it before. Getting aggressive is not a bad thing at all, but it's got to be done with finesse, right? Just running all Hail Mary down a site and getting, you know, whopped without a trade is a problem. But from a defender perspective, adapting to how the attackers are setting up on the different parts of this map, especially if they're, you know, tend to be more A and B centric, for example, getting C control is critical. What makes it kind of difficult, of course, is the utility of that chamber. That trademark will tend to reveal a lot if you're going for the flank and can't get rid of it in a timely fashion. So the adaptation here for Concord, let's see what they can do. Post it up, playing 3 towards C, and the initial look from Stasis is towards this A. At the same time, tons of opportunity and shot clock remaining here. They can easily pivot out of the site.
Yeah, Cell is continuing to play this lurk game here, completely split off from the rest of the team, and trading off between that Headhunter there, and is able to get out with the rendezvous. Nicely being able to rejoin the team here. Defo's kind of in an interesting situation, kind of waiting to see if anyone pops out from that sewer A site. They have been able to tell that quite a few players of Concord University on the previous rounds have gotten a little bit aggressive and pushed into their spawn area, both through the trademark from Cell as well as, you know, Cell being able to pick up a bunch of kills in the previous round. And I think they seem to be playing off of that information a little bit at the start of this one, but upon nobody coming into their neck of the woods, it looks like they're finally going to commit towards this A side as the dark covers go out.
Posted up with the initiation for Mail going all the way through Insight. I'm really going to go ahead and guess that Mail is 48 Shades of Ray Charles. Meanwhile, Vexy and Defo one apiece cleaning up. It is an absolute white fest here. Sky coming around. Chevsy for the 1 and the 2, but it's back and forth now. Cap against Vexy, and that's a bit of an aggressive post up nonetheless. Coming back here, Cap knows exactly how to clear this angle, has done a fair amount of damage. That recon dart comes out, and nice work from Cap, swinging out there, making the magic happen. Of course, the hit points worked favorably for Concord, and the unfortunate side of this entire equation here, Becky, is that they lost a lot of bodies, 4 to be exact, and considering the investment into that round being a buy, that's going to have some financial impact as we get deeper into this matchup.
Will certainly have a little bit of impact, but Concord University got to be feeling pretty good about being able to get that one nonetheless, and hopefully just gonna do what saving they can do here in a sec, and you know, buy up where they can. The Bulldog is kind of an interesting decision here, along with the light armor. I don't know if I like or dislike that, especially when the rest of the team isn't able to buy up at the same level. If the rest of the team is able to buy up, I think I would feel better about that, but looks like some of these chambers are going to be able to make do in that regard. Cap went for that orb, but Vortiz there to do it. Thankfully, that Sky was there to trade it out, at least to start this off. And now Zevzi is going to do a nice little move back here and just wait for any sort of audio cues as to if somebody is going to go on towards this A site, while the attackers are still quite spread out and kind of just waiting to make their decisions.
Yeah, this is good. Running the clock down on a map like Haven is not a bad vibe if you consider it all, Becky. There's so many sites to adapt to, and as an attacker, too much stomping here and there gives up a lot. Albeit the initial trade is kind of what you want to hear. I hope I hear more out of that from you. Whenever we hear the word trade, it gives me a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling knowing that we're kind of equalized and jousting it out across the entire map. Meanwhile, you can see these guys just kind of poking around towards short, now stomping around lobby. So with 47 on the clock and given my spidey senses, they're kind of yearning towards A, and it's basically an open site. It looks like the defenders are playing the retake.
Yeah, I like how often Stasis Academy is moving towards this A site. I like that they've kind of taken note that that is one of the harder sites on Haven to do a retake with, and are continuing to just do this and make it really difficult for Concord University to try to get onto this site, as Cell is in a great position with that tour de force to take out Zevzi, trying to come onto that site. But Mail with the high ground showing off nicely, is going to break some ankles here, but not too much to worry about. That fast lane is going to be able to block off a lot of vision, but getting maybe a little too aggressive there through the fast lane does mean that Vexy is able to clean that one up and get Stasis Academy another point.
Yeah, you got to look at the overall situation across the board, right? Those two omens on each end make it very difficult if the smokes are available to get onto either one of the two sites. So, you know, for the side of Stasis being on that attack end, choosing to pin themselves in a site and, you know, at the last minute leaving Sova to fall back towards long is the best thing you could do. Had omen had smokes, a simple smoke towards short and long would have made the retake so much more complicated. So that's where the overall decision-making factor was good. But of course, coming down to the 1v1 joust, and maybe the ankle breaking wasn't the most optimal situation either. We pass it off to Stasis immediately. Bit of an aggressive push here from the sky. Ortiz is posted up for the 1 and the 2 light work here, as they're just on a very, very light buy eco round, to say the least. So looking good for the side of Stasis at this point. They have so much opportunity on any one of these 3 sites and a lot of time to spare. Minute 20, just kind of finessing towards garage and mid now.
That was a sneaky little teleport there that put Vortiz in an interesting position, and now is gonna watch this Sova's back while that Owl drone is out and committing with Cell to this B site push. This is kind of an interesting decision, I think, from them. While they are still 2 members up going for this B, but I think they're also hoping that they're just an agent advantage should be able to help them hold this site that normally would be a very easy site to push onto. Zevzi now with that blinding light coming out is able to get that audio cue, but not following it up with just a classic in a hand for now. A little bit too scared to push out. Ooh, going down to Noazd and Cap, who are just trying to push onto the site, and Defo finally deciding to push out maybe a little too late, as the rest of the team already fell quite swiftly.
Yeah, easy come, easy go. Of course, the initial post up from Vortiz was, I guess, the teetering point, to say the least, to lead them through kind of that bowling ball effect. And we go ahead now, 4-1. We're running out of, I don't want to say steam in the early beginnings of this half, but it's getting trickier and trickier for Concord University to get back in. They're going to have to put their foot down sooner than later. And what's troubling is you see the economy kind of tipping over towards the attacker side of Stasis, where they're building that gap, they're building their funds, and no need for Visa cards here. Really, Concord University needs to pull something out together sooner than later. And with Cap getting aggressive with no real trade, of course, that I assume the rendezvous is dropped down, and yeah, it should be okay to get out of sight here for Cap with a 1 and done.
And looks like we're still hunting for that. Is gonna, ooh, just at the wrong time there for Cap, and Vortiz is able to capitalize on that just a little bit faster. Is going to go ahead and get this bomb down as well. Interesting that Vortiz has still had this from the shadows available for about 2 rounds now, and is still the one that is doing the bomb planting, and potentially it's just because Vortiz is the best at doing that for Stasis Academy's team, but is not getting any extra ult points off of that as we go further into this. Cell with a nice long range shot. Noah's trying to trade out as much as possible, but Cell is just also getting those long range kills that are going so well. Mail finally decides to peek out. Ooh, Vortiz finishing it off with that final kill onto Zevzi, but Zevzi got a little bit of revenge on to Cell there. Did not actually pick up that operator with Vexy going up to it there.
I'm gonna say the motivation for Mail is right. Like I'm loving the decision to get a little bit cheeky, utilize that young utility, slide around and try and make some plays happen. But what's unfortunate when you slide into death is, and without a follow-up, is of course you lack the follow-up. So as we continue to accumulate rounds toward the side of Stasis, there is a bit of a shining light here for Concord University. They're building some good ultimates that could potentially ward off the push. But you know, the overall momentum from Stasis is kind of getting to the point of no return. At the end of the day, yeah, I mean, Vortiz just demonic one-tapping Cap there, and that's an opening pick with a minute 30. Coming back from these types of situations is tough. Mail, though, gets the fadeaway jump shot onto Vexy, not before Aru's there for the trade. Chevzy for the 1, and it's a quick back-and-forth fiasco, so making the best of this light buy round, it seems like.
Yeah, all things considered, it at least being a 3v3 situation here has got to feel pretty great for the side of Concord University, who are currently down members Vortiz from the shadows to get onto this C site, but maybe doesn't know just how close Nowazd is, and certainly is about to find out, well, or not find out, as Defo actually takes Nowazd's life there, and Zevzi's coming back on to this site, blinding light to start it off, but is waiting for that bomb to go down in a 1v3 situation that was probably gonna have to just simply go for it with just a sheriff in hand, but is looking like it is going to be an uphill battle, to say the least.
Yeah, this is going to be a mission uphill. I mean, if you want to consider Kilimanjaro uphill, this is pretty much as steep as he gets. Chevzi, with 21 hit points, does have Seekers and posted up in a 1 versus 3. Chances of reconciling the spike defuse going to be difficult, but making the best of the one. Ooh, I lied. Nice connection. Gets the one onto Aru, but the double up post up in sight is good. Gotta appreciate the fact that they were able to get some economy off the backs of Stasis, but economy don't equate to rounds, and now with a 5-round advantage, Stasis are looking pretty fresh here.
Extremely, and economy is looking pretty strong as well. Cell, not even the one who's going to be buying up in this round, is getting Aru to do that phantom buy for Cell, is 1 point off of that tour de force, so likely saying, if you buy me this round, worst comes to worst, I'll buy you next round, and, you know, good little buddy system happening there. But Concord University all able to buy up this round, even Nowazd, who's going to a strong 0 credits of potential debt in the further rounds. More utility coming out immediately from the side of Concord University, but it is not really stopping a lot of the onslaught that Stasis Academy is bringing. They're still pushing up, and Mail is about to collide and not go Mail's way.
No, definitely not in that case. Aru lines up for the 2 at this. Yeah, it's just a tricky situation all across the board. Chevzi in a very unfortunate scenario. I'm finding more and more Mail is just caught in lackluster trade opportunities. Posted up aggressive, but no one's there to support, and it just cascades into a series of picks for Stasis. Once they open up a site, it's easy come, easy go for them, and with a lonesome 1 versus 5 here, Cap gonna have to recover 5 members of Stasis, including the spike defuse, as Vortiz has got his Jordans laced up, running full-blown to the site here, hucks the spike over to his friend and says, you know what, you take care of that, man, I'm gonna throw a smoke or 2, we're good here in the 5v1.
Also, I'm realizing now that I've been calling Mail, their name is Liam, but it actually spells a real word backwards. And so I've been just like seeing it as the real word instead of Liam. But I saw Jeff pop up, which is backwards also on Concord University's team, and was like, oh, wait a minute. They're both backwards. Okay, so I realize I've been saying that wrong, but on top of that, Concord University are going to have a little bit of a timeout here. Better late than never. A 1v7 situation here. Certainly a time where you want to be figuring out where exactly you're going wrong. And I think ultimately Concord University is just being a little bit too aggressive. They keep trying to hold these really far up angles. They keep trying to like push down and into the attacking side. And it's just really not going their way, especially when it's something like the Neon or the Sky. It makes sense when it would be coming from something like the Chamber, who can rendezvous out of that situation, or something like the Omen that can do a teleport out as well. But when it's coming from like the Neon, who's just dashing in, like Neon can only go in. She does not do a good job of getting out immediately afterwards, and it's really biting Concord University here.
Yeah, you're right about that, and I 100% agree. So getting back into this event now after the timeout, I'm hoping there is some reconciliation, some come to, for lack of better words, come to Jesus moments, and a huddle for Concord University to say, listen, guys, we're going to have to lace up our Jordans here just a little bit snugger, really buff them up and make them look nice and fresh, because they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them for the second half if they cannot peel back some, as I like to call, cushion rounds. So in the 7-1 now, they're still holding on to this Rolling Thunder. They do have that Omen ultimate. Of course, the Seekers are on the board as well. Given the current vibe, I'm expecting Concord to dump those sooner than later. I mean, holding on to it, at the very minimum, you could ward away Stasis and push them off to another site, as they tend to run the clock down, quite well, actually. So meanwhile, even be completely open. This is an okay strat from the side of Concord, but the question is, how are they going to retake? And you see immediately the smokes come out, and if you're Stasis, there is no reason to abandon site here. Just post up and let them run through the smokes towards you.
We'll see if that is going to be the decision or not. Jeff trying to get aggressive onto Vortiz there, but Lots of people hanging out towards that far angle and waiting to just back Vortiz up. A lot of trades coming out back and forth, but 2 members of Concord University still alive. Now it is just Chevzy who does in fact get one onto Defo and then Cell to finish it off. And Stasis Academy continue to go strong, but hopefully Concord University saved enough in the previous round. Looks like they're able to buy up into this one, and hopefully now the strats that they will have talked about in that timeout are able to be capitalized on into this round. They have the Seekers ready, the From the Shadows, and that Rolling Thunder, as you mentioned. So now, hopefully, alongside a lot of these bigger buys and getting close to some of those other ultimates from Liam and Cap as well, we'll be able to help them out get a few rounds before we go to the end of this half.
Yeah, I have no issues with the aggressive pushes onto C. I'm totally about that vibe, but it's got to be followed up respectfully, right? Having a Paranoia posted up, letting Neon dash through, like, it could be an opportunity in this case to pick off Ortiz, but they're not picking the battles at the most opportune time, and you can see Stasis are going back to the tried and tested B push. Of course, the flash, oh my goodness me. Aru doesn't even know what it means to be blind, nor knows what a smoke is. Gets up that pick really easily, and with that, it's just the Stasis rinse and repeat. Like, these guys got this laundry cycle on heavy duty. It's light work for them. They get the pick, they adapt, they float, and you can see just how much the defense has shifted over to the C site, and A is basically a complete wash. Unfortunately for Concord, they're back to the retake again.
And looks like they are, in fact, just waiting for that retake. Chevzy waiting for the rest of the site of Concord University to get into a situation where they can all push together. They did an okay job of taking the site back once. Their 1 point is a retake onto this A site, so hopefully they'll be able to do that once again here, waiting for that blinding light to go out. A lot of suppressions happening from that 0 point, but it's just not going to be good enough as Stasis Academy do what that A side push does best, at just mowing down defensive players as they try to come in one by one.
And now with the 9-1 situation, it's going to get a little bit more sticky, to say the least. We're back to a save again for the side of Concord University, buying up what they can. I can see a little bit of disparity all across the board. Cap is just 1 point away from getting that tour de force, so I wouldn't be opposed to a Guardian buy or a Spectre, and that's coming out as well. Tough situation, though, for Jeff. Really struggling on the scoreboard, and, you know, at the same time, I'm just hoping that these guys can pull together the last 3 rounds and give them that comfort going to the second half. We have seen on Haven, when the half switch comes out, a whole new team can all of a sudden be born, and they can run with it. It just needs to give them that position to do so, because we know for a fact Stasis is strong on attack, and much of that same tempo is going to carry ahead into defense.
On the defensive side, yeah, we're just seeing so different of plays every single time, and it just seems like nothing is coming up. Concord University, but Noah's able to pick up 2 to start, kind of big, and now moving pretty quickly alongside Liam with that overdrive going strong. Does a little bit of a fast lane to do a reposition here, but is about to run out of neon juice here in just a sec.
Taking it easy. Jevzy, oh, dancing, shaking. You hear a lot of activity towards grass, and you're thinking to yourself, what is the play? Paranoia comes out, swinging around the bend. Oh my goodness, a low HP Vortiz. Full swings that. Gets the one on to Chevzy, but you see Noaz for the trade, and that's Omen on Omen, making it happen now in a 2 versus 2 critical round here. Nice job there from Vexy, and I love the fluidity here, Becky. They're going to lace it up, head to this A site, and leave it to a 2 versus 1 scenario, and the retake here for Liam. Let's see what they can do and what this Neon's got in the tank.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen Liam do a lot of going towards heaven and then doing a lot of jumping out. I think I've seen Liam break these Neon's ankles at least 3 times within this game, and we'll see if that's going to be a lot of the same, or if Liam will be able to get the better of Cell here. Ooh, has to do a quick turn. The recon dart will get a little bit of information. With low HP, it's going to be rough, and Cell is the one who's able to finish it off. And Stasis Academy at breakneck speed are at double digits.
Like, you can feel the confidence from Stasis. Like, they're in a 2v1 scenario. There is no reason for them to get aggressive and swing, but they hear the sound cue and they go for it. They use the recon dart to get that positioning. So if that doesn't set the tempo for you, I don't want to say undisciplined gameplay. That's definitely not what it is, but the overall confidence and the round lead that Stasis has built to this point gives them that good fuzzy feeling to get aggressive and stick their noses in places where you typically don't want to do. So looking at the overall board yet again for Stasis, this is opportune. They got 3 ultimates to boot and 3 quite strong ones. The Blade Storm, the Hunter's Fury right off the rip here for Vexy is going to be used for some reconnaissance, probing around, and Cell has already done light work of mail. The trade comes out from Chevzy, but it's a back and forth, very aggressive towards mid, choosing not to back away, but Cap definitely not backing away from that fight with Aru is going to go ahead and rendezvous back to safety. So very quickly, we turn this to the Concord side in a 4 versus 3.
All right, finally Concord are able to get a little bit of a leg up in this game. 4v3 situation for what feels like the first time in this game, and the remaining Stasis Academy members. The Bladestorm is out for this Jet, and it looks like they're going to be prowling around and trying to see which one of these sites is going to be the easiest for them to capitalize on. Looks like we just have an updraft left for Defo here, and it looks like the decision is going to be to try to get onto this B site, but I feel like B site is such a hard site to push onto when you're down an agent.
I'm with you, and it can get a little bit sticky, but I love how they've cut noise here completely. Stasis is posting up, running down that timer. You can see Concord looking left, looking right there on the minimap, trying to decipher what exactly happening with that Omen ultimate here, drawing a little bit of attention towards C, and that's managed to pull Sky over to the party. And with that, B is basically an open site. Defo clearing out Link, and oh, this is slippery here, Becky. These guys are going to go completely catch these guys off guard. They have no clue. They're rotating, and they walk into Vexy. Talk about Giga Brain activities. With that note, Stasis pull it back to their advantage very fast, and with 13 to spare, the spike is also going down.
Oh, I think you said it yourself. Giga Brain activity indeed from these 3 remaining Stasis Academy members who just ran circles around Concord University, at least towards this site, but it is not over yet. We do see the Rolling Thunder coming out, and that will prompt Vortiz to do a little bit of a peek out, but is just shy of getting that peak. Jeff's able to kill Defo and Vexy, but then Vortiz, thankfully for hanging back there, cleans up that final kill onto Jeff, and 11-1. Stasis Academy are ahead.
Talk about the fiasco that got us to this point, but while we sit at this pause screen and we have this beautiful graphic up, I want to remind everybody, if you have your phone beside you, go ahead and whip that out, open your camera here and take a look at that QR code. This is your chance to enter that giveaway for that GH50 headset we've been talking about. Round 2, after round 2, our first winner is going to get announced. So if y'all are interested in joining the fiasco, please go ahead and participate. We have 5 weeks of giving here from MSI leading up to that Pit of Valor Invitational, but leading up to the second half of this matchup, Becky, is the time for Concord University to really shine. A strong set of pistol rounds, fantastic buys, and flawless play is what it's going to take to get them out of the gutters. But, you know, like we said, when you don't got rounds and you're kind of up against the wall, it's a troubling situation. I know for a fact, even in 1 versus 1, Stasis has really done a good job with their backs pinned up, and it's amazing for Concord. Wow. Quick 3-piece combination, and looks like we're kind of repeating history, albeit for the attackers of Concord this time.
Yeah, I actually like how Concord have used their utility to get onto this site a lot. You kind of see a similar thing with the Jets. Typically, Noah's just struggling a little bit to turn around against Vortiz there, and all of a sudden we're at an even matchup here. Vortiz going for a little bit of a around the side here to meet up with Cell so that they can play as to going into this, running that paranoia, and is gonna blind that back of sight. Thankfully nobody is there, but Liam actually the one to get those 2 final headshots and finish it off, showing off very nicely how you get onto that site and get that bomb down for your team on this attacking side. So hopefully this will help kind of stem the bleeding a little bit for the side of Concord University and get them a few rounds back under their belt to try and keep up with Stasis. Luckily for them, they do have a great attacking side composition. I think the Neon does a lot of the same things that Jet does on this map, as well as having both that Breach and Sky combination for the double blinds that you can pull off to just make it absolutely impossible for anyone to see onto a site that you're pushing onto.
I mean, you can't forget about the paranoia fiasco. It's so strong here. Mail, do we hard clear the right? Oh, we almost actually do. Cell tries to go ahead for the rendezvous to get out to safety, but Mail is just that much faster, getting aggressive now in the smoke. This is nice feelings from Concord, getting it, onto the C site, mostly unscathed and posted up now. Smoke's protecting. They have a lot of utility here to hold off the retake. Let's see how they play it down with ample time on the clock here.
Lots of time, but still going down. 4 members of Stasis Academy are still remaining and just waiting for some of that utility to come back up to get them to go onto this site. That recon dart not getting a lot of information, and it looks like they're still holding off as a result of it. Gonna do a little bit of a spray there from Vexy, but it seems like they're just waiting for either a dart cover or something to come back up, but it's not gonna be enough. They all try to push on at the same time, but it will just be a flawless round for Concord University, who definitely needs some more rounds like that if they're gonna come back in this game.
I mean, so far so good, but this is the all-important round number 3, the buy round here for Stasis. Let's hop into a quick replay. You can see Mail posted up after that initial opening pick onto the chamber. Gets one onto Defo. Defo definitely went to commit, to say the least, but Liam there looking mighty fresh and frosty. So this is a critical round for the side of Concord. If they can hold this push off, they're going to be in a much better position. But, you know, to supplement that from an attacker perspective, they can't afford to lose too many bodies in this battle because they too will be kind of pigeonholed in an unfortunate economic situation. So big round, and choosing to repeat that Stasis tried and tested strat, getting aggressive. Mail looking to get on in and does just that, but have they cleared up top? I don't think so. Chamber is just lurking up high. Now they catch him. Cell gets the one and done. That is trouble. Not clearing it. Noah's out of the equation. Getting aggressive here, trying to get the one pick, but the majority of the party is in that C-lane. Cell light work. My goodness me with Defo, but it's still back and forth as we're holding on, albeit by a very thin thread.
Oh, Vortiz and Vexy, the two of 3 remaining Stasis Academy members, make Vortiz down into the ground, as well as Vexy by Mail there, and now it is just left up to Defo. The bomb is taking down, and there are 2 players remaining. Just slowed shots do mean that Jeff is able to finish that off, and finally, Concord University are starting to show some true colors here.
Yeah, the colors are much brighter than they were in the first half, much like this tree that we're looking at here. Stunning and getting further and further in. What I love is the best case scenario came to be. They ended that round off with a huge number of bodies available, and look at their funds. As a result of that, they're looking so much better. Salvo has gone ahead and invested deeply into an operator here, and keep an eye as well. That Tour de Force is going to become available next round too, which is just even more of a slapping because the rest of the team should be in a buy position. So Stasis setting themselves up for a good follow-up round after this one, unless we see something nuts out of Cell here with this off.
I mean, there's got to be something to say for if Cell is able to get a kill with this operator. If you're Concord University, that's one of the last things you would expect from Cell right here, and is able to get 1, get 2, rendezvous back to safety and reposition in this A site heaven. But Concord University are maybe once bitten, potentially shy here, as it looks like Trailblazer is now going to be the thing to try and get a little bit of information before pushing onto that site once again.
Yeah, Cell is like that good, reliable horse. You know, you just load him up with your daily harvest, let him go do his thing, in that case, an operator, and delivers the goods without fail. And now posted up in a great position in a 5v3. They're in a bit of a, you know, financial pinch and gun pinch, but with those initial picks, you got to feel so much better about yourself to be able to retake. Getting aggressive here. Chevzy not backing away from the battle, and my goodness me, Cell connects on the 3-piece combination. Aru is going to get capped to the head, and Nomaz responding, albeit a little bit late to the party now in a 4v1. Everything that could have gone right for Stasis that round went perfectly right, and Noah's pinned in a corner, not going to get away too far, at least for the time being. 30 seconds to get on his site, and these guys, I'm sure, have got their headphones on the right way. They're going to hear all the sound cues and rotate accordingly.
And it looks like Noah's 20 seconds left is going to make a break for C site. I think we'll be able to make it there in time to plant. Then we'll just be left in a 1v4 situation with 42 HP. They say that's the most important number, but we'll see if it is going to be enough to bring Noah's to victory here.
A little bit of a lurking activity here, and I like the positioning from Stasis going in for the flank and the rotation through spawn, the pinchy pinch. See how they make it through. Vortiz making sure Garage is covered. The recon dart goes on through. Noah's in a very tight position, to say the least, now posted up in Garage. Spike is not planted for his favorite, which makes it even a little bit more troubling. So at the most, a 1 and 2 pick. I hope this is an economy play at best here. They're going to go ahead and stick. Coming around the back end, Defo connects on the dome of Noah's. So light work for Stasis. They're going to go ahead and take us to that match point, that all-important round 12 on the board. And Concord completely pinned against the walls. And like we said the previous round, Stasis have set themselves up for what is basically the best way that this match could end off, with tons of weaponry. Bit of a replay of Cell's solo light work here. Makes the 1, doesn't decide to rendezvous out, and makes the 2 despite the aggression coming out from the attackers, and off to safety we go. Really good work.
You have to remember that that's a round where Cell bought up an operator, and everyone else on the team for Stasis Academy bought sheriffs.
Yes.
And now that operator is being handed to Defo. There's a Vandal ready and Tour de Force for Cell. So absolutely an insane round to have ended up going their way. Aru got a little bit aggressive there, but at least it's a 1-for-1 trade, thankfully, from Defo being on the high ground. But upon trying to fall down, does get a little bit caught out there. Vortiz now waiting to see if we can catch one of these lurks in mid, and we'll clash with Cap here in just a moment, and Cap will get the better of Ortiz there.
Easy come, easy go. They're fighting for their lives and holding on. Vexy, though, has a thing or two to say about that. Gets one onto Cap, coming around the back end. Cell lines up the headshot onto Jeff, and with that situation, right back to a 2 versus 2. Let's see the maneuvering activities to come. Doubled up in sight. I like the opportunity here from Concord. They're choosing not to play the passive role. The recon dart goes out. They break it, so they're safe, but completely pigeonholed at this point.
Oh, the blinding light is going to be quite a problem. Dark cover does make it at least a 1-for-1 situation. Vexy trying to go for the bomb, but will have Chepsy just enough time to peek around and get Concord University one more point and one more chance in this game.
I have no disagreements with that Omen play from the side of Noaz. I mean, at that point, you want to just try and mix it up, the fake TP, choosing to sneak through the smoke, but kind of got counter-snuck, to say the least, from Stasis. In the end, leaving it down to the 1v1, Chevsy looking good on the board, and for that clutch, this is getting sticky, and it's just more and more troubling for Concord. Like we said, it's no more difficult than what I'm basically going to say. It's 7 rounds consecutive, and Concord has their work cut out for them, but they definitely have some hope here as they're looking much, much better on this attacker side.
Ooh, starting off with that Hunter's Fury as well as that Blade Storm coming out from Defo, but as all the members of Stasis Academy have funneled towards this middle B site, Concord University all just blazed down C long, and Cell going down first has got to make you feel pretty good at the start for Concord University.
Defo posted up in garage, looking. Blade Storm is hot and primed. The ping comes out onto Chevsy. Dashing in, that's a choice and a half, right into Chevsy's crosser. And my goodness me, Vortiz, Aru, and Vexy in a cascading series of picks now. Have left it down to a 3 versus 2, playing the long post up way back in Cubby. How do they make this happen? Sticking it. The cover is there. Aru going to go ahead and ensure no one can use more. Utility Cap gets the one, but not before the trade. Mail now in a 1 versus 1. The Do-Si-Do, the shock dart, 76 HP, tapping it. It is at half here, Becky, but time is not looking good. Oh, Vexy runs that timer down, and with that situation coming down to the tightest of tight clutches, that is the first map going to the side of Stasis Academy.
Wow, I mean, so just in that final round, I think we were both like, why is Defo dashing in like that? But you have to understand that at that same moment that Defo did that, like, kind of like, what the heck is happening dash, it was the exact same time that the rest of the team was coming in from the other corner. So Defo, at least, even if it seemed like a crazy play, was being a great distraction for the rest of the team to come onto the site and pick off all those other 3 members who were all looking at Defo just dashing onto the site. So even though it seems like a crazy play, the team being there to follow it up made it look not so bad, and does equate to Stasis Academy actually being able to bring home this game at a 13-5.
I mean, I think the critical word that you picked in that entire thing was follow-up. Like, it felt like Stasis constantly had a follow-up for every activity they did. Whether it was their aggression or passivity, they were there to clean up the mess, and they were there to capitalize on their successes. And that attacker side that they held together so well, I think, set precedence. And at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and say Concord University brought the heat in that initial showing on that second half. They stepped it up and gave us that glimmer of hope, but of course it comes down to making every bit count, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. So with that, we congratulate the side of Stasis for proceeding further ahead in the bracket, and there's only so much more to hear come tonight. Becky?
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm in a completely different world. My mistake. I want to also say a congratulations to Concord University. Like, I think that they're a relatively newer team. We haven't seen them around a whole lot. I loved the team comp that they brought, and I think that it has a lot of potential. And especially when you're running such a new agent like Neon and still trying to make it work, I think that it's something that is only going to get better and eventually going to be something that is going to be extremely explosive and extremely potent on a map, especially like Haven. That being said, we will be going to a short break and work on getting you the next match up onto the screen in just a moment.
Don't go, wait, no!
Oh!
For side of MMG as we trade take the victory. let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait. CCK waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Might have just been able, but now looking at the 12 to 7 here.
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double galak comes out from one off shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Fight Planet.
No, pitching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pendant realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pendant for the one. Dismissal. Now, beautiful. Greedy repeat, Gary.
Oh. Stop it. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
They're doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. Trade take the victory. And victory lap.
Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Way to split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Maeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Maeda finds two. The gravity well pulled him still. Third one. Oh no, Maeda would run away as well as three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can jam these duelists.
Tell you who can. His posters. Of nowhere came Aura makes it happen. There's so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Khabib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose.
As
came these duelists.
Hey yo, welcome back. We're live, ready to go. So, guys, in the spirit of what ended off, unfortunately, in a bit of a abrupt method or means towards the tail end of that desk there, Becky just had to put me in my place and stick me away in the corner because we had to go to break and whatever else had to happen. But nonetheless, what I really wanted to show you guys is actually hella hype. GLG socks. So we've been talking about these guys for a hot minute. Previously, I tend to keep them on my feet because up in Canada, things get pretty cold. But in other words, towards the tail end of March, April coming around, things have warmed up nicely. So I've taken them off. They don't stink, but damn, are they super warm. So for those viewers that are watching and are interested in grabbing some socks to keep your toes warm, exclamation mark socks in chat. We don't mess around here. Like most guys bring sweaters and t-shirts and I don't know what other kind of stuff, but we keep it real with socks. Your feet gotta be warm, and we hope you guys are comfortable during these matchups. Get yourself some socks. Do us a solid favor. But having unmuddled that situation and getting on to our next matchup, guys, brought to you by MSI Pit of Valor number 83, off to match number 2 of the evening. Becky, I am so sorry, but I am gassed up. It is Team Opulence Black versus Medics, and we're going off to the lovely and beautiful land of Ascent.
Yep, and we are ready to send it to Ascent and watch these two teams bring us a big ol' shakedown. I'm very excited to see how this is going to end up going. Ascent is one of my favorite maps personally, and I think it's one of those very tried and true, kind of alongside Haven, and I just prefer this one a little bit. Haven, I think, gets a little old. People try to do maybe too fancy things on it, and I just prefer something like Ascent a little bit more personally. So happy that we're getting to see it as our second map of the evening.
You and I both, and as we hop into the agent selection here, Becky, it is time to get us through. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, having learned some lessons on Haven, seeing what these teams are bringing tonight, minus the umpteen amounts of premium gas. See what this composition has to offer. Getting into it, let's see some selections coming out initially here from Brooklyn Baby Soap. Gonna lock in some KJ and Omen activities. Katsu as well on that chamber. Sova looking good for the attack. So kind of standard picks all across the board. Nothing too immensely flavorful at this point, but all tried and tested. And we'll see what the finishing combinations are going to be. That Reyna pick, one of my all-time favorites.
Ooh, that'll be interesting if that is actually what gets locked in. I would more expect to see something like that Jet that we now see Gagan going for that hover on, but it is kind of waffling between the two, so we'll see what ends up being the pick. I think that the KO is something that has proven to be a big pickup on a map like this going forward. Chamber has shown to be really great as well, but does require a lot more team support than something like the Killjoy that's able to hold down a site kind of on her own just so well, alongside something like a Sova, but Sova is just one of those very tried and true kind of must-have picks on a map like this. Would be interesting to see something like the Astra, because it used to be kind of a mainstay on every single map, but now has kind of just fallen off so hard. I kind of hope that they give her maybe a little bit of a buff to at least put her into the same realm as Brimstone and Omen, but for now it looks like that will be the Brimstone oh, nope, okay, swapping back to the Omen is actually going to be the pick for both of these teams.
Yeah, since the changes to Omen, I love it. I'm just grateful to see that we're kind of seeing some adaptations and, changes in the playstyle and bringing some of those agents to the forefront yet again. I agree with you and I disagree with you in one sense. Like, think about how spicy things have gotten with Valorant with the changes. And do I want Astra back? Not really. Do I want to see something else change and completely send us all for a 360 down a toilet bowl? Absolutely I do, because you know what? It keeps it entertaining and it keeps us on our toes. And getting into the agent selection here and having completed that, tried, tested, and solidified picks. I'm kind of sad that I don't see the Reyna, but everything else looking mighty good. Let's get into round number 2 here, guys. Of course, we're fighting it out for $50 on that first place, and of course, MVP of this evening also wins an MSI GM41 gaming mouse. So stay very much in tune. There is so much more to come. Becky, thoughts and opinions here? Ascent is, like you said, one of your favorite maps, and how does it kind of pan out for you in these initial pistols?
I think it's a big decision on whether you're going to go for something like a site push or a mid push. Interestingly enough, we are seeing kind of this very default start off towards B for Team Opulence here. And I think I'm happy with it. I like just how much you can throw something like that Killjoy turret up and it just gets to watch your flank, and you can dedicate as many members as possible to paying attention towards the site. But it also does allow for you to kind of have a lot of angles watched, whether you're going towards that B garage or going up towards mid, and that initial Trailblazer is going to get quite a bit of information as to some of that mid pressure. That trademark going to get shot down there by Yukio, who is just skirting around getting caught out there by Valletta.
Looking good, and this initial mid control is very valuable. You know, the collapse on through market might be the recipe that the doctor ordered, and so far Yukio is kind of going on a lonesome rogue mission here, a bit of aggression towards B main, and that's going to keep everybody on the defensive side on their toes. Yukio, though, is really testing luck. You can see just how patient Team Opulence is, not really sticking their nose out too far, especially with that opening pick there from Gagan, and it's mighty good at this point. They're just going to have to play it nicely, and Medics have control for the time being, but with 47 on the clock, a decision's got to come out here from Opulence. They're going to have to make a move, and thus far, it's looking kind of A bases are looking for a move towards long A and short potentially.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to continue to go towards joining the rest of the team towards this A entrance, but a nicely timed dark cover is going to make it that much more difficult, but a lot of utility bought by Angel here is going to mean that they're able to do a nice little bird pop flash and get onto the site, nicely catching Gagan there in that reload, as Baby Soap's also able to catch somebody as well. 3v3 situation, make that 3v2 as Vaeda's able to pick up a one with that shock dart onto Yukio.
Really good there. Mean coming up from the top. Baby Soap for the response, and that's quick. Light work now coming around the bend. I love that connection from the chamber. Swinging it heavily. The Headhunter on round number 1 does a whack load of damage, especially when it's planted in between your two eyes. And on that, Vaeda hopping on the good old defuse. And Medics with that opening pick that they got, they found that comfort, and they walk away with 2 members and expecting a big buy from them here and hopefully more momentum. But this is Ascent, the wild land of Ascent, and anything can happen. So let's get into it, see what they got with that big buy on their backs.
It looks like it's going to be mostly some Spectres. Gagan could potentially go for one of those really big guns, and we'll see if that will be the pick or not. I have to kind of admire how Baby Soap tried to play that towards the end of that round in a 1v2 situation, trying to at least be like, if I'm going to have a 1v1, I have to hope that they're not just both heaven, and kind of just got a little bit unlucky there and tried to play it as best as possible, ultimately just not able to make it a complete finish. Gagan now hiding out in this dark cover is going to blinding light and peek out. Did in fact buy a Vandal, so I like that kind of aggressive play and trying to make an early pick for the side of Medics, but isn't able to connect quite yet. And it looks like once again Yukio with a push through mid, which seems a little bit spooky considering the lighter gun buys into this round.
Yeah, Yukio's going to have to tread very, very lightly here. And with the recon drone coming up through tiles, that's going to ping him out. There is a lot of presence here. And you can see with a minute left, nothing too major has happened here for Opulence. Now peeking around there, Mean gets the one onto Mile. And it's light work for the pick here. Paranoid comes out from short, and they're going to go for the swing. And they do the deed. And my goodness, the deed is pretty darn good. Back and forth there. Baby Soap and Yukio get a response. And it's Angle getting really, really up close and personal with Gagan. And the question here now back in a 2v2. What are they going to do? And moving towards the A side is a good decision, but the defense is already rotated present and posted up. They're going to have to make this plant happen and get in post-plant position soon. Yeah, that's the problem there. Vaea out of the top has already found some comfort towards heaven, and unfortunately for Angel now, we're just kind of playing it as best we can, trying to make the best of the 2v1. And yeah, I mean, trouble spells itself in very funny ways, as the rotate from Medics getting to that site was the real opportune moment for them, and they pull that around 2 together really well.
Yeah, it was very closely fought, though. Team Opulence Black able to take out quite a bit of damage to the econ from the 3 fallen members of the Medics, and being able to buy up themselves into this round going forward. Mile, the only one who isn't able to buy up full shields as well, but hopefully at least able to buy up a lot of that utility, as that silver utility can be so important and so impactful, especially on a map like Ascent.
Getting a bit pokey there with the paranoia. They're going to go ahead and capitalize on that long push, and talk about capitalization. Full stop as well. Gagan gets the one onto Angel, and they're going to go ahead with that Trailblazer. Looking on through for opportunity, clearing out everything possible, thinking of a funny bit of do-si-do around the smoke, but none of that here. Off that push with the Trailblazer, they do get the orb, and look at the amount of map positioning they've gained, getting full control of A. They're going to leave Omen there to kind of hang out, but Team Opulence now in an unfortunate position in a 4 versus 5, kind of pigeonholed towards this B site with a minute 8 to rotate back and make any kind of noise. There's so much positioning gain. You can see Omen has already found comfort way towards top mid. It's basically do or die here for Opulence on this B take. They're going to have to commit, and with the smokes going out, they're doing just that.
Yeah, smokes are down, dark covers in place, and the dashes onto site. Blinding light is gonna put Yukio in a bad position, and Gagan picking up yet another kill on this map. Brooklyn going ahead and throwing down those swarm grenades before Baby Soap to fall, is able to get one there onto Valletta before falling to that triple kill from Gagan, who's getting medics to 3-0 in this game.
Yeah, and with this initial run, this is kind of giving me some Odd Haven vibes there from the last matchup. They're going to be in such a good place with the finances. I'm waiting for that to come out here in a second. Team Opulence are going to have to make the best of whatever they got. And the unfortunate scenario is it's not like we have a chamber where a tour de force can come out after collecting orbs and whatever else. You're basically stuck with this light buy and trying to scrape through, albeit round 4 eco rounds have been a common theme here on GLG Pit of Valors amongst other events. So anything can happen, and with a couple well-placed shots and a bit of aggression there from Team Opulence, we could see them pulling off guns from the back of medics, which would absolutely send this initial half for a 360 barrel roll.
Ooh, and Mean starting off nicely. Angel going down to that initial shot from that operator, long range, and doing so well. Blinding light is going to do at least some amount of saving off from the side of Team Opulence, but Yukio nicely to follow up and pick up this Vandal as well to help try to get the rest of Team Opulence Black onto this site. And he's pushing through these smokes, in the shot from Mean, followed up by the classic shots out to Mild. Means Brooklyn with 5 HP is the only player remaining and is going to see if we can get any exit frags. It's not going to be the case, as 4 kills for Mean going into this round.
I mean delivering the goods, and with 4 kills and now 4 rounds to the side of medics, we're off to a fantastic start. The question is, Opulence playing, dare I say, and maybe you agree or not, a bit more of a passive attacker role, very default oriented, looking for an opening pick and not really gaining much ground or setting themselves up for a trade. So if something's got to change, maybe an initial change from Opulence towards a more aggressive setup, maybe a 3-2 split, quick pinch onto that, one of the 2 sites. Don't give medics the chance to get that footing and ground and rotate onto you. So adaptation, meanwhile, looks like a bit of a rinse and repeat here. Spike is dropped really far back out, and just a poke session here for Opulence towards this BNA site, respectfully.
Scout destroyed. Hawk out.
So far, a lot of similar things happening in this round as to previous, where you see the same setup for Team Opulence as well as the same kind of holding out and watching towards mid. And at least this dark cover is going to be able to keep the side of Team Opulence Black safe against Mean, with this Mean operator is going to go ahead and reload and put themselves in a little bit safer of a position here, waiting to see if they decide to push through that smoke. But looks like this time they're going to try and see if a B side push is going to be the call, as they slowly are moving back through their spawn.
Progression towards B, and this is going to be an interesting 5 versus 5 situation now. Clock running down, and if you're medics and haven't gained much footing towards A by now, I'd be looking for some sort of aggression towards that long or even short. A quick rotate through tiles, even pop flash coming in. Yukio getting blinded, but nothing too major here. A bit of a cloud burst to protect, but protection ain't going to save you from the ticking time of 33 seconds. Gagan posted up aggressively. Brooklyn for the trade in. Here comes the collapsing onto site. Valletta posted up. The response onto Mile. 1-on-1 back and forth. The chamber for the 1 and the 2, and my goodness me, and a flurry of picks back and forth. Yet again, the medics deny any kind of push opportunity from Team Opulence. It's down to Baby Soap. Posted up, the paranoia and the push there from the chamber, looking really good for the 3-piece combination. They're going to keep pulling these rounds ahead, basically uncontested, Becky.
Yeah, as long as Team Opulence isn't able to get any kind of sure step under their feet, they're going to be stuck kind of on this boomerang situation of being able to buy up 1 round and then stuck not being able to buy up in the next. Yukio does have the Blade Storm already, and we'll see if that is something that she goes for going into this round, or if she simply saves it for the next round for when the rest of the team is going to buy up and try to accrue a little bit more savings as far as credits are concerned. But it looks like with that call out, it is going to be the immediate Blade Storm to just try and pick up a gun off the dead body of a Team Medics member to go their way. Mean watching, it seems like Mean is just always on whatever angle Team Opulence are trying to go on, and at least That owl drone was able to take the brunt of that as Baby Soap gets paranoid there, trying to go through here in Valletta with the Hunter's Fury takes out Brooklyn towards that B site. And now the rest of Team Opulence Black are just waiting to see if they really can commit to this A site, as medics are thinking and slowly kind of rotating on their defensive side and watching should Team Opulence Black decide to rotate.
Time to hunt.
With that Trailblazer and 56 on the clock, this is a fantastic bit of information seeking coming out from the defense. And they ping the one towards top mid, and Guggen bouncing away towards safety now. They're posted up towards A, have not yet really backed away, but this is kind of unfortunate because you can see just how much presence they have towards that middle area. Grass is on complete lockdown. The moment Team Opulence decides to peer their head around the corner, they're going to be met with an entire fiasco. And yeah, choosing not to do just that at the time being, but oh my goodness me, wait for it. They're pinged out. Valletta has full control of this aggressive B, and this is what Medics has been doing so well. They take map control almost effortlessly, sorry, in 20 seconds. They're just trying to make the best of the situation, but cannot even get anywhere near the entrance to this B site.
Oh, and then from the other side as well, just slowly encroaching on the attacking side of spawn, does mean that Team Opulence Black will fall to the onslaught of defensive side attacking that is happening from medics, who continue to have just such a grip on this game. But not to be worried just yet, as Team Opulence Black are able to do a bigger purchase going into this round, and do have that Killjoy lockdown going into this round as well, to hopefully be able to get themselves that much needed pressure to help them get onto site that they've been struggling to do in the last 3 rounds.
This is really good. I mean, you can't ask for too much more here from Medics. They're just super strong, and I'm still waiting for the adaptation from Team Opulence. That timeout maybe would be a chance for them to kind of collaborate, but it's not like they're looking to change their tune. They're playing that high C note, time in and time out, mean, kind of poking, looking for a bit of a wall bang. Doesn't get much of anything, but this is the problem. The moment that Team Opulence shows presence towards B, that Hunter Fury came out, gets a free pick, and then they're completely stuck, and Mile gets the one back and forth, but wait a minute, change of tempo, Brooklyn looking good, and with that collapse, this is pretty much the Opulence energy we wanted to see. Out of market and out of main, they have full site control, and it's just down to a lonesome 1v4 here for Medics to get back on site.
Yeah, Roland, the only player remaining, and is now going to have to get through a lot of utility from the side of Team Opulence Black, as well as 4 members defending this bomb that is down, is still kind of priced into going for it, and at least, though falling here, will have a lot of credits going into the next round to be able to continue to buy up. So while Team Opulence Black are not out of the woods yet, they're certainly at least able to see the light on the horizon here with this first point.
This is critical, and we still have a ample amount of rounds to spare. We don't want to get back to that Haven type of energy where we're left, right up against the wall. And I'm hoping that this is the turning point for Team Opulence. So watching out intently. As a complete aside note, I want to go ahead and remind chat here, guys. Chat's completely forbidden if you are not a high elo player, like minimum silver 2 and above. So straight up, we keep this chat high quality here at GLG. You will get banned and nuked if you do open your mouth and do not post up your rank. Minimum silver 2. I'm only kidding, but on the real, getting aggressive, mean, right out of tiles. That's a one and done. And again, it's trouble for Opulence. No trade is mean is in and out before you can blink your eye twice. Aggression here for Guggen. Angel is responding, but back and forth we go. That's the vibe I want to see from Opulence. That double peak scenario will leave the defense kind of helpless when you're stuck in that situation.
Yeah, I love seeing Team Opulence go for these trades, double peaking as you mentioned, and being able to make sure that if one person is going to go down, there will hopefully at least be a little bit of a trade situation. It is a lot rougher when you have somebody like Mean on this jet with that operator, is able to just do a dash away and get yourself to safety. And this lockdown is going to make it so that they can still hang out towards that top right side of Heaven and still get a little bit of safety in there. So it's going to be still kind of rough as they weren't able to get all of the defensive side completely off of the site. And now Angel trying to see if she can see as many people as possible, does manage to find 3 there, gets Mean's attention, and then Baby Soap to finish it off from downtown, hanging out towards that Heaven side, and the bomb plant to get them that extra 300 credits.
I mean, watch the replay here. This situation was looking, you know, reasonably okay until Angel somehow smelled the roses and came out with a nice transition, gets the three-piece combination, and like you said, that spike plant will go a long way. Ain't nobody complaining for a free $300. So getting back into it now, a 4-round deficit in front of us, and Team Opulence have definitely started to show some true colors. They've also got 2 fantastic ults to boot. That Hunter's Fury and the Seekers can give you so much comfort and good vibes on the attacker side, and can very well open up one of these 2 sites or even work in your post-plant favor. But posted up, Opulence here, going to go ahead and steer their noses back to the usual place. That initial mid push they had onto B gave me a really good feeling, and that's the kind of pinch we want to see them do. If it's not on B, on that A side, getting aggressive and overwhelming the defense, not letting them rotate. So Guggen posted up, playing the aggressive short push, and you got to appreciate the fact that Medics is always there as a duo. You can see the Jet is right beside. Meanwhile, the Tour de Force rolling for the 1 and the 2, and in a cascading series of picks, Roland posted up in wine gets away with murder, and back to safety they go. Opulence down to just a mere 2 members here, Becky.
I feel like that's one of the most common Omen plays that you get to see on Ascent. That really quick, like, dark cover into teleport into wine and then just hang out and wait for people to push out. And it's one of those places where Team Opulence Black, I like the rounds that they've been able to play aggressive and get away with it. And I wish I was seeing more of it, because you wouldn't get caught by something like that if you were just being a little bit more aggressive. But it is also so hard when somebody like Kutsu has that tour de force and is sitting ready, and all of a sudden Yukio, the lone agent remaining, and ooh, nicely able to pick up that kill onto Kutsu, is blind and ran into the wall there, unfortunately. So Gagan is able to finish that one off, and it looks like Medics will advance to 7 to Team Opulence Blacks 2.
I gotta go ahead and give a shout out to all the skies that know how to play with guiding lights. Like, straight up, it can be almost low-key as frustrating as dealing with breach flashes, but when you have those, you know, little sneaky pop flashes that come around the corner before you can even comprehend anything and you're full blind, it's troubling to adapt. So from a, you know, overall playstyle perspective, I think that's what Sky really is all about. You know, those long, deep reconnaissance type guiding lights, all right, cool, but those pop flashes and making plays happen is what is really differentiating Medics, not just on that Sky front, but as a whole team. So posted up here, Vita is just a mere 1 point away from that ultimate of Hunter's Fury. Goes for the reconnaissance start towards that B main, finds a whole lot of nada, but meanwhile, the attacker Aldrone going out towards market. They do get the trademark out of the way, and this is that B collapse that we want to see. 3-2 split. Here we go with the paranoia. Off to the races with the Seekers.
Ooh, and a nice little teleport to cover a lot of ground as well. Is starting to get ready to peek around that. The pop flash as well. Roland is the one remaining back of sight, and oh, Yukio able to finish that one off while Roland's a little bit distracted by the Omen doppelganger there, and then Mean staring down the barrel of that gun, has no idea that Miles just hanging out there, finishing off those last 2. That's the kind of pace that I want to see Team Opulence Black continue to bring, because it just ends up working out so much better for them when they're able to just get onto a site and they don't get caught up in all the utility that Medics are just doing such a great job of using.
I mean, this is exactly what Team Opulence has been capitalizing on. Like I said, that spark that we saw in that collapse towards market and B main was the most unified Team Opulence that I've seen this matchup. Seeing it come out again now to pick up the 3rd round gives me a hope of glimmer that hopefully the adaptation comes out for the last 2 rounds to take it to the finish line. They have the utility, they have the ultimates and the composition that works. It's just reliance on each other. There's no reason to be playing hesitant when you can make magic like that happen. So posted up, playing a slow and steady default. Guggen getting a bit aggressive towards mid. Pop flashes at grass, and at that moment, if you're Opulence, you're grateful you're not there to get blinded. Falling away, Mile does have that Hunter's Fury in trouble. That's Vietta's 2nd Hunter's Fury this matchup through B main, and I think Brooklyn was actually the victim 2 times in a row. So that opening pick with a minute 11 is what Medics thrives on.
Yeah, working out very well for them on that side, but the rest of Team Opulence Black are hanging out towards this A site, and now the Hunter's Fury from Team Opulence Black coming out too to try and get a little bit of action as well. But Mean, the first one to hit it. Yukio getting 2 nicely there onto Gagan and Roland to at least even this up into a 3v3 situation. Mean not quite able to shoot through that door to take out that Sova, and Mile is going to be able to get onto the site and get this plant down.
Mean absolutely fearless going aggressive with that operator. Doesn't get the connection, but it just gives you a glimmer of hope into what Medics is all about. Meanwhile, that pick coming out from the side of Medics now in a 3 versus 2 scenario. Mean, that redemption peak onto Mile by Button. Baby Soap gets the response with Vandal. That's a clean frag, and now in a 1 versus 2 and an op is going to be an interesting scenario to have to dance around site, and Generator has a multitude of angles to clear out, and it's unfortunate because you can't look 2 ways at once. Yukio, the A demon, locking it down initially and also also with that final member. So taking it off to a 7-4. Becky, Team Opulence coming back at the most opportune moment, posting up for the potential 7-5. And the troubling situation here is for Medics. They are really, really done in terms of finances. Whatever, dollar bills they got to scrape together, it's got to come out now. This is the final round of the half.
And it looks like those scraped together dollar bills are buying 2 judges, maybe? No, Roland is switching off of at least one of those judges. Mean will continue to hold on to one of them, and it looks like some Spectres are going to be the buys. If Team Opulence Black can bring this to a 7-5, that is going to just be such a great start considering how they started out on this map. Was looking extremely rough, and at one point, a 7-1. So certainly would be happy to see them get to a 7-5 half. Gagan now being aggressive at a different point in the map, has typically been playing towards that mid area towards Catwalk, and instead this time through B Garage as Mile gets a nice shot through a smoke and takes out yet another member there onto Gagan. Was sleeping at the start of this match, but now she is on.
Getting aggressive. Angel with the 1 and the 2, and low-key, Becky, if I close my eyes and just listen to your commentary, when that ooh comes out, I know something spicy has happened, and you can see Opulence have definitely cranked up the heat level to maximum. On track for a 7-5 here. Posting up, a lot of members to spare, and you can see Mile has no fear, just running out for the frag, gonna hunt it out, and that's it. 7-5 rounds off the initial half here for us. Really, really good comeback for Opulence.
A great comeback, and certainly one that was looking to be a little bit rough at the start of that, but nicely turning it around there, getting 5 out of 6 of those final rounds toward the end to bring themselves to 7-5. And now being on this defensive side, the difference between these teams being that Chamber and that Killjoy, I would certainly like to see Killjoy being on this defensive side. And if you're also a Killjoy player, you got to make sure that you've got headphones that keep you aware as to when you should be activating those swarm grenades. So pick yourself up an MSI gaming headset. Check out this QR code if you want more information. We'll be plugging this every single time we've got a little bit of a break, so fear not.
Indeed, if you missed the opportunity to take a snip of that QR, don't look too much farther from your screen because we are well underway in the second half. Brooklyn gets the 1 onto Guggen, and now it's an unfortunate scenario. Medics are just hemorrhaging hit points now. You can see a very low HP and a Chamber Omen as well. Sorry, a low HP Chamber and Omen. The saving grace here is going to be Valletta, and yeah, indeed, the saving grace delivers with a nice clean ghost headshot to the dome of Baby Soap. 3v3. There is light at the end of the tunnel here for the side of Medics, but going to be a little bit far to reach. They might need some safety supplies to get them back and to stop the bleeding. With the spike planted, though, posted up in sight. It's almost telegraphed. Opulence going for the high flash. Coming on the back end. Roland, Roland, please. Thank you so much for connecting that. Angel gets the 1 onto Valletta. Jumping up high. That's a choice. Roland choosing to put on his bat wings. And wait a minute. A do-si-do, and around we go. Into the back of sight. Yukio. Oh my goodness, 3 bullets reloading, and that is so good, Yukio! Amazing work! And with that, there should be enough time by the skin of the teeth.
Oh no? Will there?
It's happening.
Yes, there is. Okay.
Breathe, it's okay.
Okay, the reason that I get it doesn't matter what team it is. I get as intense for any team that is that close to defusing, because every single time the bomb starts to tick that much, I'm remembering every single game where I've been the person where is the 4 button on my keyboard? I have to defuse this bomb now. And we've all been there. We all know how that feels oh, is there enough time? I don't really know. And so that's why it ends up getting so intense. But Team Opulence Black able to get that intense first win, are going to be able to buy up into this round. And Angel actually going for a Bucky pickup here.
Let's see now with this just 1 round deficit. You must be feeling pretty good if you're Opulence. It just makes you feel a little bit more energetic and alive. Meanwhile, Mean feeling just as energized, gets a quick 1 onto Angel. But look at the difference in the playstyle. Team Opulence have a response, and it doesn't take them 20 seconds to deliver. Massive paranoia from Roland. That is a direct connection. My goodness, that could have been lined up any better. Opportunistic moment here for the side of Medics, but Mile with the shock dart lineup, and gonna go ahead for the spray down. Roland gonna go ahead and do a little bit of left and right salsa dance, and is able to get the 1. Now in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Let's see what Opulence got in their tank. Gonna go ahead and do the damage indeed, and it's Yukio to come around the bend. So a little bit of sacrificial behavior to get onto that site, but Opulence make that happen. And my goodness me, 7-7, Becky. Look at the change in the energy from Team Opulence. It's just a complete different team as we segued from the latter end of that first half and now into these initial couple rounds here.
Yeah, initially when we were starting off this map, we were down like 0-5, and you mentioned that Team Opulence Black were playing a very slow attacking side, and they started to say, oh, maybe that isn't working, started to turn it around, got themselves 5 points on the attacking side, and now have a strong start onto this one. Granted, the gun buys based on 4 members falling in the previous round is going to mean that they are a lot lower on buys and going to be stuck on mostly sheriffs going into this one. But all things considered, ending us up in a 7-7 in this game has got to be such a better situation than Team Opulence Black were thinking they might be in based on how this game initially started off.
I mean, talk about starting it off and that initial pick there from Baby Soap. Look at the close proximity joust. Look at the confidence from Baby Soap coming around. Gagan does get the 1, rolling for the 1 and the 2. So very quickly, Medics not backing away from the fight. I love the play style, though, getting aggressive onto that A. No time wasted, no hesitation. And the question is here on the retake in a 2 versus 2 now. What is the equation for Opulence? They're going to be looking for an opening pick onto Gagan. No, that Phantom is strong. Yukio, though, going to go for the shot and the follow-up. Roland playing that, I don't want to say off angle, but that aggressive post-up, not backing away from the battle, knowing he had the crosshair placement on point. And, of course, process of elimination meant there's only so many places the enemy can come from. With that situation now, Medics bring us back to that 8th round, and this is where we start to go with a bit of a back and forth type of fiasco. I'm looking forward to seeing what does Opulence do and how do they adapt to the aggressive playstyle of Medics, because it seems like on both fronts for these teams tonight, when Opulence occupied that attacker side, going aggressive was the solution. And so far with what Medics have shown, it's much of the same rhyme and reason. So patience here as we get deeper and deeper into the second half.
Yeah, interestingly enough, being able to buy up completely into that round, but again, 4 people dying on the previous round does mean that 2 members of Medics have Spectres going into this round. Spectre, not the worst gun. You can do a little bit of movement and still finesse a little bit, but oh, that is why you love having that Killjoy on that B site and why you need that MSI headset. You got to make sure that you know when to go for those activations. Able to pick up a nice kill off of just that utility there, but Roland holding it down nicely for the side of Medics with 3 kills upon getting onto this side. Now Kutsu trying to peek around these cloud bursts very nicely as Yukio, the only member of Team Opulence Black remaining, trying to figure out where exactly to come onto this site, dodging some of these shock darts and trying to peek around this corner. Ooh, it's going to be hit down to 21 HP and going down to that tour de force finally in the end. 9-7 now as Medics are slowly increasing their lead once more.
I mean, you got to go ahead and give a shout out to Medics there. I mean, straight up, not only the Sova, but the whole team here has definitely got their geometry class on lock and have attended, you know, sufficiently enough to know how to play the lineups. And I'm going to go ahead and say, in terms of the play style from Opulence, you said it yourself, Brooklyn on that post up with those nanoswarms towards sidewalk was, you know, perfect. It's that one time where you just kind of say, I really wish I had my utility set up, and it paid off in that case. Unfortunately, though, the round didn't come to be, but, you know, sticking true to the tried and tested recipe from Opulence, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Mean going aggressive. My goodness me. Oh my God. Wow. Hello, good morning. And not even like a friendly good morning, just a slap in the face as Medics just not backing away from the joust. And now look at the entire situation. It's down to a mere 4 versus 1, and that's a complete change of play style from Medics. They went, you know, I didn't think you can go more aggressive than that, but I was proven wrong. Angel gets the 1, but my goodness me, with just a 3v1 scenario and the spike planted, it's going to be a mega uphill battle.
A mega uphill battle indeed, especially when you start to get shot from the back and then peeked around from the front by Bayeda to finish that one off. And Medics are the first to reach double digits. This is such an unfortunate situation. Medics know they can be this aggressive here. Baby Soap doesn't have anything more than a classic, so is just stuck in a situation where with any other gun that would have been an immediate headshot onto Gagan with that with the Seekers out, and would have just been such a different round. But I love seeing a team that understands the difference in gun buys in a round and are able to just capitalize onto it and play so aggressively. But we do see a ton of ultimates ready this round for Team Opulence Black, so hopefully that's something they'll be able to use to their advantage should Mean not get a mean shot out through mid. And Valletta once again an absolute menace with those Hunter's Furies, but you know, so is Mile here.
I mean, Mean just straight up put, you know, the size 17 boot on mouse 1 and said, full swing, I'm going to go for it. Comes around short and connects on that headshot. And now with the plant going down and door closing, 2v2, Medics choosing to play the aggressive post up and not backing away from sight just yet. Tree room not looking to be conquered. Yukio patiently waiting for Brooklyn to find some footing, and that footing comes in the form of a fantastic lockdown. So the recon dart goes, and Everyone's going to be going off to the somewhat of a comfortable place, but Mean, my goodness me, gets the aggressive push onto Brooklyn, and the lockdown is gone now. Yukio, the clutch master, in a 1v1. Yes, the connection. Talk about patience, cool, calm, and collected. Opulence bring that 8th round. You know, we're good, Becky. Don't scare me like that. We're good. This time it's not half a second. We should end up with a lot more here. So yeah, let's make sure. Becky, a whole 8 seconds and you were panicking. Come on.
I panic every single time, regardless of anything. I feel the panic, but that dog is also there to make me feel better. Thank you for that spray, Yukio. Okay, yeah, beautiful. Love getting to see this. Nice. One quick wall, kind of blind too. Beautifully done. That one drops the spike. Lovely. And Yukio also finishing that one off very nicely. This time, Team Opulence have that Hunter's Fury as well as the Seekers that they've had for a few rounds in their back pockets should they need it. And if Medics end up needing it for a future round, should they end up with a little bit of a rough situation as far as credits are concerned, do have this Blade Storm as well for Mean.
The Aerodrome going in towards Main here. Mean gonna go ahead and follow that up, going right towards the button with the standard Cloud Burst dash on through. Doors closing, and this is gonna be a tricky situation to rotate for Opulence. Meanwhile, Omen choosing to teleport right back to his site here to offer some support and comfort. Posted up, Baby Soap gets the one, catches the side of Mean, and now pinned to the back of site here. This is gonna be tricky. The Shock Dart comes in, pigeonholing him to the unfortunate corner, but Baby Soap lines that up. Very nice indeed. Coming around for the swing. Paranoia full blind, but it doesn't last long enough. It doesn't matter. Roland doesn't need a blind. Comes around the back end, connecting at Guggen as well, and it's just light work here for Medics once they start that collapse onto site.
It's okay. So Omen is probably my most played agent and probably my favorite one, and I always think that I'm like a pretty okay Omen player, at least for the elo that I'm in. And then I watch other people play Omen. I watch other people like do these fancy teleports, get these like spot on paranoias. And I'm like, I have so much more to learn. And it's one of the beauties of being able to watch, even on a Wednesday, a high level play Valorant tournament.
Really good and really clean. And talk about clean is this beautiful MSI headset on your screen here, guys. Go ahead and take this time to whip out that phone. You got a whopping 30 seconds this time. So while you listen to our beautiful voices, take a photo. It'll direct you to the right place to enter the giveaway, guys. There is tons of opportunities here. Like we said, MSI sponsoring this event. We have so many weeks of giving. And not only that in the form of giveaways, but our teams and competitors are going to be walking away with tons of goodies after this initial series is done, and hopefully it's the beginning of much more to come. So talking about the current situation ahead of us here, Becky, in an 11-8 fashion, we're teetering onto the point of closure, but it looks like Team Opulence do have that spark and fire. It's just not 100% lit, I'd say. It's there needs to be some sort of change and adaptation, kind of that Medics vibe of maybe getting a bit more aggressive, and taking away map control might be a good place to start.
Yeah, and I mean, even so, since we've seen Medics get some of these rounds back into their favor, they have also just had such a prowess. They've been playing kind of in a very different way from what we were seeing Team Opulence Black do on the attacking side. They've almost pushed completely as 5 or as 4 every single round, and Mean has just been absolutely menacing, just getting into these extremely deep areas so fast and so early on, and is able to create so much space on these sites. And now Mile, stuck in the back of Boathouse here, is going to do a nice little peek out and right click to take down Mean. At least that's a nice early pickup. Is going to go down to Valletta, but at least on a safe round, being able to pick off that top frag as early as that is quite nice. The nice jumpling right clicks from Angel to take out Gagan as well. Roland able to take out Baby Soap, but thankfully from behind comes Brooklyn. And all things considered, this all classic round for Team Opulence Black is coming up quite nicely, as most of them have been able to pick up guns, and Brooklyn takes out Valletta. A nice peek around to follow up with that Trailblazer from Yukio does mean that Brooklyn is going to get this defuse, and Team Opulence Black are going to get another point, and a thrifty round at that.
Oh my God, I am low-key holding my breath here for Team Opulence. It feels like just when things start teetering towards Medics, there's always a fight and a battle to come back to the forefront of discussion. To talk about some of the key highlights there, looking at Yukio and Baby Soap, that previous round as well, that rotation from the Omen to the back end of site, Yukio's contribution week in and week out, and of course Mile as well. It's just been a very well-rounded battle from Opulence. They're looking really good, and if you appreciate the factor now that Medics is in a position where they've bought down to the bare bones in terms of money, so they're contributing everything they got and this could very well take us to that critical 11-11. But of course, eco round's a whole different conversation, Becky. Leaning heavily on that operator, that's a big investment with the Owl drone going towards this B. And actually an entire party here as well. It's looking like Medics is eyeing for this, and Mean again just fearlessly dashing on through. I love when this happens.
It's beautifully done and hides behind that cloudburst to not get blinded there as well. Gagan through mid, able to pick off Yukio, which has got to be huge for the side of Team Opulence Black. Mile not able to get that initial through the wall Odin play that you always have to be hoping for as a Silva, and unfortunately does go down at the back of Boathouse. Dark cover is going to allow for Baby Soap to move onto site, mostly unnoticed, while Brooklyn is also now moving into a position for them both to push onto this site. Alarm bot towards garage, but is not going to quite find anyone as Paranoia does go out, and that means that Brooklyn is peeking around at the same time as Baby Soap, and absolutely insane from the two of them in a 2v4 situation. Beautifully done from Team Opulence Black.
Yeah, let's get the replay of that entire fiasco. And, you know, after that, just touching on a very critical point. I was preparing in my mind the, you know, what do you do to calm Medics down conversation? But I think I need to change my tone and say, what do you do to calm Team Opulence down conversation? Baby Soap here with that Paranoia. And just look at the decisive push coming in. Brooklyn fearlessly coming on the back end and pulling so much attention off left and right. The attack is completely caught off guard. And that is the ultimate retake, I think, that we've seen, a highlight of this evening. And I was going to say, where's the adaptation to keep, you know, Medic a little bit more calm? Time in, time out, Mina's dashing right towards that button. I'm kind of shocked that we're not seeing KJ, you know, drop utility by the button to do some damage early on. But, you know, I'm going to go ahead and eat my words. Whatever ended up happening worked out fantastically with Opulence. And now with just a 1-round deficit and 4 ultimates, Becky, we're getting really down to the wire here.
We're getting down and almost able to pick up that kill. Brooklyn actually with an operator in this round. Second shot does actually connect onto Gagan there. Mean tries to follow up to get vengeance for Gagan, but Yukio hanging out right behind Brooklyn to make sure that as many members of Medics can fall as possible. Now this will be a few birds coming out, and one nice headshot there onto Yukio, but thankfully Angel there to follow it up and bring us to an even 11-11. Make a wish in chat. Who do you think is taking this one home?
I mean, chat, let's see it. I'm hoping it comes through. Vote for your favorite teams, root for them, and keep this chat vibing, because I can tell you right now, I'm vibing and loving it. 11-11, like you said, Becky. Opulence still have a ton to offer here, not only in the form of weaponry, finances, and ultimates to boot. So, at this point, let's just ride the waves here, whip out that good old surfboard and see how far deep we can get into this dark, dark ocean of this match on Ascent. I'm low-key excited. I'm not going to lie here, but you can see just how quickly Medics have changed their attention towards this A site. And look at the adaptation for a second here. KJ has shifted full attention to A. They might not expect this, but look at the dash up to Generator as well. Mean has footing, and that, of course, dark cover is going to ensure no one's coming out of heaven without some sort of contest. And my goodness me, Yukio gets the one despite that back and forth as they pull Roland off the map.
Wow, that was a very nice double dash up into an area to be able to catch from a nice high ground there. Gagan, though, going for a nice long direction, is going to get traded out by Mile there, as Mean also continuing this aggression, double peeking now out into heaven to make sure that neither of them are going to be stuck in a rough situation against Mean here. 3v3 even scoreline for both of these teams. The bomb is in a place where they all can see it. The first drop down from Angel there is going to be able to find Mean, and Kutsu is watching from this long area. Both of the members of Medics there. Yukio is able to pick up 1, pick up 2. The 3K, that bomb is ticking, and is gonna not be able to be defused this time, but does at least get 1 member of Team Opulence Black out. But the team that is moving on to match point first is Medics. Wow.
Goodness gracious. Becky, you had the right to get antsy that time, because that one was right down to the wire. The moment that spike started to fast tick, I'm like, oh no, we didn't give ourselves enough time. And Team Opulence kind of got pigeonholed to getting aggressive with, like we said, not a lot of time in their favor. But I do appreciate the fact that coming out of heaven, they made light work of Mean there, you know, clean that first pick up really well. But opposing that, Medics choosing to play just a 1 in sight and doubling up towards long A was just really, really smart play all across the board, and left them in a position where they could clutch it up. They had so much utility. They had the recon dart, and now in a situation for Mile, there is an entire party coming out of B main, but Mile is welcoming it with open arms, gives them a nice hug in the form of an Odin. With more to come, just
with
straight up.
through the smoke, beautiful.
Send it. Mile, reload and send it to the moon. Vieta has found comfort towards market, but wait a minute, the cover is gone. Dancing with Angel. You don't dance with Angel. The Angel will absolutely take you down. And now 4 versus 2. Team Opulence here, Becky, not backing away whatsoever.
Not backing away and waiting for all 4 members to get ready for this retake situation. They know that they have the numbers advantage, but we've seen the numbers advantage go both ways on different occasions. Both of the Omen players are going to do a little bit of a smooch there, but Angel's going to be able to take out Kutsu, and knowing where Roland is hiding, Roland will be able to pick up 3, but Yukio once again will finish it off, and it looks like we are going right into overtime.
Like, look at the unison from Team Opulence on that swing coming out of sidewalk. I mean, they knew they're basically lined up, but chance of spray transferring onto 3 people coming around such a close proximity. I mean, yeah, okay, but it just tells me the vibe and the energy from Opulence coming back now. Look at that scoreboard. That initial flurry of 6 is a very, very tough, mental roadblock to overcome. But to say that they've now come back and, it's majority red on the second half, Team Opulence right back to the attacker side in this first overtime. This is basically a level playing field, as good as it gets. Consider it 0-0 on an initial gun round. Let's see what these guys got. They did have a bit of a struggle on the scoreboard shows when they were defending here, but again, I'm looking forward to seeing how they adapt and move on through.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see if they learned anything. They were able to pick it up towards the second half of that attacking side that they had. So hopefully they'll be able to bring that energy instead of that first half if you're Team Opulence, a black fan. But Mean, doing what Mean does best and is watching out towards this mid area, was able to get a lot of success during the defensive first half. So is going to go ahead and try this out once again. Not quite able to spot anyone out just yet. Is kind of going between the 2 of them, but is going to get a little bit of information based off of that owl drone being picked off. But the spike is looking to hang around A, and it looks like that is where Mean is thinking about moving, but not enough information to quite get them to decide which direction yet.
You can low-key cut the tension with a knife here, Becky. I feel it. They're just quiet, poking around and looking for an initial opening, waiting to see, are medics going to stick their nose out in a place where we can capitalize? And so far you can see Gagan kind of dancing a little bit with Mile there at tiles and going for the long reconnaissance guiding light, which is good usage of the utility. It does get the 1 and some gunshots as well. So they know very well that some members towards A, they're semi not aware of what's happening at short, and they're about to get completely swamped here. Posted up here with the paranoia. Let's see, off we go to the races. 30 seconds on this clock.
Yeah, both paranoias from each of these Omens are out. Rolling in potentially a sticky situation, tries to find Angel, does in fact make that happen, and Mean picking up 3 as they try to come onto site. A near flawless round, just Roland falling there. Medics are the first to get a point in this overtime.
Ooh, I gotta take a breath here, take a sip of my tea and make sure I'm good, because I don't know about these 2 teams, but I'm feeling the pressure now. Medics are at that closeout opportunity, Becky. But if anything has told you right, Team Opulence has done a marvelous job having been on this defensive side. So posting up, right back to the drawing board. Let's see what they bring to the table. And why am I not surprised that Medics is already posting up for this tactical B take with that jet dash towards the button? I feel it. It's going to happen in here with the Trailblazer to initially start us off, and a lonesome Sova just locking down this B site. It's free for the taking. The question is, how does Opulence adapt?
Yeah, this is scary because it has such a potential to end up going poorly, especially for that lone Sova out towards Boathouse. But Angel actually the one from Market able to pick one up. Baby Soap, while getting Kutsu, does not manage to pick up the Mean that was blinded. The person in fact able to pick off Mean is going to be Mile. Brooklyn, the only one remaining. A 1v1 situation here. Is Roland going to be able to bring it home for Team Medics, or will Brooklyn be able to get us into this final further game? I feel like I can't talk very loud right now, or something is gonna just explode. I don't know.
Don't jinx it. Silence here, as I feel just as intently. Oh my god, Brooklyn just fearlessly standing behind that, spots him, and yes, patience is a virtue. Roland having to kind of dance around, and my goodness me, 13-13. Becky, I think our quiet talking is what brought that over to this next overtime, guys. Brace yourselves. Hope you guys have a snack and a beverage at hand, because we're going deeper and deeper into this match number 2. 13-13, called the Great Reset, but back and forth we go. I feel like I'm, oh my god, for map number 2 to go off in this type of showing so far, it just makes me feel so good knowing that this is an MSI sponsored event and we're keeping it so energetic. And I got to go ahead and comment on one critical thing. Chat's looking so good today. So to our beautiful viewers here that are watching and keeping it honest, we really appreciate you guys. But off to the races again, Becky. This is that second overtime beginning.
And off we are. Chat is looking beautiful. You're very right, Strive. Just like Mina is with that nice little cut out recon dart is going to be a little made known, but is nonetheless very safe. Paranoia going to come out and try to catch off Yukio as Roland moves quite aggressively, and it's actually going to be Kutsu the first one to do a little bit of a peek out, and now both of them are kind of trying to move into a nice situation there. Roland's going to be the one to grab that kill onto Yukio as that mid control is secured. A little bit of pings there from the side of medics, or from the side of Team Opulence, letting the rest of the team know that there are two hanging out towards that mid side, and now this regroup from Team Opulence towards this B side is going to just grab that ultimate orb 2 points away from the lockdown. If Brooklyn was able to get 2 kills, would be nice to be able to use that lockdown as a post-plant, little bit of a buffer, but not quite going to be the case. Can't get that recon dart and does fall to Kutsu there. Angel and Baby Soap, though, able to pick off 2, and we're now in a nice even 3v3 situation as Angel tops off the HP bar of Mile there, only for Mile to fall.
Oh, this is tricky now, Becky. Oh my god. They're pinned to the back of side. The Dynamite comes in. The collapse here from Medics and go dash right on through. Angel posted up, but there's no response from Baby Soap. Unfortunately, being stuck in a very bad corner now. Getting creeped on. Does hear the drop down below. And the swing. Gets the one, but Roland is there for the trade. And very quickly, Medics do what they have done best here this evening. They pull ahead that defensive side. But alas, Opulence now have a chance to go back to that comfortable defense for themselves and hopefully fend off that defeat and take us to that third overtime. Cross your fingers and toes, and off we go here into that second showing.
It's so scary every single time too, because even though we're seeing like the back and forth as far as the score line is concerned is just as real, with how every single round feels like it ends up being a 2v2 into a 1v2 into a 1v1, and then there's only one player remaining that goes for this defuse almost every time, it feels like, in these overtime matches. And it's just so tense, and it's like, it feels like it can be cut with a knife, but everyone's bringing guns to this knife fight, and we're just seeing who's going to come out on top.
So far, it looks like this Dogate running into B is very much leading the charge again. And I swear, if I had $1 for every time Mean dash into button, I'd be a billionaire by now. But meanwhile, getting aggressive right on through this B site, the Nanoswarm doesn't get much of anything. Brooklyn did adapt and set it up, but wasn't necessarily in the right vicinity to connect on the damage. Meanwhile, everyone's already rotated off, so very quickly, as Spike goes down, 5 members of the defense are posted up for the retake. Here they go, coming out, a huge pigeonholing towards back of site. These guys are about to get swamped off. How does Opulence play this out?
Yeah, this is actually an interesting adaptation from them on this defensive side as well. They didn't even have Mile hold it on the Sova. They just kind of let it be completely free, kind of hoped for some of the damage from those swarm grenades to be able to get quite a bit. And through the boxes, all of a sudden, Baby Soap and Brooklyn just mow everyone down. And we're going to yet another round of overtime. Something about the retakes on this B site are just so on point for Team Opulence.
I was going to comment and say one thing. Low-key, I feel like these guys are playing retake simulator. Like, Team Opulence may not be the most strongest on the attack side of, being the ones to charge on through, but I think they've certainly not only A, deciphered the recipe of how to fend off medics as they, they go ahead and push on through, but B, they do a really darn good job of it. Like, imagine the pressure. It's 5 people stuck inside, and you 5 as defense, when they were kind of fending off and waiting a little bit, I'm like, okay, I sense uncertainty. Like, what are they necessarily waiting for? They're running that timer down, but a bit of a guiding light, a bit of a spam, and then the collapse came on through, and it's just a cascading effect for Team Opulence. So back to that overtime again, 14-14, and I'm just hoping we see that tempo change. One of these two teams need to do something different in terms of capitalizing on the rounds they haven't been successful on.
Yeah, I feel like we just need to see Team Opulence kind of play an initial push onto a site the same way they play this retake, and it looks like we might be seeing something close to it now. That Paranoia does come out, the cloudburst, the dark covers, but it's just not quite going their way. Mile and Angel are trying to hold it down and at least make it an even match, but the defense is still moving quickly to come back on to this site. Angel almost gets some shots onto Roland, but is not able to complete it as Roland with the 3K finishes that off, and just for style points from the shadows to the other side of the map.
Ooh, take a breath, recollect yourself, and one more time to, no surprise. It's like we've written this script low-key, and medics, like, we take defense, Opulence goes back, they take defense, and we just kind of rinse and repeat this conversation. So we could very well get that 4th OT here, and if, like we said, if the tried and tested methodology of this matchup is going to speak, we're going to assume this is going to be an opulence round. I don't mean to be that guy, but I'm just going to keep it honest. And from there back and forth, I'm still waiting for that differentiation. Something's got to happen, and someone's got to tip away. And my goodness, Yukio, this is a choice. Oh my God, my heart sank. I'm like, wait a minute, please don't go through the one way, and let alone dash over that wall. So falling away back to safety, post it up, and we're good, everyone. I hope you you didn't lose your marbles like I did. Minute 23, all is good in the hood.
My marbles are lost too, but I mean, it looks like medics are as well. They're completely backing off after that, just even the sound of that jet dash. They're at least trying to go for a complete different situation. And so maybe, despite it being an interesting play, is working out well for Team Opulence and Yukio here. Looks like we're gonna have to see a little bit of a rotation back. Is Mean, though, getting Yukio from behind, following it up with that kill onto Baby Soap. A great start here for the attacking side of Medics, who have also completely changed it up. Instead of going towards that B default that Killjoy has all of that utility set towards, are going for this A site, and we'll see if Team Opulence can hold out for this as well. We do see Gagan with little HP is also lurking from behind here.
The lurk is real, along with the push here. Gagan with the one onto Mile, and now it's down to Brooklyn and a Dream 2 versus 5 scenario. Heaven is locked down. Gagan with the close proximity. Joust is okay considering low HP and is going to offer the intel they need. Guiding Light comes out. Mean gets the one. 3-piece. Angel not backing away from the battle, but in the end of it, Becky back and forth we go here. Pit of Valor number 83, match number 2, sponsored by MSI. Medics take it all the way to the end, and man, after an entire fiasco, we finish it off 16-14.
Wow, what a game. And just in round 2 of our Pit of Valor, absolutely insane and beautifully played from both sides. Any way you slice it, giving us a strong start to the night. I really can't wait to see what the rest of the teams are going to bring and how this is going to end up shaking up, because, I mean, we said at the start, our teams better have come to play. We're giving away an MSI GM41 gaming mouse to the MVP of the night, and our players said, I'm looking for that to be me, and they have not come to disappoint.
No, and in terms of not coming to disappoint, it's MSI who have brought this entire 5 weeks of giving and this event to you guys. I want to go ahead and take this time, and before we break down the gameplay of this prior matchup, go ahead and really quickly, congratulations to Nicole for taking off that first headset of the giveaway. An amazing job, bravo. Yes, yes, a round of applause. And for those that are interested in getting a chance for the next giveaway, exclamation mark giveaway in chat. It's as simple as that. Enter. It's a Gleam.io, and I promise you, it's not cumbersome. And if anything, it makes it so much easier for you to stay in tune with what we bring to you on a weekly basis. And one of the critical things that Becky talked about as well is that Country Club membership that we are also giving away I believe it's a 1 year, a year-long membership. So for those that don't know, the Country Club gets you priority access and seating into our events. As we do fill up quickly, you can basically consider yourself a guaranteed spot if you choose to participate. And the winner of this event or this particular giveaway is Tover from Hyperspace Dark. So a big congratulations to them. Yes, 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 round of applause. A year-long membership goes off to that gang, and they're guaranteed entry. And for those that do want to get your own membership, $10 a month is all it takes, and one member of your team needs it, and you guys as an entire squad are covered. But Becky, after that fiasco, let's talk about the matchup. Thoughts and opinions here. What swayed? And I think low-key, it just came down to Medics waking up on the side that they kind of just lacked that energy on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they were definitely playing default on attacking side and just constantly like going towards that B. And I get that it's hard to like change it up when you have something that you think works for you, but it took them a few times in lost overtimes to eventually realize, oh, maybe this isn't working for us. And I think especially when on the previous overtime before the one that they were able to win, they saw that the Killjoy had a lot of that stuff set up towards that button, as you were mentioning. That's where Mean would dash to every time, set up that cloudburst and get a lot of control that way. The moment that they saw that was an adaptation that Team Opulence Black were making, they said, okay, we're kind of switching it up completely. Let's just go towards the A side of the map, and let's just see if we can like leave Killjoy utility high and dry. And they were able to do that, and it is something that gave them a big leg up going onto that A site, and ultimately I think was a big conversion and heads up play that got them this win.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if we had more overtime rounds to spare and the chance for adaptation, we would have seen that come out from Opulence. Like you saw midway through that match, they kind of shifted that KJ utility, took it off that B site, dumped it on A, and it worked, right? It's a change up, and you know, like I said, more rounds would have been a complete different equation. But to talk about this match, I mean, holy cow, triple overtime on map number 2 means map number 3 is just that much closer. I'm sure the two teams are yearning and ready to go. We're going to send everybody off to a very quick break, take this time to refresh, come back for more. There is 4 more matches to go for tonight, and we're only sitting at 7:45 Eastern. So make yourself comfortable. Off to a quick break, and back to you guys, Becky and I, map number 3 in a moment.
I'm nowhere Kate Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the team came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is huge. Just have to
Of Hurricane Valor makes it happen. There's so little time left. I don't know if we're gonna replay that, but I mean there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is going to be huge. CCK waiting around the corner. Short trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7. Match.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one hot shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MSI. My friend. Stop it. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Things to be here. Both of these shoulders can play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating. The Faker right now is a dance. It's ring on the Rosie, and Nike's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Who betrayed taking the victory. And victory lap.
Hold him still, the third one. Oh no, Moeda would run away as well. It's 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is huge. Waiting around the corner. Short trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7. Match.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one hot shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of NMG. My plan is.
Walking crosshair and as aim practice at this point. Second, no, pitching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the 1, Bladestorm, Juicy. Pandez for the 1, dismiss. Oh! Greedy repeat there.
Stop it. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Ladies and gentlemen, gents and johns of all shapes, sizes, and ages from around the world, welcome back. This is map number 3, Pit of Valor number 83, sponsored by MSI Gaming, guys. Keeping it real. I'm keeping the dragon nice and close with me because why not? I'm about that. And let's get into the conversation. If you guys have already looked down below, minus looking at our beautiful faces, we're going off to this third map. It's going to be No Namers versus Omnipotent Gaming, and we're going off to the tried, tested, ever so reliable, Becky's favorite map, Ascent.
I love it. I'm excited that we're going to see Ascent again, but I mean, both of these teams, they've got a lot to live up to. The last map that we just watched was a banger of a game, so they're going to need to really step it up and really be putting on their MVP shoes if they're hoping to be in the running for that MSI GM41 gaming mouse that we're giving away to the MVP of today's Pit of Valor. I'm excited to see who it's going to be, and I hope you all are too.
Yeah, indeed. And again, congratulations to Tover from Hyperspace Dark for taking away that GLG Country Club membership. For those that had the chance to check it out, and for those that have competed here tonight, you guys know the drill. If you've been on our Battle 5, we fill up quick. So again, a reminder, guys, take that time. $10 a month. It's not worth it. No more than 2 Starbucks coffees for your entire team, and y'all can get in and have priority entry and access into these events. And it's all in the name of fun, but most importantly, you guys get to compete week in and week out, not only for the Pit of Valors, but of course, even the Val and Chill and other stuff coming down the pipeline as well. So talking about the next matchup as well here, Becky, off to Ascent. We know kind of what to expect, and as we proceed later and later into this bracket, things tend to get spicy, but I've said that in previous weeks. Backtracking, I think things have been immensely spicy, at least in map 1 and 2 so far. Like, there's been no shortage of action across the board.
No short of action and a lot of kind of varying team compositions that we've been able to see as well. I've been very excited to see all of the different agents that people have brought, especially on that map 1. Less so in map 2, but it made up for it in an extremely good back and forth amount of gameplay. So excited to see whether we're going to see either some new spicy agents going into this map, or if we're going to see, you know, some spice in some other ways, maybe some new tactics. But based on how our first games have gone today, I'm excited to see what our third game has to offer as soon as our players are in and ready to go into this map number 3.
Indeed. And so for those that have entered the giveaway here for the MSI goodies to come, don't miss it. We announced Nicole as our winner of our first headset for this week, but there's so much more given that MSI has to do. Exclamation mark giveaway while you're watching the agent selection is the least y'all can do here to get involved. Like I said, the Gleam IO is not cumbersome, super easy and quick. And of course, hopping into the agent selection here now after the much awaited pause, ready to go here. Take us through that composition and that agent selection, Becky.
All right, so far, I mean, I mentioned it on the previous map, even though we didn't end up seeing it at all, actually, that KO has been a huge pickup, especially for a lot of higher elo to pro level play. KO finally is at a point where people are feeling comfortable enough with that agent that they're starting to implore what he has to bring onto a lot of these maps. This, if we do see this complete lock-in, it looks like we will be seeing a little bit of a mirror match, which is quite interesting considering that we haven't seen a mirror match in any of our games yet, and I'm excited. Typically, I love mirror matches, and I'm glad I'm at least getting to cast one on the day because I think it really makes it easier to break down and, as a viewer and as a caster, really understand what utility usage is working, what utility usage is important and impactful, and what isn't, and really be able to compare and contrast how utility and placement of certain agents are used and utilized to the best of their abilities for these teams. So excited to see. It looks like this will be a lock-in, at least for Team Omnipotent, going into this, and it looks like we'll probably also see No Names go ahead and stay with these agents as well. So it looks like we will be seeing this full mirror match. How do you feel about this, Strive?
I mean, when I see mirror matchups and when I hear it out of anyone's voice, it's like instantly I'm like, yes, like this is going to be the absolute goop, like 48 shades of goop to be exact. Like this is where Ascent gets to be either one of two things. It can go completely widdly wonky where we see an absolute landslide, or what Ascent tends to do when you go on these mirror matchups is we go on this teeter-totter effect. And to say that, you know, most importantly, for people that come from the days of Counter-Strike and, you know, other competitive first-person shooters that didn't have, let's say, utilization of skills and such, the core fundamentals of the game has always been, you know, your fragability, your crosshair placement, and that ability to mouse one ahead or two. And now to see, at least at the minimum, you know, minusing the abilities, but that mirror matchup, it just makes you, you know, excited to see what kind of play comes out and how much reliance we have on the weaponry specifically. But getting into the good old-fashioned pistol round, this is it. do or die in round number 3. And I think one thing to look forward to is going to be not just this matchup, but later on in the bracket. I think we're going to start some precedents and really see who is the creme de la creme of this week's event, to say the least.
Yeah, we saw both of the Jets being very important and extremely gassed up in the previous game. And especially on Ascent, I feel like having a good Jet is just so important on this map in particular. And especially a Jet that works with the rest of the utility, which is why that KO is so important alongside of it. And just, I mean, as we're seeing Honest go for it here, ooh, a little unfortunate to immediately be taken out by Isaiah there. But Zoda also picking one up along with Zik to just mow people down as quickly as possible. This defense looking extremely strong. And now Twiz, the only player of Omnipotent Gaming remaining, as the rest of the attacking side kind of went a little ham going towards that mid side and just got a little bit wrecked, to put it nicely.
Yeah, wrecked, shreked. I was not going to say the third rendition of that word, but now in the 3 versus 1, Omnipotent Twist gonna have to do a mega twist, including his neck in 7 different directions as he's maneuvering up through Pizza here. Goes for the clear, and Zada with the crosshair placement of the gods gets the 3-piece wombo combo with the side of a slap. And with that, no-namers pick up that first round, and I think your observer low-key kind of hit the nail on the head. They all just kind of ran out and things went boom. And that was the initial start of the round, and immediately the tempo kind of backed off. So we're going to go ahead and shake it off here. No-namers going to take that round, and with that comes a slew of weaponry, and they're even going to go for the full armor buy, basically buying down to a whole lot of nada. Big hill for Omnipotent to climb, but all is good. This is just the beginning. So much more to come. Let's see if they can pull off a little cheeky eco with these classics all across the board.
Yeah, I think we're having to see Zoda go for something like the Spectre, the full armor, as well as what I believe is a full utility buyout. So is going to have double smokes, is going to have that paranoia and some teleports along with these buys. So very nicely going to be able to get some things, maybe not done, as Donkey Kong actually the first one to get a nice headshot there onto that no-name player. SKG now peeking around, trying to get a little bit of intel, and is backing out very nicely, trying to get some shots through that smoke to get a little bit of damage. But Omnipotent Gaming are a little hurt onto that killjoy, but the rest of the team that are posturing up towards this A site are still looking to be in quite a good spot, just narrowly being missed by that paranoia, but not missed by that right-click classic shot from Honest.
Can we go ahead and appreciate the power of the classics here? I straight up oofed on a different dimension when that pick came out. I mean, dashing into Generator, getting so up close and personal, and now look at the situation. On a round 2 classic no buy, we're down to a 4 versus 2 scenario. Vax coming out from the top. Nice bit of Bulldog activity with the 1 and the 2. The bigger weaponry looks good for Vax for the 3-piece combination. Now from the top and above, Honest has shanked a Spectre, and with the shock dart activity here, Zik gets the 1 transferring with the connection. No bubbles!
Wow.
Right into Zik's face. What a round. And talk about putting their foot down with classics to boot. My goodness me.
Yeah, let's see this replay. I'm very interested. I mean, Vax with this Bulldog, I was fanning myself off at some of these Bulldog shots because I'm personally a fan of the Bulldog. I think that it's a great, like, higher gun that just allows for some lots of damage. I like that 3K. Very nice. The way that Zik was able to do that shock dart to take out one and trying to transfer to the other was almost so clean, just narrowly able to just slowly make it work, but is actually bringing us to a 1-1 start, and Omnipotent Gaming able to pick up a very nice second round there.
I mean, this is beautiful as can be, and to walk away with that round is just amazing. And look at the confidence now. I'm going to go ahead and get onto this A site, uncontested at that. So no-namers playing the retake game, and there's nothing wrong with this, but the question is, how are they going to fare knowing that they've had this prior round pulled away from them, and they are now suffering in terms of weapons?
Yeah, and going for quite the strategy as they're going from mostly flank here. All 3 remaining no-name defending players coming from flank here, trying to peek around, trying to get some action here from Vax, but Bubbles nicely with this Bulldog holding it down. Nice swaps that classic there for a 3KN rush to finish it off. Omnipotent Gaming showing off that they really did come to party and are at 2-1 and a nice start after that first kind of skirmishy loss.
That situation at Longue was kind of like, you know, you go to the mall, you open the door for a friendly stranger, and the stranger's like, no, you go. And you're like, no, you go. No, please. I insist, you go. It's like the defenders were all caboosed up on the retake scenario towards Long, and no one really wanted to commit and come around the bend, and rightfully so. But at some point, you kind of just got to split it down the middle and say, okay, fine, I'll take the lead and run through. Nonetheless, now back to the 2-1 scoreline. Omnipotent, after that second round win, which is kind of new. Oh my goodness, be honest, taking a bit of a beating there from Zik, going for the peak, and yeah, the Odin goes burr along with Honest. His forehead, and with that initial showing looking good. Bubbles already on sidewalk, has the close-up joust and the lockdown as well. With that note, Omnipotent gonna waltz right onto site, clear everything out, and pretty good situation with the fragment now to potentially block off spawn. No, instead they're gonna conserve, and rightfully so.
I actually like waiting for that lockdown to completely finish before going ahead and committing to that extra utility, just making sure that all credits are important credits, and now that the lockdown is dead, are going to go ahead and use that grenade to hold off that as well. Vax going ahead and popping back KO ultimate to stop any more utility usage, and is at least able to pick up one before falling. Zoda with a nice follow-up along with Isaiah. There are many more members of No Namers alive, and on top of, oh, can we get up to res Vax in time? It looks like we'll narrowly be able to do that, along with getting that bomb defused and bring us to an even 2-2 game here.
Beauty, and yeah, I'm kind of happy they got that KO back into play. You can see it contributes marvelously to the team's overall economy as a whole. They're looking good, minus SKG, who still has 3 points away from that Bladestorm, and unless we get a kill and basically a orb sweep across the map, I'm not expecting much of a contribution this round. A pick from another team member and a gun pickup is all that it takes. On the opposing end of the spectrum, funny enough, Honest is in a similar position, but with just 1 point away from that Bladestorm could lend itself very well. And now posting up, leaving KJ kind of intently watching towards the B push. The rest of Omnipotent have decided to contest, an SKG towards Wine. The orb goes burr, but they don't even swing off of it. Look at the patience here from this Jet.
Get out of my way.
Extremely patient. Honest goes ahead and pops that Bladestorm, so SKG is going to have a little bit of a difficulty should they find themselves in a little bit of a skirmish with Honest, but Honest, almost didn't anticipate it, but did in fact turn in just the correct amount of time, and is going to be rewarded by being able to pick up that Bulldog to help get the rest of the No-Namers or the rest of Omnipotent Gaming onto site here. Cloudburst to block off some, but it is not enough as Zoda's able to pick up that kill. Flashbang onto Heaven's side so that Bubbles and this Omen can go ahead and get this bomb down. Dark cover is going to be a great follow-up as the attacking side get postured up for this post-plant situation.
Oh my goodness, Vax and Zoda one apiece. My goodness, these guys make light work of the retake. But wait a minute here. Brace yourself. You see a dance towards Generator here. Arce, a little bit of a left, a little bit of a right. And oh my goodness me, talk about a choice there. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Oh, the recon dart is going to let known where
my God.
Arce is. Oh, this is so tense. The Odin is so scary to end up being in a fight with.
Right?
Has to pull out the classic, but the shock dart is actually going to be enough. And once again, I have to sit here and go, is it going to be enough time? I think it will be enough time. Okay, 0.47 though, closer than our last close defuse. I told you, doesn't matter what team. Anytime the bomb starts ticking down that fast, I start hyperventilating and I get spooked. But what a duel between those two Silvas there.
I mean, back and forth, and it was the right decision to kind of try and dance around and waste as much time as possible. And it's a difficult scenario knowing, I mean, first of all, having two shock darts for a post plant like that in a close proximity battle is, I don't want to say, you know, a fluke of luck, but honestly, to conserve that utility for what it was great. And from the opposing end of the spectrum, the moment No Namers dumped that fragment and that got wasted, Omnipotent said, okay, guys, it's time to go. We're no longer zoned out, so let's get onto site. But again, conservation of utility reigns supreme, and that is what makes Valorant. Oh my God. When you see Zik via X-Ray holding an Odin behind that wall, you just like, oh, please don't press mouse one, because Tonki's going to get a bit of a dome face. But all good here. They're just kind of settling back down for a slow and steady default with that spike drop really far back. Zoda about to be met with Honest, and that's unfortunate.
I mean, yeah, you said it. I mean, almost in perfect form. Is met with Honest, and Honest makes an honest omen out of Zoda, getting that Vandal off of Zoda's dead body and moving towards this mid side. But SKG, narrowly missing with that operator shot, and Honest potentially going to have to do a little bit of ski-daddle away from that side.
I think with the twist ult, they're going to definitely skedaddle, as you'd say, and off they go right onto the site. Paranoia and everything else is going to clear out generator. Bubbles is able to suppress the one, and on that note, they're going to go ahead and get onto site uncontested at that. Vax is kind of pushed away now. Hunter's Fury coming out there from that no-namer squad defensive side. Oh, yes! Spike goes down, but very quickly gets twist off the board. The spike plant on itself might be what takes it home for Omnipotent. With that scenario now, Honest, yeah, amazing job there blocking off Isaiah on the flank, and all is good. What in the name of Galactical Head tap there from Bubbles, making light work.
And Zik still making these shots through the ground, picks up 4, picks up 5, finishes it off very nicely. An ace for Zik. I mean, the moment Zik got that shock, or it wasn't Zik who got somebody got a shock dart kill in that one, but we have seen Zik get those shock dart kills in this game and has proven that there's a reason that you're putting somebody like Zik on the Sova. And that's what you love to see. I love that you're seeing somebody who's just so attuned with playing an initiator like that Sova on a team. Is just such an important information gatherer, somebody who knows those lineups, both like the lineups themselves mathematically, as well as just being an intuitive lineup player, is just so impactful for your team. And that's why we're seeing somebody like Zik at the top of the board here.
You said it right. Intuition comes on so many fronts, and it starts off with the Omens and Sova's back and forth. Zik again, the real true colors of that Sova shining up, and with the Owl drone to go ahead and observe what's looking kind of frosty in B main. It's a whole lot of nada, and with that bit of information shared, you can assume one of two things. Either Omnipotent has some positioning towards A, but given the presence towards short, kind of unlikely. No-namers here have a good amount of intel and positioning all across the map to feel comfortable. And I'm going to go ahead and say, KJ turret on B is kind of like the tried and tested staple on this map, and it's for a darn good reason, because you're just basically walking into a death trap, and you got to appreciate that agent for what it brings. And Zik is kind of waiting for the recon dart to come through, is expecting the B initiate, and with 55 on the clock, it's kind of looking that way.
Does look like it will be that way. Some dark cover coming out as well. Twiz teleporting right into that swarm grenade, but is actually going to be able to get away with 70 HP. Those 70 HP in a 1v, make it 1v4, 1v2. Okay, well, I mean, all things considered how that was going, being able to take down 3 in a 1v5 situation, it's gotta feel at least okay, though Omnipotent Gaming are still down by 3. Yeah, let's take a look at this replay. Nicely finishes off Vax here, who's doing what you should be doing when you're the lower one on HP, being the people to peek out first so that those people with higher HP can go and have their second chance once you know exactly where that final remaining player is. So even though 3 kills were picked up, beautifully done from Omnipotent Gaming as well, at least trying to play that in the correct fashion, and no-namers throwing it up.
Posting up again, the I said at the previous game, kind of that rinse and repeat cycle. When you find a recipe that kind of works for yourself on the defensive end, there's no reason to go ahead and change it off. And I do like how we're kind of diversifying our play style on the defense. We're not only holding steady on site, but we're playing the retake style. And Zik now has to back away. My God, getting absolutely mulched by those nano swarms. Gives it up completely to the attackers there with the cover of the Omen smokes. And off they go. SKG does have that blade storm very much alive and is looking to prowl. Has a double updraft from the tailwind to get in. This is going to be an opportunistic situation for the retake, as they have so much to spare, but they gotta play it really intently. Oh my God, wait, they even have the lockdown, Becky. If that comes out, we're in for an absolute fiesta.
And
there it is.
Oh, indeed. And that's one of those situations where you have to just feel so bad for picking this site, as you're kind of forced into that back of Bauhaus. The Paranoia is going to take out Honest. Fresh, at least trying to be able to take out that lockdown and at least gets a kill onto Zik as well. 2v3 situation, but Isaiah peeking around those corners does mean picking off 1, and Zada finishes it off. And SKG hopefully getting this defuse to bring no-namers to 6-2.
The power of the lockdown on that B site, I mean, even A site, low-key, is amazing. It just does such a good job at splitting off your team. Everyone going into the back of site is not fun either, but also splitting up equates to mega trouble, because you're able to get peeled off. And you saw, once they cleared out the back of site, it was basically, easy come, easy go from there. They hopped in the spike, sat on the defuse, knowing very well they've cleared everything out. And for anyone to come back in that scenario with so little time to also stop the defuse, it's a very, very difficult hill to climb. So for the side of no-namers, the overall retakes have have been looking really good, and to commend them on it, it's not like they're being forced to retake. They're voluntarily playing that play style, and that's tried, tested, and practiced. And like I said before, I'm good with it as long as they stay true and methodical to their play style with that quick elimination of that turret. They're gonna go ahead and dash onto site. Ooh, Zik sticks that Odin just about 2 millimeters too far past the wall, and Honest is able to connect on that pick. And with that, yet again, Omnipotent back in a good position, but we know how No Namers does this B retake, and they do it pretty well.
And hopefully they can still do it pretty well despite being down an agent. And now this time the attacking side Killjoy lockdown is going to come through and at least keep the defensive side at bay for a moment. And certainly that will make it more difficult for this retake to come through with as much potency as we have been seeing. Ooh, taking away that shock dart as well. And Vax going down is going to continue to be a little bit pesky, but more pesky than that is SKG, who's hanging out towards the back. Oh, they almost lined up for that shot, but SKG goes down right before is able to make that connection. And Omnipotent Gaming are starting to get a little bit of momentum back into this with that point here at 6-3.
Feisty little team this Omnipotent Gaming squad is. Like, despite the uphill battles they faced on B, they're not looking to really shy away from the challenge itself. After 5 sequential rounds, they finally put their foot down from that really nice second round that they got with those classics. So their finances are looking very strong as a whole. The team is kind of unified, and the question here is, how do they kind of change it, right? I don't think the rinse and repeat is necessarily going to be that good on B. And for a moment, actually backtrack, No Namers has 5 people stacked up on B site, and being an eco round, I'm about this. They're going to have to rotate around and make the better of it. But low-key, why is it that every time we do this, we kind of in a position where the attackers actually don't go to the site that you're stacking? Mind you, it's a 50-50 gamble, but still breaks my heart.
A 50-50 gamble, but that spike is over towards A, and for some reason they're feeling like it might actually be someone hanging out towards Wine. They're kind of peeking around that corner, but slow and steady here. Looks like even the defensive side is starting to kind of slink out of this B site. They will be caught out by that Killjoy turret if they decide to commit to it. So we'll see exactly how they're going to end up playing this, if they'll come from A site heaven or continue to go for a complete flank on to this as they continue to go. Paranoia does hit Honest a little bit. Whoa, Zoda though able to pick up a nice kill onto Donkey Kong there with the classic. Phantom is gonna maybe do some good stuff for Twiz. There's able to TP to safety. Very nice double teleport there, getting away nicely. But Zik picking up another kill. This door is gonna go down, but No Namers, for this being a safe round, are doing quite well until Arse has quite a bit to say about that. And Nisea, now the sole remaining member, nice head tap onto Arse, but does not take out Bubbles, who finishes it up and gets Omnipotent Gaming another point into this game.
Like, okay, so talking about that Omen for a quick moment here, this is what the changes to that agent have done. Like, since when can you get away from a battle like that and cover so much ground so quickly? Like, that double teleport was all in a matter of like 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds total at best, and right back to safety, closes the door, and it's like nothing ever happened. And with that, they segue into the win as well. So from an immediate point of danger, it's not as quick as, let's say, a rendezvous, but again, from a, get in and get out type perspective, it worked really well for Omnipotent. And back into it we go with just a 2-round deficit. Spike now dropped outside of B, and well, fortunately or unfortunately, if they choose to go that way, you can see No Namers have not stacked that end of the site, but have kind of migrated some of that Killjoy utility away from the usual positioning. A nanoswarm by Button and the turret now kind of towards Logs is going to be a bit of a mix-up, and we'll see if it's able to catch off Omnipotent if they so choose to aggress on that B side.
Looks like they just might. Hanging out with an Odin for Donkey Kong there alongside that Jet. Thinking about maybe peeking around through this garage area. And SKG watching very nicely is able to pick up that kill onto Twiz, who just peeked out at the wrong place, wrong time there. And now we are just waiting for the rest of the attacking side to make a bit of an aggressive committal elsewhere.
Posted up, Honest here looking towards stairs, and SKG has migrated over. Nice job from Honest with the response, and that's a pick and a half. I love when Jets get aggressive. Now catching one out, Donkey Kong gonna have to do a bit of a dance and does get away from the nanoswarms onto sidewalk. Spike goes down now, 3 versus 4. No Namers, oh my god, equalizer. Honest delivering the goods with that op, now posted up and pigeonholed in sight. The spam, okay, hello, good morning.
Wow.
That is the Odin delivering a pick, and Bubbles with a follow-up really quickly. Zada and a Dream now against 2.
Yeah, in a 1v2 situation, but does have pretty much all utility available, is making some kind of very slow turns around these corners, potentially just waiting for that second dark cover to come up. It looks like it's going to be the choice for the paranoia first. Doesn't actually get the paranoia onto Donkey Kong, who peeks around and finishes off Zoda with that Odin. And a
Last round
6v5
in the
situation, last round in the swamp. Will we be seeing Omnipotent Gaming get to an even half, or will No Namers at least bring us to a 7-5 after their strong start? I mean, there's a lot to be said. We saw a strong start from the last team in the last game, but we ended up going 16-14 into overtime. So you can have a strong start, but it really doesn't say much about how the game is going to completely shake up.
It seems like that's been the theme of tonight, and especially on a set, the mirror matchup has been very much delivering the goods with this aggressive push towards long A. My God, both members, SKG with the 1, and not so much the done. Honest coming around for the follow-up. Donkey Kong is able to get off Vax. Meanwhile, Zik with the amazing Hunter's Fury hunting down bodies brings it really quickly back to a 3 versus 2, and that's incredible value from that bit of kit from Sova. You can see Isaiah is kind of on the prowl and on a very, very, galactical flank, actually, if it does come through, as they're kind of pigeonholed towards long A now.
This is quite the flank that is happening, but Twiz potentially being a little bit smart to it, starts to look back towards spawn, but now neither... Oh, okay, did actually look and see, and I think notices what is happening. Donkey Kong grabbing that ult orb is going to go ahead and use that lockdown and kind of force Twiz on the matter. Is going to potentially pop up from the shadows, is not going to be able to. Zisaya uses that as the moment to peek around and grab those 2 kills. Is going to get detained, but did pick up a Vandal right before that, so not to worry there. Oh, beautifully done on that first kill from SKG, but Honest just was not going to happen. But Sick, I love when you're getting to see a lot of good utility follow up. Even if it's like an ultimate utility that you're expecting to see, it's still good to see it be used as a nice follow up to something like a Jet that isn't going to be on the ground and in the way of that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, speaking of that overall situation, you guys know the drill. We keep it real. For those that have not had their phones accessible, guys, whip that out real quickly. Point it at that screen, and that QR code is going to take you away to that giveaway opportunity for that GH headset from MSI that is at your opportunity, at your fingertips. Go ahead and join it. Congrats to Nicole again for winning the first of these many weeks of MSI's given. But back to the game. The overall, it's like their spidey senses tinkled there from the attacker side. No Namer's like, wait a minute, this is sus. Where is that other third person? And lo and behold, with that Omen ultimate and that opportunistic timing, they came around for the flank. Meanwhile, oh my God, aggression towards mid. That's completely spotted them out, and they're now forced to commit. It feels like they're going to run right into B main, and Omnipotent are basically in a position to know exactly what's coming their way.
Oh, but I like that it also meant that the defensive side knew that that was going to be the commit. SKG nicely picking up that headshot onto Arce, and now Zik pushing quickly with the rest of the attacking side. Zoda's gonna have to go for this plant. Is paranoid, but is still gonna go ahead and stick this plant nonetheless, and then continue to watch this alleyway side.
Backside again is seems to be the formula on these post plants. To a low HP Jet and an Omen is going to make it a little bit more difficult. Of course, the KO null command comes out. Honest gets the 1, Honest gets the 2, Honest for the 3rd, and no response there. Vax with the frenzy does the deed. And look at this back and forth activity. We're looking at Omnipotent. The retake Demon is delivering the no-namers medicine right back to them, and they get that retake. Unfortunately, B is one of those sites very, very difficult to kind of fend off when you're stuck in a, unfortunate set of positions, namely backside. And with that, really good job. Back to 7-6 and setting us up for a great follow-up round on the bye for Omnipotent.
I feel like we're seeing a rehash of the previous game that we just watched. Omnipotent Gaming are in a great position to be able to even this up to a 7-7. And if y'all watched the last game, you know that that means that we might be looking at yet another overtime. It might be too close to say it, but at least we'll be getting hopefully an even game here as Omnipotent Gaming are able to buy up a lot of these bigger guns. Looks like Twiz is going to go for that Marshall. Somebody's getting an Ares and 2 Spectres, but before that, doing this time out here at 2 seconds left on the clock. Zoda's going to call it, make us wait a little bit and take a little bit of a time to understand exactly what is going to help out the attacking side, make what needs to happen happen.
We're going to make it make this next round come to be. We hope to get us that 7-7. And I don't know, Becky, unless you're able to see into some magical crystal ball that I don't have access to, I don't know how you're seeing the OT, but I'm going to hold you to it because low-key, your predictions have been pretty darn on point recently. And again, guys, one more time, please, please, please take advantage of the giveaway. I mean, just drop that exclamation mark giveaway in chat. Sign up for this opportunity. And not only that, by following the Gleam.io, you also get the opportunity and to stay in tune with our Discord, our Twitter, all the good places that we deliver the goods to you guys on a regular basis. And I promise you, we're not going to blow your inboxes up and your notifications. We just want to bring you the best content. And with MSI support, we're doing that today as well. Back to the game, though. Becky, your predictions are very much on the front of my mind as we're getting set up for one more time this bit of an aggressive A take, but very quickly the smoke denies that. Still tons and tons of time, but oddly enough, we have no default setup towards B, which might be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it might be, but so far so good considering that is where the attacking side of No Neighbors are kind of hanging out. Honest is in an interesting spot hanging out in this Sabrosa area. Is going to wait and see if anyone decides to push up. Those shots are going to confirm that somebody is in that area, but Omnipotent Gaming the first to actually get on the board here with Bubbles picking up 2.
Honest for the 1, like you said, and SKG falls. A bit of a battle here. Omnipotent need to back off the gas just a hair or two. They've got the picks they need, and still looking to contest unnecessarily towards Isaiah, peeking out through mid, peeking out through short, and why is this occur? Omnipotent had the advantage. There's no reason to be doing this, but hopefully with 3, they can continue ahead and be fluid and mobile. Twist here on short does have the Marshall, sends a smoke as well and falls away to safety. So nothing too crazy happening yet, but no more room for mistakes here for the Omnipotent squad. Oh my God, Becky.
What?
Can we, oh my God, this is what I don't necessarily comprehend. They got over grilled.
What?
Okay, I mean, we're gonna just completely turn this round on its head. I mean, I'm good to retire. That's it. Packing it up and going home. Thank you so much, guys. Great evening.
Our producer is about to yell at me because when we were doing sound check, I definitely never went that loud as I just went, but that was quite the hit Marshall shot from Zik there.
For real, though.
Absolutely not something I expected to see, ending up with Donkey Kong in a 1v2 situation against No Namers, and has to somehow get onto this site. That alarm bot is going to get a little bit of information, finish off Zig, but the beautiful crossfire from Zik and Isaiah is going to mean that No Namers pick up that round, and one that they were saving on, so quite beautifully done. We're gonna get to see this hit Marshall shot once again. I mean, yeah, the crosshair was there, the shot was stopped, and Zik, very nicely done.
I mean, how do we end up in that scenario? Like, Omnipotent, lesson learned. Unnecessary peeking is going to result in that slap fest. That can't happen. Like, you get the advantage. I get they may have been pigeonholed towards mid, and maybe I didn't understand the macro of the round fully and was too caught up in the joust happening towards grass. But I was, in the back of my mind, I'm like, they could have probably stepped away from that battle a little bit more unscathed. So a bit of a reset, and let's see how they go ahead and adapt. Meanwhile, No Namers looking really good off that round, and that must be a confidence booster as they're looking at repeating much of the same again towards this A push.
Oh, and Vax up potentially a little bit too high. Twist able to get the nice up shot there. Headshot from that Sheriff does mean that the rest of the team is going to stay behind despite that jet dash on to site. But slowly after that paranoia fades, they will be able to gather up that courage and push the rest of them on to site. And now holding this crossfire, Twist not looking in the correct spot means Zoda's able to even up this scoreline.
They do just that now. Scoreline aside, we're at a 4v4.
Ooh.
Honest from above. SKG falls. Zada pinned in the corner by Generator. Falling from above. The Classics raining down the bullets onto Zada's head. Isaiah going to use that turret for reconnaissance and doesn't get much of anything here. Playing the lineups. The first one goes up. They tap it. And the second Nanoswarm continuing ahead. Shock Dart. Zik! The Demon! Not only playing the long game, but playing the distance. I mean, dude, straight up geometric wizard with those shock darts. No Namers pull it ahead 9-6 with Zik's stylistic darts to boot.
Give Isaiah and Zik a medal. The two of them using those lineups to keep that going. I mean, absolutely beautiful from those two players to make sure that that bomb does not get touched and is able to stay safely going off. Wonderfully done, and hopefully something that we'll get to see a lot more of on the attacking side.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the best, and we go on through. Still, the defensive side of Omnipotent holding on with whatever they got, and it seems like no-namers have kind of found a bit of a pattern, and it's kind of frustrating to play a post plant like that when you have so much utility on the opposing end. It's almost impossible to manage. Like the nanostorms, okay, you can shoot it, but what are you going to do when a shock dart's coming down from the rains on your forehead? It's just unfortunate to manage. And yeah, lockdown goes away for the attacker side, and it's actually a whopping bait as they're posting up for this B push. So there's Zik gets the opening pick, and that's the rhyme and reason. What no-namers do best there. Bit of a battle from Arce, does do the deed onto Vax, but Zik responds yet again on the board, nice and quick. Zik just delivering here, round in and round out.
Yeah, that feels like it should have been a little bit cleaner. You had to have heard that owl drone as well and known that that was something that was going to catch you out despite that Killjoy lockdown going out. The bomb is down, but we are in an even situation where that fake out should have been at least able to go a little bit more no-namers way. Isaiah, though, doing a great job of holding it down alongside SKG, who just mows down those final two players. And no-namers at 10-6 are definitely leading on this map.
My gut tells me that Omnipotent needs to play a harder anchor on these sites. The solo plays and you know, I'd say not lackluster, but you know, they don't, the holes don't have that oomph, right? But now that we've gone to the double-digit 10th round and they're onto a save, we're running out of breathing room. That, you know, the straight jacket's definitely tightening up a bit more, and we need them to critically pick up a nice cheeky round. If they can pull what they did on round 2 and get us that really oddball pistol, I'm about that life, and I'm hoping they can, with the sheriffs now, make it happen. Honest as well has decided to pop the Bladestorm, going aggressive, gets pinged out, and actually doesn't back away from the battle. Pop flash comes out. Oh, hello! Good morning! Honest! My goodness me, what a fiesta! Whew. I'm good. I'm square. Low-key, I might have hyperventilated, but I'm good here. Pop flash again, and off that gun pickup, they're just going to hold this mid, and that's a great bit of map control.
What? I mean, if there ever was a right click from the Bladestorm, that was certainly it. Beautifully done by Honest there. And now no-namers are left just about as stunned as we are, it seems, and, you know, saying, maybe we don't go anywhere near that jet. Let's go towards this A site. But unfortunately for them, that's going to be right into Omnipotent Gaming's Killjoy utility that is hanging out on this A site. They're going to try and push on, but Zoda is going to take so much damage, is able to get that kill onto Bubbles, but has only 30 HP alongside of it, and is now getting taken down despite trying to put up that dark cover.
I mean, low-key, this is the round that Omnipotent needed to make it happen, and for that Bladestorm to come through in the way that it did, not even like mono e-mono battles, but that straight up right click, and now they're gonna go ahead and stick the defuse. Honest, feeling really good, is, you know, doesn't even get phased by the smoke, but Zik now in a very unfortunate scenario. The spike gets fully stuck. Do we get some exit picks for Zik? No, we don't. Honest walks away with a double Bladestorm and 2 gun kills, and actually they've probably accumulated a fair amount of weaponry off that round as well. And you can see, yeah, I mean, Becky, from a reset / coming back down to earth moment for Omnipotent, that is just fantastic play. Like, look at their money now. They're back in the running, just a 3-round deficit as well. And I think the overall energy boost they got from that push is something in itself.
I mean, if they didn't get energy from that, I certainly did.
Yeah.
Nothing makes me want to play Jet more than watching people make plays like that. Beautifully done. And now the side of Omnipotent Gaming with that KO and Killjoy Ultimates ready to go going into this round. Gonna hopefully help them on this defensive side be able to stop a lot of utility usage as well as pushing onto either one of these sites. And we do see that Killjoy kind of hanging out and watching this mid area, as well as being in a good situation to just run to either site and be able to throw that lockdown down to start us off, as we're seeing no-namers playing a little bit slower as a result of that last round here as well.
Yeah, you kind of wonder, like, no-namers definitely a little bit more at peace with themselves, you know, to put it politely. They're not looking to make any kind of unwavered moves and get, you know, slapped on like the prior round. So Bubbles here sends a flash out and doesn't do much of anything off of it except get a couple bullet shots pulled away. And yeah, okay, I'll take the info, and they drop a smoke as well. So from a recon perspective, although not necessarily done the way that I expect, had those bullets not come out, they spotted a couple, and with 40 on the clock, the question here is, what do you do if you're no-namers? You're now smoked out of short, you're basically pigeonhole as 4, and you're going to commit fully here. Bubbles as well. Oh my god, here comes.
No.
Yeah, you're just bamboozled. And the fragment. Like, look at the cascading utility usage here, and that's just burning more and more time. It's going to be so hard for no-namers to get on site, and the rotates are coming as well from the defensive squad of Omnipotent.
Oh, what a beautiful ultimate here from Bubbles as well is going to make it that much more difficult. At least Isaiah being able to pick off Twiz this early on is going to be a big help here. But going for this plant at the end of Generator once again, we know that Isaiah and Zik both have great lineups for this plant. So if they can just stay alive and really hold this down, they'll be in a great position. But the defending side, a lockdown is going to be the play here to at least try to push no-namers off of the area with this bomb. But Isaiah able to at least pick up another one. That lockdown is going to be that much more difficult to hold as only one player remains for the attacking side and goes down to Donkey Kong.
Love the utility usage, love the support, the recon dart, the flash, and the swing. It's like the three of them were just stringing the straight harmonies together. And coming around to eliminate that last person just goes to show you Omnipotent's, solidity in this matchup. They're not looking in any ways shy. And for the no-namer side, despite the time deficit, getting on there with 10 seconds to spare, I'm humbled by the fact that they decided to commit. And Omnipotent stuck to their roots. They said, guys, play the retake. There's no reason for us to get posted up here and pinched on. We are in the driving seat. We're going to dump the lockdown, bait out the Hunter's Fury, which could have been used on the post plant for Zik, and from there it was just a cascading series of effects to get back on, coupled with that heaven push. And all things are looking good now as we've now put the no-namer squad back in their places with a save, and SKG is looking to deliver that Bladestorm eco that we saw earlier as well.
Yeah, SKG saw what Honest in and is looking to hopefully do the same thing, but not able to find any action towards that mid side. I'm going to rejoin the rest of the team on this B area. Zoda kind of holding this really close angle and not seeing anyone just yet as Honest starts to peek around with this operator, but not seeing anyone at these long angles either, as the saved side of no-namers kind of forced into hoping that somebody comes to them. Oh no.
I mean, depending on whose
Yeah,
side you're on.
that's-
Like low-key, man, that's an Omnipotent opening pick through a smoke, a cloudburst, and now Zada going back here, looking for a bit of a twist.
Oh, no.
It was fine, twist in the back of sight here. Meanwhile, Honest, Mike, twist. How does Twist survive that do-si-do back and forth? I mean, coupled with Honest's support, that's just that's survival of the fittest, it looks like. And talking about survival of the fittest, we are holding it steady, just a one-round deficit. At this point, Omnipotent on the post are just solid, man. Straight up. They're giving us that retake ascent play style, which it works. When you have such strong initiators like Honest to get on the board, 21 and 15 with an op, as well as one away from the Bladestorm, has 5.5K to continue buying. These guys have set themselves up for success, it looks like, because no-namers, you guys can see on the board, full armor and Vandals, but that's pretty much all they got, minus a couple ults to be, fully flourish here for the next round as well. It's just getting really, really stiff for no-namers.
Yeah, and if Omnipotent Gaming can be put no-namers on the back foot going into this round, they're surely going to be able to take the lead, especially with how they've been playing. We just haven't seen SKG be able to get onto the same level that we're seeing Honest be on, and until we can see that, I think we'll be looking to be in a very interesting spot. Hunter's Fury comes out in rebuttal to that lockdown, so it does go down. SKG pushing onto site despite being at 6 HP, tries to get some shots through that smoke, but doesn't tag up any amount of damage here, and does eventually go down to Twiz there, who tries to push onto site, but Zik nicely being able to stop that plant to get that kill. Arce, nice shock dart kill as we've seen many times, and all of a sudden, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Isaiah and Zik really are the ones just holding everything down for no-namers. When it seems like their backs are up against the wall, these two just start to frag out and play like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and Omnipotent seemed a little bit dismembered on that retake. Like, we saw Twist stick his head out a little bit too far, no follow-up. Would I have loved to see a double swing out of heaven out of that smoke? Yes, that I think would have delivered a complete different round. Meanwhile, in the background, there was, a flurry of kills coming from the rest of Omnipotent, but it wasn't unified, and that's the difference. When Omnipotent plays that retake opportunity and they do it as a squad, they're successful. When they come in kind of dismembered as a team and not communicating or making wise decisions, they fall apart. And now we're just at a 2-round deficit, 2 more to go for no-namers, and you can see the overall, precedence they're trying to set. They've gone back to that tried and tested KJB setup with that turret. Nanostorms are blocking off, and they decide to triple stack it, as well as they're kind of expecting the B push after a flurry of A takes. And so far, it looks like they're not wrong, but with a minute plus on the clock here, an adaptation from no-namers is easy as 1, 2, 3.
And easy as 1, 2, 3 is going to be that much easier when this owl drone is the one going in to get all of the intels. At least going to spot out one. And knowing that that killjoy utility is there has to be sometimes just enough information. But Honest is sitting there prowling and gets rewarded for it alongside Arset, who's able to pick up that second kill through the wall with that Odin. And all of a sudden, no namers are the ones who are actually on the back foot.
Yep, and the back foot sometimes can be the good foot if you go ahead and leap ahead with it and use that in stride. And we've seen them come back from moments like this, but if Omnipotent, like we said, have adapted and learned one thing, it's playing a concise retake. Right now, Omen dropped out on that A site, needs to make a decision, right? Do we back away? Maybe so, considering KO is posted up on tree, but Zada here going for the aggressive push very quickly now, making that decision to go towards A. The smokes go out as well, and that blocks complete entry, allows for the rotates of KJ towards heaven, and they're basically ready to hold this off. 14 seconds, not a lot of time to work with here for no namers.
10 seconds left.
Oh, and trying to push onto that site to just get something down does result in a team ace from Omnipotent Gaming. And all of a sudden, we're at both of our teams with double digits, 11-10. We might be making a second wish on the day. Honest holding it down so well, 22-16 with that Blade Storm ready alongside this operator in hand and being very trusty across these last few rounds.
Trusty indeed, and we're looking really good. Like we said, some of that economy conversation from the prior round is very much, peeking its head out now. You can see no namers are basically going to dig in deep into whatever they got, and the unfortunate thing is they don't even have a Blaze Storm or some cheeky ultimate to go ahead and seek out some kills and pull utility off the backs of Omnipotent. Meanwhile, they're going to keep it simple and follow the owl drone right on through. An alarm bot just completely foils their plan with Tonki here ready to contest. Going to go ahead and dance with SKG and makes it happen. 20 HP and should get away as well. That's a critical pick, and unfortunately for the side of no namers, they don't even get a gun off or anything like that. So just mega trouble across the borders. Are now completely stuck in mid pizza.
Yeah, we do see that KO going ahead and picking up the Guardian that was the gun that the Jet brought to this round, but that's just not going to be all that much as Arce waiting around that corner says you will go no further. The gatekeeper there with the Odin offers up the tie at 11-11 between these two teams.
And give me some of that replay, that entire battle. You can see back and forth towards spawn here. Vax going aggressive. They throw that bit of a knife utility out to suppress, but yeah, they don't suppress Arce. No one can really suppress Arce this matchup here with that Odin absolutely mowing them. Do you think Silva's low-key go into matches and say and exclusively practice playing with the Odin? Because I'll speak for myself. I don't think I've ever exclusively gone out and said, I'm just going to Odin slay today. But to see these Silvas on Ascent tonight, especially showing up with these crazy kills and spams and everything, it's a refreshing sight, but also must be kind of frustrating if your no-namer is getting spammed out like that. It's an interesting dichotomy, but 11-11 now, I'm good with it. I'm not complaining in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, low-key, nothing feels worse than dying to an Odin. For some reason, it just feels like you're being beat by something that you shouldn't be being beat by because it just feels like it's a spam gun, but you still have to be aiming in the right direction, and so you are still rewarded for being right place, right time. Speaking of right place, right time, Twizzed with the operator, something that you normally don't see from an Omen, has actually picked up 2 kills to start this round off. Isaiah trying to hold it down, but Twizzed picks up another one, followed by Tonky Kong, and all of a sudden Zik is the only remaining player and is paranoid, having to hide behind this box and falling to Honest with that Blade Storm, bringing Omnipotent Gaming the first to reach match point.
Oh, okay. Once again, I mean, you guys are vocally hearing me take my deep breaths, and it's for good reason, because, this entire evening has been a journey, to say the least. Like, maybe it's the MSI, maybe it's the giveaways, maybe it's all the fun things that are happening, but these guys are bringing the absolute most premium gas tonight. So, like you said, Omnipotent in a position to close out, but we know that no-namers have been saving whatever bit of funds they can for this final round, digging deep with Guardian, Spectres, and Bulldogs. Basically, the full arsenal comes out. If Honest goes ahead with an opening pick like we've seen with that op, we're pretty much on track, I'd say, to take it to the finish line as we're following this stunning, yeah, beautiful, and doesn't get much of anything. So beautiful arc, and that's about all that we got. Is we're just right back to the drawing board. Owl drone towards long, but again, they're just running a slow default, nothing too crazy. This is kind of methodical for these two teams at this point.
Oh, SKG potentially worried that that cheeky Omen play is in fact happening where the defensive omen could be hiding in that smoke or wine, but that is just not the case here for Omnipotent Gaming, who have 3 peeking out to take out Zoda. Absolutely no catwalk action for you.
Big pick from Omnipotent, and this could be the solidifying chain of events to take them off to that successful win. But 50 seconds here, no namers feeling the pressure as well, kind of lurking around and keeping the comms quiet and the noise down as they're migrating towards this B site. And there's only a Sova there, but that is Arce. And when Arce gets angry, Arce goes burr with that Odin and mows down head and can potentially wait for the rotates, but no one's kind of close by or as close as we like them to be. Nonetheless, flash goes out, Vax sets him up, and here we go. Oh, I lied. That smoke is a huge problem.
Indeed, holding them back here. Vax just trying to see if there's a way to peek out around this, but the Hunter's Fury from Vix is going to not quite connect for any bit of sequential damage. The attacking side has just 10 seconds left to get this bomb down. Has the spike as this last remaining player. 5 seconds to plate the plant will be good, but the rest of the team has to just be piling onto the site and shooting through. Takes down SKG and take the win for Omnipotent Gaming.
The win and the success. That's an amazing set of plays. And for Omnipotent, they must be feeling pretty good considering how back and forth that entire story was. A game and a half and an entire series and a half so far, Becky. Highlights for you. Let's hear it. For me, I'm just going to go ahead and say Omnipotent, the retake game on Ascent, on point. Omnipotent, the Odin play on the Sova, beautiful. Like, those were the 2 key highlights for me. And as we watch them go later into the bracket potentially and who they match up with, I'm expecting much of the same. A good comfort pick for them, and it shows amazingly in today's matchup.
All right, 2 things I want to highlight are my 2 predictions for the match, which were in overtime, which we were very close to. We didn't quite get there, but we were very close. And then the next prediction that I had that I stated at the very start of the game, that on Ascent, having a good jet is just so important. And I hate to say that there was a little bit of a jet diff in that game, but Honest just had something turned on in this game and was working with the rest of the team and the rest of the team's utility so beautiful. And SKG just, it felt like every time SKG was trying to do the right thing, it was just something that Omnipotent expected to happen and was prepared for. And so there is like a lot to be said. If you are somebody who knows what to be doing and you at least have like a game plan, that is good. But when you keep falling into your game plan equating to something that the enemy is prepared for and it just is not going well, there has to be a point where you're ready for full stop. Okay, I'm done. I'm just playing with my team. And it never really happened and was never something that we got to see. And ultimately, I do think that Omnipotent Gaming really just had Honest as the spearhead for the team, and it just beautifully equated to some great things happening, despite the opposing side of No Names having Zik and Isaiah doing a great job, especially on the attacking side, trying to make things happen.
Yeah, you said it right. The preparedness is difficult, and Honest was, I don't want to say by far like away from the predictable side of the spectrum, more unpredictable than anything, but it was well thought out unpredictability, right? That B main peak with the op, getting an opening pick towards tiles, getting aggressive right up close and personal on grass. Like these small little things here and there, eventually they do add up, and being a close match, it does really boil down to the small things. And couple that with the fact of, like you said, it was a mirror matchup, and on Ascent, it does lend itself really well to this type of gameplay. So I mirror much of your thoughts, and I 100% agree as well.
And if you 100% agree that you want to play more Valorant, you should check out our Val and Chill event. Maybe you just can't play on Wednesdays and you're looking to play on the weekends more. Val and Chill is our Saturday 6 p.m. Eastern Time event. Also free entry and $50 to first place. So get in on that. And if you want more Pit of Valor action, well, you should, because we're giving an MSI GM41 gaming mouse to the MVP of today's matches, along with that $50 to first place. And we're doing that for the next 5 Pit of Valors as well, all leading up to the Pit of Valor Invitational, where any team that has won a Pit of Valor will be qualified for, and the winner of that gets $150 prize pool, as well as 5 MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards to go along with it. So if that was enough to play for in all of these free tournaments, I don't know what is, and y'all better be hyped in chat. Strive and I are going to be stepping away once we do go to a break, and you will be joined by 2 new lovely casters to help you take you through the rest of this Pit of Valor.
Indeed, and with that, guys, I wish you guys a fantastic rest of your night and the following matches to come, the next 3 specifically. This is not the end, so please don't go too far, but for Becky and I, like she said, rightfully so, we're off to hang out and join you guys in chat for the rest of the matches. Take this time, like Becky said, Discord, Twitter is there. Join the giveaway and check out the Country Club membership too. Maybe it interests you and it's something you want to get for your team and to join the Val and Chill and the future Pit of Valor. So off to a quick break. We're not going too far. Match number 4 of the night is around the bend. Don't go away.
they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. My plan is
Aim practice at this point. Second, no. Edging through market, Curry and Mendez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one, late storm, Juicy. One, dismissal. Greedy repeat.
honestly, I don't think it matters.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance to death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Betrayed take the victory. And victory lap. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. My name's Posters. I'm nowhere Canada makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, it might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from the beam, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike, it was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is huge. Sure, trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're gonna be 12 to 7 here. Match.
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. My plan is
Crosshair, aim practice at this point. Second, no. Edging through market, Curry is in trouble. Mendez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one, late storm, Juicy. Mendez for the one, dismissal. That's beautiful. Repeat. A greedy repeat, Garrett.
he does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance to death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Betrayed take the victory. And victory lap. shot from the beam. I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru did was able to get some damage through. But right now it's Aru against the wall, able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is a huge CCK waiting around shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have the best aim, but now we're gonna
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double Galak comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Fine planted.
What a day we've had so far, the 83rd Pit of Valor. I'm joined by Daxity, and we're here to provide you guys with the last 3 best of ones that we have here for today. Of course, to recap, for the time being, we had Stasis start us off with a very swift 13-5 up against Concord Medics with practically a CS overtime, 16-14 over Opulence, and Omnipotent taking all the way back 13-11, almost an overtime against no-namers. But now we've got Gamer Duder guys going up and none against the Chapter 4 Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here with you, Anton. And yeah, we've got our last 3 best of ones, the cream of the crop rising to the top as we have our last top 8 teams remaining, all facing off of that $50, that GM41 gaming mouse, and all those bragging rights. So I honestly, in a lot of these tournaments, you kind of expect like a lot of wipes, a lot of, really one-sided matchups, but actually, throughout the broadcast, we've had some really, really close matchups. One going to overtime, the last one almost going all the way, all the distance. And so I think so far that bodes really well for us going to these last matches.
Yeah, for sure. This might honestly be a long night because, like you said, even how these games have gone so far, there's literally a double overtime, and then the last one was almost. So, I'm slightly scared for sleep schedules, but at the same time, we're gamers, so I think we can handle it. But let's hope these players can handle it, because these guys are going to be playing for a lot longer than we have been casting so far. So we'll see what they can do, but for the time being, we have to thank our sponsors. Of course, MSI has been so grateful to provide us with so many things so far that we've had. Obviously, the giveaways that you can enter in, but obviously for us, we are GLG, and we're opening up a gaming facility. So up in New York, pretty cool stuff. We're literally at the top of a skyscraper. There's a launch party going on the 20th of next month, so stay tuned for that one. It's literally, it's perfect. It's 420. I mean, who doesn't love that? So April 20th at the lounge, special launch party. You can play in the Pit of Valor live from the 22nd floor. In the clouds, you are playing in the Wednesday show. That is some amazing stuff. But yeah, opening a gaming lounge later this year in Rochester, Innovation Square, and yeah, you can check out photos and renderings of what the thing is going to look like when it's done at !GLG LAN in the chat. You can find out more information about that. We have a Discord, we have a Twitter, !Discord, and Twitter just the same, and the Country Club membership, of course, if you guys want to lock in your spot for all of these Wednesday tournaments. There's only a full stack of teams that can join in, 64, that's it. So if you want to make sure you're one of those 64, you have to, go join the Country Club. And of course, I think, I actually don't know. There was a giveaway for it. Was that actually... Did we do that already? I wonder if we can get some information on that. I think we already did. But yeah, that's a thing that happened. Fingers crossed. Maybe we'll have one of those again, but not entirely sure. But nevertheless, without further ado, we will be getting straight into this matchup. We don't want to go too long. This is already going to be a long day. Might have another overtime, not entirely sure. But we're in to our 3rd ascent of the day. What a surprise, deck.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely shocked and in awe of getting Ascent once again. I was excited, like, hey, we got Haven to start off the day. Maybe we'd get some Icebox, maybe some Fracture, something. Nope, those are all getting banned very, very quickly, very swiftly. I think teams are kind of sticking to what they're comfortable with, sticking to what they know. And considering how well versed a lot of these teams have been on Ascent throughout the day, it's no surprise that there are even more teams that are, I guess, feeling the same way about this map as we move into this. We're already seeing the Omens being picked on both sides, the Sovas, the Jets, the KOs, no surprise there. And it looks like there might even be some mirror matchup potential coming up as both these teams lock in.
Well, I guess not really too much of a surprise, right? Because Ascent is, like you said, it's one of those maps that just that just happens to be played here in North America. So yeah, we do have a mirror matchup as Omens on both teams. Is single initiator of Sova, and excuse me, double initiators is a KO on both sides as well. Jet being the only duelist and Killjoys on both teams. This is probably the most standard lineup you could possibly find on this map. Maybe last patch you would have an Astra, but this time after all the nerfs, you see the Omens nowadays, and that this is what's going to happen. So we have pretty normal stuff on both teams. So we'll see. It's just going to be a skill differential. Whoever is the better team, whoever woke up and had their coffee this morning and ate their Wheaties is going to be the one to come out on top. But we'll have to see going into this map. 30 seconds remaining for these two teams to standardize their buys. And it looks like Chapter 4 wanted to start off with some early mid presence.
Yeah, I believe this was actually the mirror comp we saw in the previous game as well. And I wouldn't be surprised we see more crazy Odin Sova plays, some really rapid fire Jet plays as well. And that's really where I think the skill diff is going to come into play here. Is will you be able to have that Jet that's very clean on their entries onto the site? Will you have the utility to back them off? Will you play that really steady game when you need to and pop the utility when you can? We'll see as Doomsday figuring things out on this angle before they finally get the lineup. There goes the fragment, and here comes the push.
Straight into the site. They get in pretty much scot-free. There's some shock darts perhaps to delay the plant for the time being, but it does end up going down. Polar Sherry is just going to stick that. No damage done. Perhaps a flank had contact made, but at top mid, Chapter 4 don't seem to want to actually push in. There's a paranoia going through, but no one's going to be blinded, and still the flank is so slow. Helios now trying to contest, takes up the turret, at least first off. Polar Sherry looking back now, trying to engage on A main, while all this chaos happens on the site, but it's all the defenders to get the frag so far. Chapter 4 looking great on this retake, and now it's Doomsday, last alive, stuck inside a line, has nothing to say about the rest of this round. Smoke goes down on the spike, and Yukine removes that offending player right out from the round, and 3 players left alive for Chapter 4, convincing pistol round win.
Yeah, they were chunked down pretty hard there, though. Like, those ghosts were certainly putting some shots down hard. But yeah, Yukine and Click Shift there, playing both the door and the flank respectively, and taking their time too, right? Like, once the spike went down, they didn't just immediately scramble, like, all right, we have to rush in and try to get a kill. It was a nice slower pinch there, and having that 1 or 2 players in the back and waiting for the spike to go down until the utility had all been played is exactly what they needed, because then they all had the shots down, the angles were there, and there wasn't any coverage to block off those angles from behind. So Chapter 4 Academy will take that round. A nice start here. And you can see a lot of buys already from both sides. They don't want to give the other team an inch this early into the map.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we saw this, I'm pretty sure, on, what is it? Was it our last game of Opulence? We saw a very big force buy second round, Thrifty, from the team of, if I'm correct, yeah, it was Omnipotent, but this time it's just guns for both sides, another big force from the side of Gamer, and they ended up making it kind of work as a trade, so good enough for maybe a spike plant, but Helios is still on this spike site, a dink on a Doomsday, another trade back and forth for Korra, and it's a 3-on-3, yet again, everyone's got guns, so this is still anyone's round, plant is getting confirmed, so even the money bonus for Gamer Duder, guys, pretty decent in this round, and the shock dart doing damage on a JG as well, just waiting for Yukine to throw this flash straight through the entire site. Everyone's gonna be blind very, very soon, but the timing, what is it gonna be? 2 people now can't see anything, and it's Shuhei to get first line of defense, but so far it's still very slow from Chapter 4, just creeping on in, not making any noise. And the first gunfight won by Polar, traded right back yet again. It's just 1-for-1 all across the board, but still GDG came out on top, and that force buy ends up working.
Yeah, Chapter 4 Academy, a much more passive defense than we saw in the first round, likely trying to hold on to those weapons they had just bought as long as they could, but unfortunately weren't able to keep the dominoes from falling. They didn't have anyone on the flank. They didn't have anyone playing door either. You could see how everyone was funneling up from heaven and trying to make it work, but there were too many one-on-ones being played. You only had a couple double swings at the same time, and then Shuhei just coming out on top with 2 quick kills at the end. That's going to get them a rifle in their hands, and almost the entire team bought up with full armor to go into this one. This should be a full and easy win here for Gamer Duder, guys. Wow, that's a mouthful. To come into this next round and take round 3 pretty convincingly. So it's up to Chapter 4 Academy here to do some economic damage with these pistols.
I mean, they've got the correct stack here, right? Click Shift even potentially throwing out his molly to prevent any early push. There's a lot of time on the round. There goes the first dart, dash right in, and Amali has to go down now to prevent anyone else from actually getting on the site, but no, instead, Quickshift just uses his rifle, uses that pistol to take one out, and Doomsday with another frag at the back of the site. Shuhei tags along, but JG follows it up on the defense, and maybe another, but it's still, the kill is coming out from Gamer Duder, guys. Should be good enough to close, but that's a lot of damage already done by Chapter 4, like you mentioned. This is exactly what they wanted coming into this round.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. Getting 3 rifles down to the ground. They're going to have to rebuy armor and then some coming into the next round. Helios now, I mean, was pretty much separated from their squad, and I would probably say that it might have been better just to go for a full stack, because on pistols, you really can't flank super effectively against rifles, but Helios going to make it happen, and as they've gone through the dark cover, I don't believe anyone on Gamer Duder, guys, has seen that, though they will get caught out, and unfortunately, timing is not in Helios' favor. That spikes, and they continue to tick down as GDG takes another round under their belt, but it was not clean. They're going to have to do a lot of rebuys here, and that gives Chapter 4 Academy a little wiggle room here coming to the next round.
I mean, looking at their money right now, they're not even gonna all have rifles. There's no blades on Zell, so it's not even like he can pull that out. So he's gonna need a gun. Doomsday, I'm not sure what he's gonna do. He could go for a sheriff, or he could just keep the pistol, keep his money in line with everyone else on the team. That's pretty wise. So yeah, let's see if he can do anything. It's just a classic. You never know. It's a decent gun, but no, he actually invests. Okay, wise enough again. He keeps the round in contention. He only has an SMG, but that thing can do work as well. So the entire team stacked up top mid. There's no default at all. They don't really have too much map control. Probably just looking to barrel down onto this A site. But and again, they're walking into the stack of Chapter 4 Academy. 3 players strong. 2 actually watching this catwalk. This could be an absolute disaster right now. The spike is here. Does it get dropped? Quick shift with a double kill, and that's the entire attack just stifled.
Yeah, all eyes were on JG there as they bought an op, leaving them with 100 credits coming into this round and no armor. And of course, Gamer Duder, guys, walk right into the funnel, walk right into the slaughterhouse there. Lose 2 and then some, lose 3 actually to Click Shift's double kill and then the op kill there from JG. So this just gives Chapter 4 Academy complete control of the map here. They've cut it off in half thanks to the op. And Gamer Duder, guys, cannot push out on this. They already know that there's 2 players waiting here on catwalk still and have not moved their position, though Ego is going to use that to their advantage, picks things off, a really solid peek, and gets Click Shift right in the head. Noggin goes down, and now it's a 4-on-2 situation. Now, really, their mission here is to try and unhand this jet and get this op out of their grip. That's really what they, even if they don't win this round, you got to get that op to hit the floor. And they're going to push up here. Ego's going to push that Ego, move in here, and off the shock dart, might be able to get some damage on, but no, falls to the ground. That's the worst luck you could absolutely have here. But still, Shuhai picks up the slack. JG goes down 13 and now 12 seconds on the clock. And this might actually be enough to get the spike down, but they got to be aggressive. They don't know Yukain's on here in a hell.
Oh, the time! No, that kill from Ego might end up doing something. Do they have actually? They do.
Oh, they have
How
just
do they
enough
have
time!
time?
No way!
There's no way. Now this is winnable. You kidding? He spots the shoulder. Oh, just not quite. On a 1 versus 2 now for Ego, and he takes so much damage. Surely, not surely. There's no way for him to clutch this out, right? As the smoke that goes down, he's playing so patiently, and Yukine now doesn't know where he is anymore, but there's still 2 alive, and that reveals his location. That's it. Done and dusted. Yukine cleans it right up, and Ego, very nice effort, very nice gunplay to even get it down to a 1 versus 2, but even still, GDG cannot recover in Chapter 4 with a good opening. They end up closing with 2 alive.
That was what a crazy round right there. It seemed like it was all lost there at the beginning off of those initial kills from JG and Cliff Shift. And sure, Chapter 4 do come out on top, but it was too close for really to be, you know, for certain, right? It was too close for comfort. Now, JG, it looks like they did rebuy the op, or they might have had it handed back to them by Yukine. So they went down over in Catwalk, and I believe Yukine was able to pick that back up and hand it over back to JG, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, got a lot of value off that, and GDG took a lot of bodies down in the process. So both teams' credits are still super low.
Oh, big knife. I mean, they're just gonna go right in, straight into B. Chapter 4 not here. Big flank, very fast at that, but this should be a pretty decent spike plant, very, very quick. So 5 versus 5. It's already going to be a retake setup from the side of Chapter 4. They were prepared for this. No one played on the site. There's still guns, so they're going to go for this. A lot of utility to be thrown out, and even a kill to be had on Ego. The only player so far watching the flank. Shuhei tries to support, but he gets deleted as well. And so many bodies falling right now from Gamer Duder, guys, in Chapter 4. Looking to pull it back again. Korra gets 1, but how much can he bend? Not anymore other than that. Doomsday now on for the clutch. 1 versus 5, and only gets the first 2. Click Shift with his own triple kill. Closes that one out. 5 HP, but that's more than enough.
Snuck that reference in right there. That was that was clean. I like that. That was good. But Chapter 4 Academy, they will walk away with another quick round win there on the defuse. Doomsday does get a bunch of damage done. We're going to see some more of that prowess coming out here. Playing very aggro. I would almost think Doomsday's been playing some Elden Ring lately. Just going aggro as hard as possible on really high ground enemies there, and picks off 2. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Their armor and their faith were not high enough there in that matchup. So a 3-on-2 scoreline for Chapter 4 Academy as they take 2 in a row, and they put GDG back down to some pistols for half buy.
Well, quick knives out for the side of Gamer Duder, guys. No buy, so wants to keep them in this round however possible. So some potential locking up this mid position with a shorty even. Maybe a fake teleport by Ego just to play some sound cue and make someone second guess inside this catwalk, but no one is here. Dog is cleared. Click Shift is playing inside the site, very, very safe. Knows that there's only low buys on the side of GDG, so don't want to take those close range fights. Want to keep as much distance as possible between them and the enemies, and it's just them playing very, very patient on the site. Smoke's going down just to, once again, play some mind games, but it looks like it will at least attempt to be a B finish. The Spike's on that side, and the Jet's already made her way all the way into this market position, looking their way in. I'm not sure if the door's closed or what, but still sitting very, very patient and just looking through the spawn, cutting off any rotations, asking some questions on this catwalk is the Omen, but there goes the TP from the defensive one, and now it should be up. There's only 40 seconds remaining, and everyone is here on the B site from Gamer Duder, guys, and the defense is bolstered as well.
They're also popping that Blade Storm here and looking for someone to enter the pizza place, but so far, no one's thinking about some dollar slices just yet. And really, I mean, nothing is happening. Or 20 seconds, someone's going to have to make a play. GDG has done a really good job of forcing utility out, but it doesn't matter when JG has the op ready to go. Picks off 2. Helios follows up with a first kill of their own to make it 3. And now 10 seconds left on the clock. This is pretty much all done here. They won't be able to get the spike down in time, even if they rush up onto the site. So I think they're just going to look for some kills. And they do get a few. And the Flawless actually comes out just in time. That's going to be massive there. 4-2 now, and Chapter 4 Academy gets it done by the skin of their teeth without the plant.
Man, that is actually very impressive for C4 Academy so far, because Gamer Duder, guys, winning out that anti-eco on the second round, well, technically, call it a force buy, not entirely an anti-eco, but after that, you might have thought, these guys have a real chance in this round when they're able to take it like that, but so far after that, and the conversion by Gamer Duder, guys, Chapter 4 have just looked absolutely flawless, and this should be the round that is a contest between these two. There's 3 ultimates on the side of GDG, all of them pretty impactful other than maybe the Omen ulti, but I mean, maybe they can find something to do with that one, teleporting to the back of B site or up into heaven on A, something to find some information, create some chaos. But Chapter 4, they've got Blades and they've got a Hunter's Fury, so maybe something even more to be done with that. There goes the dart. No dart from the defense. And JG already with an entry inside that A main. That is a very nice kill to be had at the top of mid.
That is honestly kind of devastating, right? They've lost their major entry. They're also getting scanned out, so their second entry agent has also been found out here and is also taking damage. Might take some more, barely gets out of the way of that shock dart, but now GDG, the pressure's on them. Do they rotate, which might be a pretty obvious rotate because of how much time they've wasted sitting here? Or does this Hunter's Fury just mop them up? It looks like Cora's going to get some damage done, and just outside of the kill window there, they're going to whip that last shot, and now there's an opportunity for GDG to push up. They got to get this initial kill here on Helios, though. They're playing it, and here comes that lockdown to force them off the site, but it's not going to force more out as Helios. Yeah, Helios gets a kill right through that dark cover. You can see they anticipated that very cleanly, and GDG is now entering the site down 2 agents.
Very nice spam, but I mean, still an advantage for Chapter 4, so even with the plant down, this could be a big struggle. Shuhei is behind so many players on the enemy team right now, but they have to be looking at the smoke. They're very aware, and he only gets 1 before he gets shut down, and now it's a 1-on-4. Doomsday can't do a single thing. That is a shutdown from Chapter 4 Academy.
Chapter 4 Academy now looking really strong. I mean, that was probably the most critical round of the game so far. GDG all on full rifles. 4 of their 5 players had full shields, and they had no credits, so they have to save in this next round. They lose that round, they're going to be down 6. They're going to be down 6-2. Yeah, it's not going to be great. Like, they are saving money here to potentially get back into this for some rifles, but the problem is they have not figured out how to deal with JG on that jet, and I think they're going to be taking a little bit of a timeout to maybe figure that out here.
Yeah, very wise. They've got to talk something out because, again, ever since the third round, nothing has really worked out for them. Going to see some, timeout for the time being. We have to thank our sponsors, of course, MSI. I mean, look at this headset. That is, I'm jealous of the guy that already won it so far because I've wanted a headset for quite a while, and MSI's looks fairly sexy, if I must say so myself. So, thank you again to MSI for sponsoring this tournament, of course. So much merch already just thrown out so far with the giveaways, and the next 5 Pit of Valors, including this one, are all sponsored by MSI. So 5 weeks of giving, GLG thanks MSI, and each week starting this one, you can win an MSI GH50 headset. All active GLG CC members, country club members are placed in the running to win a $25 Valorant point card every single week, and you can type exclamation giveaway in chat for more details on that. But for the time being, we will be getting back into this game. Audio from the headset, hopefully giving these guys a lot of good information for what they have to play with, because they're the ones that need it right now. And apparently GamerDuder guys, hopefully these guys can get a chance to win those headsets, because right now they are completely lost. They have absolutely no idea what's going on. 6 and 5, 6 and 7, top 2 players on the team. Ego following it with 4. 2 players sitting at breadsticks. Not entirely the best showing for the 2 players at the bottom of the scoreboard, especially one of them being the duelist. Not entirely what you want to see, but we'll see if they can end up waking up, because speaking of duelists, JG, very precarious angle right now on the bricks position. Some might call it Shroud, and of course he gets 2 with that. Of course he does. It's so free for him. The operator chimes out, and even, I don't know how that one didn't get a kill. Big dash, but he is completely blind, and even still, Doomsday is trying to inflict some doom on the opponents, but only gets 2. Zell with some for his troubles, but 1 HP. How much more can this guy find?
For Zell to make this happen, it would be like splitting the Red Sea for them. It would be an absolute miracle to get it done with a single little sliver of HP. But wow, that was, I mean, JG, that just very smart. You got to reposition yourself so they have no idea where you're going to be expected. And it's a really close corner that you're not expecting an op to be on. And then they all funnel in, and you expect that funnel because they're all pushing in on pistols. So of course they're going to be stacking as a whole team. They line up, the collat comes through. And sure, Chapter 4 Academy did not get it done extremely cleanly. They only had 2 agents left alive at the end of that round, but their money's looking so good that it doesn't even matter. JG's going to rebuy, has full armor, has almost 7.5k in the bank. Meanwhile, GDG is just looking to kind of play this every other round, right? Like, they full buy here, and they lose this, well, they're going to have to save again. And then, you know, they have like 2 cycles of that to go in this half to try to even this out. But this margin of error is slowly but surely getting really small here for GDG as they continue to force the issue.
Fast playing to B this time, so hopefully for something, they must make something work, right? Because they ended up talking that round out a couple rounds ago, but instantly the entry doesn't end up working out for them. Doomsday already takes him down. Boulder does trade it right back, and there's no, I don't entirely know why there's no smoke on that market position, but nonetheless they do get the kill until Korra has something to say about that one, takes out the opposing Sova. They still have not picked up this KO just yet. They're worried about someone coming from that spawn position, but now they're finally safe with that drone being taken out. And Korra, is he gonna lose his life here? Still not quite. Now I don't even know how he survives that, but that is very fortunate. Chapter 4 keep the man advantage even after GDG picked the KO up, and now the spike is getting planted, but a 4-on-3 retake with 3 ultimates to boot. This is going to be a hell of a defense for GamerDuder guys to try and fend off.
And yep, that will have the jet be suppressed there. Doomsday is going to hold their ground and takes out JG despite that. And that Hail Mary no point did not land on anybody, but that Killjoy lockdown is not going to make him think twice about holding this position. Ooh. Click Shift, Korra, and Helios all combining for the last 3 kills, and that is going to be another defuse here. Chapter 4 Academy, they're able to take these rounds with 2 or 3 agents alive. I mean, it's not absolute cleanest, but they're getting it done nonetheless, and a W is a W. So now they've increased that scoreline to a 5-round lead. GDG just looks like they're up a river without a paddle, as they're going to have to either force buy someone of the team here, or they have to go for mostly a save and cycle between these full buy and save rounds, where they're essentially giving up every other round unless they can really, you know, have a huge stroke of luck here. And of course, Chapter 4 Academy will take that all day.
Yeah, this one's a bit disjointed as well, as you can see. I think Zell may be trying to make a hero play or something like that, but it's kind of rough, especially because he has not looked very good in this entire matchup. Looking at the statistics alone, maybe he can wake up. Maybe he drank some coffee between rounds 7 and 8, and now it's finally kicking in. But this is going to be a tough one. They've got a Hunt 3, but that is all they really have to work with other than this Vandal. Zell looking out in the mid, he just wants to try for some taps, but there's an off angle, very big off angle by JG, and very aggressive in the mid. What in the world is that? That is disgusting. Polar is on the edge of his screen. That is a beautiful flick. And Chapter 4 just asserting their dominance right now. This Jet walks straight in the mid, doesn't care. Nothing given in the world, and Yukina even following up on that one outside of A.
That is devastating. I mean, how many rounds have we had in a row here, Anton, where GDG loses 1 or 2 players on their team before the round's even really begun? There's another one that goes down. That's 3 in a row for JG as Doomsday goes down. You can see Ego, it's like, I don't know where I'm supposed to be now. Like, where do I go? Do I try and take this fight? Oh, they see the end of that op there. They see the barrel, and they're like, oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's like in the water against Jaws here. Somehow, though, they come out on top. It's the end of the first movie, but then Korra comes through and takes down the beast. Ego goes down. Yeah, this has been the JG show, right? Like, you talk about the off angles, JG's been dominating there, but then JG doesn't just like, all right, I got the kill, I back up. No, they play aggressively and hunt down another kill. They take map control, they continue to push up, and they make it impossible for GDG to feel safe really anywhere on the map. It's been, they haven't had the smoke coverage to really shut off these angles, but then JG's been able to adapt really well and force other positions that GDG has not been able to expect so far. JG at 13, 7, and 2 has the Blade Storm ready as well if they want to drop that off to someone else and move in. But at this point, they're so comfortable on it right now. Why change anything up?
Get out of my way.
Yeah, he's blocked off finally by an Omen smoke that's tall enough to actually cover the entire angle from mid-arch. But yeah, like you mentioned, he's so confident. He's already popped it. There go the blades. He might want to actually jump this mid wall, but he's already got a kill on Shushe. That is, what is it? That's like top cat or something like that. And he's going to rotate all the way back to the A site to try and help out his teammates. Still sitting on this site defense, but just sitting pretty. He only took 1 bullet of damage from that Sova and a headshot to return. And no, he's actually wanting to re-aggress on Cat. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, he doesn't care. The roughest part about this for GDG, I think, is the fact that these guys are so confident right now on the side of Chapter 4. Look at that pushing. They're in tiles. They're in tiles. That's a free kill on the Boulder. You never expect the defender to push that far out. And now stuck atop mid, right outside A main. GDG are completely lost. They have absolutely no map control. And Chapter 4 are looking so dominant right now. That is, you asked how many rounds in a row? It's about to be 8. We're getting to that point.
This is, I mean, this is where you kind of like smell the blood in the water. Like, Chapter 4 Academy knows that they have the confidence advantage and that the other team's scared. They're scared to push out. Now, Zell does get that shot in. JG just misses that. That's kind of just an aim diff there. Helios picks up 2 in a row. And that is pretty big considering Zell has a Blade Storm and a Dream. They have the op, but at 28 HP, I mean, this is essentially a numbers game now for Chapter 4. They can just throw bodies at the problem and see what happens. Helios might actually be able to get the pick off here and does so. That's 4 in a row all the way from Helios to make it a 9-2 scoreline. And GDG has not felt comfortable really on any of these rounds. Unfortunately, they're losing their entries just too often in these fights. And I mean, not for nothing, JG's making it very difficult. Playing very well and making it very difficult for JDG to kind of have anything more comfortable than just a simple default push, right? Like, they're trying to find the initial pick and they're never getting it, and then the game plan kind of falls apart against Chapter 4.
Yeah, for sure. And no, this is obviously last round they have to fully invest, and if they win this one, maybe there's a chance. You never know. There's a big curse going on, and Zell straight in. Good paranoia, perhaps able to get 2 kills, and maybe this is how it has to happen. Even wall hacks onto this last player on the site, but he's out of ammo. Doesn't matter. Shuhei cleans it right up, but apparently that's what needed to happen all along. Straight into B. Beautiful synergy with all the utility being used to get those 2 entry frags, and even the Sova. That was a stacked site. They all went down with a single response, and now the plant going down. 2 versus 5 for Chapter 4. They've done so much. They've looked so good, but this would be another task, another mountain to climb.
It's almost a little too late here for GDG. They finally figured out the right formula, but by now everyone's already picked up the other stuff. It's a 9-2 scoreline. You pick this up here. Zell does get click shift, and now it is just you can by themselves. Doomsday gets it, and it'll be 9-3, but Yeah, I mean, that looked how really well executed that was, right? Like GDG, like they used all. I mean, of course they had a lot to work with, but when you're against an op, like that's almost what you want to be doing. You want to be stacking. You want to be throwing a ton of different bodies at the op, and not just giving them one-on-ones to push.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys heard us, but apparently after we called them out for losing 8 rounds in a row, maybe they have the MSI headsets and they can tap into our comms, but whatever the case, they ended up making that round work out. That was absolutely insane. I mean, straight into B, and technically not the exact stride, but they tried a full send before and it hasn't worked out, and this time it was a lot cleaner. Perhaps it was off the back of their opponents playing a lot more aggressive. Chapter 4 were up inside B main, 2 people getting flashed by that one single paranoia, and the second person, he's good, but not good enough. Excuse me, is JG with the operator. You can't hit all the shots in the world, right? He's human, so fair enough.
Yeah.
That's something that we understand. But getting
It is
back
what
to
it is. It is what it is. By the way, I would love to see that QR code kind of bouncing around on the screen at one point. I don't know if you've at the Super Bowl, they had the Coinbase QR code that was bouncing around all around the TV screen. That would have been wild to see. So another wild push in here as Chapter 4 Academy is going reckless and pushing all the way up onto site almost immediately, but they are trading out here. Yukene and Shuei both going down. Core also finds Pay Dirt there with the Ghost. Doomsday responds with 2 kills there with the Frenzy, making it a 2-on-1 situation. But Ego picking things off, and now it's just JG who's been the star of the show so far to see if they can get an encore.
Big dink. Ego, though, he still only needs 1, but he looks the wrong way at the wrong time. That is unfortunate. JG, good gunplay as always. Of course, it's this guy to clutch out the round. Secure Chapter 4's 10th, and now only 1 more make that 3, but after this one, it's going to be a lot tighter as they surely are going to probably convert this round.
Yeah, that's another solid start here for Chapter 4, and it looks like GDG was looking like that spray right there. Certainly feel a little worse for wear. They are already hurting, and now with just 3 more rounds to give up, Chapter 4 Academy looking to steal those, not even steal, just take what they've earned at this point. GDG, and this is a crucial round. They have to make something happen here economically and try to remove as many guns as they can off Chapter 4. And Helios picks off Zell. It's not at all what you want to see for GDG to start things off. They've already lost their jet at the very beginning of the round once again.
That's like 20 seconds. That's not the ideal play. And even hearing the rotates, JG is so deep right now inside of mid, all the way back at Z, cutting off pretty much everything other than the people that have already ran across, but he's looking right now, and surely is going to catch this Omen off guard. But no, the trigger discipline, this could be an absolute disaster. Takes the first head, and perhaps the second one doesn't need the headshot. Click Ship is going to be cleaning that one up that already crossed over into the site, but a 3rd kill from JG. 11 rounds now for Chapter 4, 2 left to take the map, but this is round 4. This is certainly not what I expected.
And there's that trigger discipline you were talking about there. You see Polar Cherry. Actually, the dark cover almost kind of screwing them over a little bit there because they're peeking in and out of that and wasn't sure, hey, are they actually going to commit going to this dark cover or not? I might as well get the kill while I can, but the aim worked out in JG's favor. 19 and 9, looking really solid here. But honestly, the entirety of Chapter 4 is, right? Like, they're all coming up on having double-digit kills here. 4 of the 5 members of the team are. We're going to see Gamer Duder guys come out aggressively, and they just hit the floor hard. Again, losing 3 members of their team. I mean, certainly they didn't have a lot of, weaponry to work with here, so they're trying to force the issue, but still, this has been a pattern we've seen throughout this entire game. Chapter 4 Academy just running a little bit of a clinic here and teaching GDG a lesson.
2 versus 4, I mean, they're going to try for something. Get his teammate to shoot the door open, and not even... yeah, that's not much hope. Just want to try for some damage. Not even the first. And too far for a right click. Helios is going to clean that one up in Chapter 4 now. Map point, very, very quick. This is the fastest map we've had their entire day, and this is round number 4. That's
yeah,
unexpected to say the least. I don't know if it's me, but it tends to be all the games I ever cast are always one-sided. Like, I'm the anti-curse, right? Like, usually you see some people, I don't know, like Tumbiz or Ryan, like when they cast games, they just like, it's always like triple OT every single map, like best of 3, they go all 3 maps. For me, it's always like, if there's a best of 3, one team's winning in 2. If there's a best of 1, one team is winning like 13-0 or something like that. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry to Gamer Duder guys, but Chapter 4, they're playing exceptionally. I don't know what else to say. They're absolutely just team diffing right now, and this is a good entry for Gamer Duder guys. But Chapter 4, they've been known to recover from these kinds of things, so we'll see. This is an anti-eco, so maybe a bit of a chance for the latter. But there is a flash, and it's good for the time being. But can he convert? Because can convert in the one. Excuse me. Maybe a bit of a slip up from the side of Chapter 4, just like I slip up on words. But this one, surely Gamer Duder guys are very, very looking good to win this one out.
Yeah, that was on a razor's edge right there. That Paranoia barely clipped the entry, and then they were able to shadow step their way into the dark cover. Doomsday picks up 2, and that'll get a flawless run. I think the first one there for GDG so far, and it comes at, I mean, at the most crucial of times. They needed that round desperately, of course, but they're still not out of the woods yet. Chapter 4 will still have 4 out of 5 agents on the rifles, and Ego making things look really closer than we'd expect. But the op for Zell is going to be the X factor here, right? Like, Zell needs to step up, use that op, get an early pick here, or at least push the advantage. Like, make Chapter 4 scared to push around, just like GDG was afraid to push around on their attacking side, right? Like, the op is not just, all right, you get kills on it, but it's also a fear factor behind it. It cuts down lanes, it cuts the map in half. You have to respect it. And JDG needs to keep that in mind as they push, as they have the defensive push here. And Doomsday start things off clean with the JG kill. And then there it is, Zell picking off Helios. It's exactly what you need to see. Polar Cherry follows up as well. 4-on-2 situation for GDG.
Oh, that's so many fast kills, and it's like you mentioned, the op being the linchpin of the round already with another frag. Yukine now, this should have nothing to say about this round. He's going to get smoked off, fake TP to try and get someone looking the incorrect way, but there's a flash. And Doomsday, he just full clears it right past the smoke. Beautiful smoke placement by the defense. And Yukine, 1-on-4, has the first, teleports into his own smoke, but it dissipates just at the wrong time and taken in the back by Ego. He knows exactly what the opponent, Omen, is going to be doing in that situation. So 5th round for Gamer Duder, guys. They keep themselves alive for the time being.
They will, and it looks like Chapter 4 will be able to get away with still a partial buy here. Helios and Korra, of course, are going to be all eyes on them, as well as Click Shift, but Helios especially because they will have the lockdown to work with here. So Chapter 4 will be able to kind of set the pace of a potential push by throwing that down. You have the null, I mean, you have the null command and the from the shadows for Gamer Dudes. So like those really aren't like super crucial ults to use here. And then of course you have on the other side, alongside that lockdown, you also have the Blade Storm. So utility wise, Chapter 4 is in perfect position to take this game right here.
Well, Ultimate and Shuhei surely needs to get out. He does run. A lot of delay being put down, smokes, Molotovs, every single thing, and even a kill to be had from Polar. A lot of damage done as well, trying to cross on over into lane. And they do manage to get on, but as KO taking damage, Sova and the Jet all taking bullets. Korra looking for the flank. No one's going to be there, but in a good position to prevent any sort of retake coming through that lane position. Now JG trying to get aggressive again against perhaps an operator. Just doesn't see. Oh, that's so unlucky. Misses the shots. That might be all done and dusted right now. Polar trying to complete what he started with at the beginning of the round, and Yukine and Korra, hold on a second. Maybe a bit of a chance for these attackers, but no. Shut down by Shuhei and Zell. Stereo kills to close out. And yet again, it got pretty tight there, but Gamer Duder guys, just by the skin of their teeth, end up closing that 6th.
Yeah, Chapter 4 Academy getting caught in the back sight. They didn't really, it's one of those things where you kind of force the issue onto the site in order to get the spike down, but as a result, you don't have the ability to hold all the entry angles, and you kind of put yourself into a hard pocket to hold. We've seen it time and time again on Ascent, and GDG does come out on top. They now have 3 unanswered rounds in a row. This half is now split down the middle with 3 rounds on both sides here, but that, I mean, aside from the fact that they needed that round desperately, they also held on to a lot of the guns they needed too. So GDG still has, you know, an operator to work with. They actually have 2 ops now. Ego now has an op as well. So they're really investing as hard as they can to take fights that are impossible for Chapter 4 to kind of win here. They're not trying to take fair fights at all. They don't want any kind of opportunity for Chapter 4 to push up in here. But again, margin of error is extremely, extremely small here for GDG.
Yeah, I mean, surely this guy, the problem with the Omen having an op is that he can't miss, right? And he's already done so once outside that mid. That allows Chapter 4 to get all the way up right behind his own smoke. And there goes the offensive smoke as well. So no vision. You can't spot anything. Very big problem for this guy. There is still another one, like you mentioned, but that is all the way on this A site. So no operator to play with for this first line of defense. And even a very big bait from the side of Chapter 4. Seemingly Gamer Duder guys are kind of taking it, but not quite. They're wise enough to understand that some noise made and nothing else means that they're probably going for this A. Exact, and Doomsday even popping this ultimate is not going to prevent anyone from crossing, but at least does prevent them from using their abilities to let Zell get a kill at the top of heaven. Korra goes down early, and he's still all the way up here with the operator, but he doesn't have a dash, not even close, and JG takes him out. 4 on 4 now. Spike getting planted for Chapter 4. This could be the chance that they need to close.
Spike will go down all the way in the corner here. Hell is also being held by JG. They have to find out where they're going to be as Polar Cherry finds out Helios. I think the peak's about to come out here too. Ego up on heaven, and there is the Killjoy coming out, or the Killjoy lockdown comes out from GDG. Meanwhile, Shuhei, big shock dart, and then follows up with a second kill with the Vandal. JG also gets on the board. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and JG is by themselves, but can they clutch this out? They have a potential 1-on-1 to take here, but they have to commit and go up against, oh no, I think they saw the Sentry turret as a potential opponent and took the wrong 1v1. It does not go in their favor, and JDG slowly but surely bringing this back, now within 4 unanswered rounds. They're somehow making this happen, and this is better late than never, right? Like, they are figuring things out at the perfect time to stay alive here. Chapter 4, again, needs one single round to win, and you can realize, all right, like, we can drop a couple rounds here. We just got to win one. Let's get our money back. Let's get rifles in the back of everyone and get back to what we were doing right here. I mean, the utility usage was great by Chapter 4 on that push, right? Like, they had the coverage. They had the bait, the utility came out to shut down angles, but when it came down to those actual aim moments, GDG came out on top.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is perhaps the side for GDG to actually do the comeback on, but Ego, a bit of a whiffed movement there, makes him go down right outside that market. He wanted to get back into that B site, but unfortunately for him, JG is going to be having good gunfight against that Omen. And now, yet again, he's cutting off this mid-rotate, and even another operator perhaps doing some work, but oh, it's the attack. That is 2 great headshots, and Zell gets taken out, and now there's so many options right now for Chapter 4 to go. They could literally go all the way, wrap back towards A from the heaven position, and it looks like that's exactly what they want to do. There's a line of defense outside this A main, but Paranoia going through. No smoke to land on the A main arch just yet. And it seems like they still want to ask some questions. Don't know where these last remaining players are on the side of Gamer Duder, guys. So they want to be careful as they possibly can. Just deny any amount of comeback. But Shuhei makes it pretty realistic as he removes click shift, and finally with this smoke, this could be a problem. Doomsday, he walks through. What is going on? So much happening on the site, and he almost gets 2 with that, but now it's a 1-on-1. Shuhei denies for just the time being, but this is going to be so much pressure on him because he's at very low HP. Korra almost full. But the thing is, where is this Sova going to come from? That's the question that this offensive player has to ask from Chapter 4. He's got this Hunter's Fury, but Shuhei, there's no way he's going to let him use it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Korra couldn't get up into heaven in time, and now just gave away their position entirely. Like, they had the Hunter's Fury, but they could still get headshotted here. So, Korra has to, and there it is! No way! It comes through! Yeah, gets put in. Korra comes out on top, sends the headshot their way. Don't even need the Hunter's Fury, and that's going to be a 13-7 victory for the Chapter 4 Academy squad.
Man, that's some good stuff. I gotta admit, that game got a lot closer than I really thought it would at the end of the first half, but you couldn't count Gamer Duder guys out. This kind of thing happened, I think, in the Opulence game as well. They were down, what, like 0-7 or something like that very early on, and they managed to bring it back into, like, again, like I mentioned, a CSGO overtime, 16-14. Some nuts stuff, and honestly, with the way the descent is so sided, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to bring it all the way back. But unfortunately, that 1v1 is so darn difficult. The KO tried to do so much, and admittedly, I thought they honestly had a chance after this guy walks straight through 2 smokes and then takes 2 kills, like front and back, whatever the case. Very valiant effort, but JG at the top of the scoreboard, 23-15. This guy was doing so much work all around the defense and their offense for the side of Chapter 4. And at the end of the day, they get absolutely skilled. If this one was actually closer than the first game of the day. It did not end up looking like it would have been when we first started off, but Chapter 4, excuse me, Gamer Duder guys, they made it pretty contested.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that first half, not looking great for GDG. The second half, a lot better. They're both teams' defensive sides were overall the better portions of their gameplay in that map. But you could tell like the damage had been done by JG. Like you get so many rounds off of that jet op. Like that's where that margin of error comes into play. Like you might figure things out in the second half, but you only have so many rounds to give up. Even if you're playing well, some rounds just might not go your way and you can't give up as many as you would like because you lost 7 or 8 rounds, if not more, in the first half against a Jet who is just popping off on an operator. And then you can see Chapter 4, the utility usage was really strong. Then they made the most off of half buys and eco rounds as well. And yeah, that last unfortunate timing there, you had 2 ships passing each other in the dark through the dark cover, but ultimately it came down to the Sova v Sova, and it really didn't even come down to who had the altar, who had the most HP. It came down to who could click heads. And Korra did come out on top in that scenario. They will be moving forward. Chapter 4 has now gotten themselves a little bit of room in the top 4, and by that they have a quarter of that portion of the bracket. They're looking really solid as they move on throughout this Pit of Valor bracket.
Yeah, but for the time being, we will get the next game set up for you guys as soon as we possibly can, but we have to, of course, talk about what we got going on. I mentioned already that in the halftime, I'm pretty sure, next 5 Pillar Valors being sponsored by MSI. These guys are absolutely amazing, giving us so many different pieces of hardware that we can give away, like the headsets that we're giving away this stream that we've already done. The next 4 streams upcoming for the next 4 weeks, that's going to be absolutely amazing. I am, yet again, I want one of those things, and unfortunately, I am stuck with this. So this is pretty good, but I mean, the GH50 looks absolutely beautiful, as you guys can probably see in all our ad sponsors. But yeah, so next 5 weeks, GLG is sponsored by MSI to get you some new gear with that headset, everything else, and of course, GLG CC. If you're in it, you get the chance to win a $25 Valorant gift card every single week, and that's probably like the best deal that we've had in a very long time, considering the store right now has the Endeavor pack that is just, what, $30? That's the cheapest skin pack that we've had in quite a while, so that's like 90% of that skin pack right there. So you guys want to win that. So if you want to not only lock in your spot in every single Wednesday tournament that we have, our Pit of Valors, but also have a chance to maybe get a free Endeavor pack, go ahead and join the GLCCC. Super cheap, and exclamation mark giveaway in chat for more details and all the stuff that I just mentioned. But of course, the Pit of Valor Invitational that we have coming up, how to be invited is win the Pit of Valor. So the tournament winner that we have here today is just going to straight up be invited. All champions are going to be invited, even if the team gets disbanded, which is pretty interesting. I like the sound of that one. But triple the prize pool of our weeklies, so $150. First place wins 5 keyboards by MSI, so every single member on the team gets a keyboard. That's a good deal. Type exclamation mark invitational in chat if you want more details on that one. And we have a year-long giveaway for a membership to the GLGCC. So like I mentioned before, the free $25 in Valorant points that you can have a chance to win. If you win the giveaway, if you win this giveaway, you have a chance to enter that every single week as well. So what a wonder. That's already happened, I'm pretty sure. So after round 2 today, but follow us on Twitter and join the Discord, like I mentioned before, exclamation mark Twitter, and we have a Discord that you can probably find in the About Us section below. But if you want to keep an eye out for new giveaways like that, that is where you can find that kind of information. And last but not least, I'm very jealous of Strive, of course. Early on, he actually showed off his socks that we got from GLG.
Yes.
I do not have any yet. I will probably be ordering some very, very soon. But for the time being, like you mentioned, it's summer, so it's getting a bit harder, unfortunately, for the time. But still, I mean, you can wear this anytime you want. It doesn't really matter. Maybe you have a cold basement or something like that, and you can have those to warm up your feet. So good stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got so much coming up. We have, of course, this 5 weeks of MSI. We have the weekly Pit of Valor, the invitations. You said, of course, the GLG launch party on April 20th. There's so much more. And not only that, we have our next matchup coming your way on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere. More Pit of Valor will be on the other side. So stay tuned.
He does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is going to be short. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now it's 12 to 7.
As they would probably like it. Oh. God, never mind as a double collat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of NMG. Quite credit. Oh, he does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Make it quick though. Spotted. The pings could be here. Holding these shoulders. They're gonna play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Zaker right now. It's a dance. It's ring around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. To trade, take the victory, and victory lap.
That's what we see here. Out of the Jets out mid. Market, they have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The Sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, pulled him still.
Oh no, Moeda would run away as well as 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Name's posters. Up north, King Aurora makes it happen. There's so little time left. I don't know if we'll replay that, but I mean, it might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot took the lead. I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose those.
Slowing that down before the kick came through, before the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru it was really good through. But right now, Aru against the world, they're able to get one here if they are able to clutch this out. This is going to be around the shore. Trying! Oh, might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here.
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double collat comes out from one hot shot. Beautifully played, and it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of NMG. Quite credit. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG.
Pigeon through market. Curry is in trouble. Pendez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pendez for the one. Dismiss. Oh! That's beautiful. A greedy repeat, Garrett.
Oh. It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Just rotating. Zeke right now is a dance. It's ringing around the Rosie. And ZK's been leading the whole time. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Has betrayed taking the victory. And victory lap happened. That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Chantel mid.
We are turning pages here to a new chapter as we saw number 4 take the win 13-7 against their opponents of Gamer Duder, guys. But for the time being, we have Omnipotent Gaming yet again on the broadcast. Last time we saw them 13-11 over the course of No Names. Currently not entirely No Name because they put up a decent fight against Omnipotent. But this time going up against a very interesting roster, if I can say so myself, Dak. They're called... brace yourself. We Slay MILFs. It's... don't know if they're also fans of Flogs, but whatever the case, we do have these guys here today. This is going to be an interesting matchup between these two guys, and not only that, but on none other than a new map that we haven't seen today. We have Icebox.
Oh, all right. Fresh off some map changes. We Slay MILFs. Can they slay their opponents? That's just low-hanging fruit right there. Omnipotent Gaming, yeah, they were a team that looked like they might have gone to OT as well up against No Names for sure. They did eke it out just in time, and they have had a run right through. Of course, this is all best of one bracket here, right? So there's no opportunity like, okay, we can condition our opponent a little bit, we can download them a little bit, we can, lose the map here and come back later. Like, that's it. You got to make it happen. So if you made it this far, you've made it into the top 4, clearly something's working for you, especially for both these two teams. But we've seen a lot of ascent, right? We've seen maps that seem like, they're historically comfort picks for a lot of these teams. Icebox is certainly not one of them. This map has been getting banned pretty early for a lot of these teams throughout the brackets. So to have them now come to Icebox, it tells me that both these teams either have something to work off of, that they have something prepared for this map, or they're trying to just throw their opponents off and hope that they don't have something prepared.
For sure, and we can pretty much see decently. We're going to get into the agent select. I mean, most of these agents have already been locked in from the side of, I think that's Weasley? I'm going to say Wesley like 8 million different times, so I apologize in advance for that one, but these guys are quite quick. Hero, Fabio, Will, Freelord, and Nani already with the very, very swift locks, and everyone in their opponent team of Omnipotent is hovering on the Sage, hovering on the Sova. There goes a Sage lock, and Twist is going to be hovering that Chamber, so there's not really too many surprises. Not quite a mirror comp that we have in this matchup, but pretty decently close to it, other than the fact that we have double smoker on the side of Weasley, which is, I'd say, unconventional. I like the idea. You don't really see too many teams doing it, but we're gonna have to see these guys taking a lot of different map control with the capability that they do have. Hopefully, that's what we're gonna get to see showing from these guys. But on the side of OP Gaming, Omnipotent, they don't need it. They don't need the map control. They have the Sage. So if anything, they have a wall. They have a couple slows. They have a res even. So maybe getting a bit more aggressive, not really taking control with utility, but more so with their weapons that we saw today earlier. So we'll see what they can do against Weasley. We'll see if they turn into MILFs that get slain, or if they can manage to come out on top once again and take it to our last best of one of the day.
Yeah, the evolution of MILFdom out here. The Weasley MILFs are going to make something of their opponents, that's for sure. And coming into this one, Omnipotent Gaming, yeah, I would say that they have, on paper, the more aggro composition. Like, they don't have a lot of fallback plans. Like, when you're looking at Weasley MILF's, composition, like, they can fall back on the Viper, they can fall back on a bunch of smokes they can throw down. They have, a chamber as well. But when you look at Omnipotent Gaming, like, they look like they're going to be playing aggressive. They're going to run in, get a Sage wall down, cut off parts of the map. They're going to have that jet thrown in there. And that slight difference in composition really might make all the difference.
And that's straight into A site. This is usually the site that most teams end up taking. So for pistol round or whatever other round, it doesn't even matter. Is A site is widely considered to be the weaker one, but Hero wants to have something to say about it early on, tries to go for an aggressive peek, doesn't manage to land the shots, but gets a lot of information and a lot of damage done by the shot darts, I'm pretty sure, and even more with the gun from the Sova. Very nice shots from the back of the site. Hero even cleans one of those kills up onto Honest, but Bubbles trades it right back, and stuck in the corner now. Hero's gonna remove him right after that, and even the flank getting taken out by Freelord. Twist is good for that kill, and they go right back onto the B site. Still an even man count, low HP for the Sage, but yet again, because of that agent, there is some potential for a heal, but they are likely going to be going for this plant very soon after this wall goes down. Ooh.
We'll see what can be done outside of this dark cover here. Twiz wants to make something happen, but can't fully commit. And Rize, now on the other side of this wall, it's 75 HP in a dream. Has the brain as their gun buddy, but can they show some wrinkles? And they do. Nice right click, putting some more down. Has to reload, and then Will FPS makes the better of it with 22 HP, but the ghost was really the big difference there. Just a classic, unfortunately, too much. Yeah, enough bullets as well. Like that, a game of numbers there, and it works out for Weasley Milfs.
Dang, well, numbers, speaking of, that's one round. Of course, not too many, but Omnipotent is going to be down at least one, so we'll see what they do. I don't know if they're actually going to go for a force here. Yeah, they are. They, I'm pretty sure they actually won the round 2 Thrifty versus No Namers earlier in this very tournament, but this time they don't even want to go for a Thrifty. They're just going for a buy. They doesn't matter for them. Twist has the Headhunter that he's probably fully invested in at this point. Everyone else has an SMG and light armor, and for the time of Weasley Milfs, I'm gonna say again, I took some time there just to make sure I didn't say Wesley, but they have, I don't even know if that's a better or worse buy. They've got a Bulldog, but they've also got a Ghost on Hero and a Marshal on Freelord, so he has to land these headshots because everyone's got armor. It's not like it's a free second round op right now for him, so he's got to be very, very true on his shot. Twist now spots it out, understands what gun is on the other end of his engage, and Freelord even wants to back his way out, but no, Tonky has made his way across already. The headshot gets missed, and right back at the back of B goes Freelord.
Fabio takes control of mid. Some really great work with that Spectre, and falls back. Not going to force the issue, and really has no means to do so. There's a Viper waiting on the other side of that channel there. So, meanwhile, Donkey Kong's going to back up here and coalesce around this spike that's down on the ground, or at least being held here by the Sova. Bubbles also waiting. That's that Viper that was on the other side of Fabio, who had also continued to back up over towards A site. And now here we're going to have the push coming out. Here comes the Viper wall, goes down, and that spike should be pushed down, but Donkey Kong takes a lot of damage in doing so, forced to use the heal, and now on the other side of a really sticky situation with this wall in the way, and we'll have not enough HP to win the duel against Will FPS. Nani also gets on the board, bolt trading Will for a second kill, and looking for a third, has eyes on the spike until that Viper wall comes back up. The Bulldog, it does so much damage. Bubbles will trade out with Hero, and that will be enough for a second round win in a row here for Weasley Milfs to start this one off on Icebox.
Big econ damage onto OP as well. None of them are going to be able to buy because of the force last round. They all just basically just sent it, went for it. Light armor for Twist, probably just going to have the Headhunter yet again to work with. And there's a bunch of Sheriffs on everyone, but this one's going to be tough if they couldn't win that round on pretty much what was, you could call it an even playing field for both teams. Now they're on the low buy. And yet again, you never know. They did end up winning the round versus No Namers on this kind of buy. Maybe they don't need the guns. We'll see if they can actually take this one. But they're going to be running into the bolstered site for Weasley. 3 players here. Sova is going to just rotate right back in the mid as soon as any action is spotted at the top of belt. And there's a lot of noise being made. Shot missed. So maybe an opportunity for the attack of Omnipotent. But there is big bullet landed onto that jet that burns out that heal from the Sage. Headshot exchange from both teams. Honest goes down, but Twist takes off Freelord's head before that even happens. So it's still a 4-on-4. The drone's going to spot him out. And it's still stuck outside this A main. They can't manage to work their way in, and they really don't want to go back either. They want to go for this commit, and they're getting flanked.
Yeah, a solid response here, though. Oh, Donkey Kong is going to try to play this and go out, and gets caught immediately by Hero. So Now if the flank wants to come out, it can, but there's almost no reason to pressure this because you're forcing essentially you're splitting your team in half by doing so if you commit to this flank. And now here comes the attack, but Fabio holding it down strong. Bubblies does trade off of it, but now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Weasley can continue to trade here. OP, Bubbles, looking OP out here and gets away with 3 HP, then re-peaks, but Will again with the Bulldog, just this really low these really low round scores here. Coming out with the Bulldog has been really crucial. I mean, really effective against these pistols and against these lower buys. You're able to hold. You're able to hold angles with the Bulldog really well. You can play a little more mobile with it. You can do. It's a flexible, low-cost gun that is working really well when you know your opponents don't have rifles to work with. So Will has been pushing that really well. 7-0 already in the first 3 rounds, and Omnipotent Gaming have already found themselves slipping and sliding a little bit here on Icebox without getting enough traction to really get an effective attack push.
Yeah, that is such a strong showing from the Omen on the side of Weasley. That is 2 players on the side of Omnipotent combined and inverse. Let's just put that into perspective. 2 people on Omnipotent are 0-3 right now. That is some crazy numbers right now for the Omen on Weasley, and he's got the ultimate up because he's got so many kills. Hasn't died a single time. All of those ult points are from frags. And so we'll see what he can do with it because he likely will need it in this round because the ice is just being taken right now. Honest at the back takes Nani's head off. Twist with yet another kill. Clean site taken. A safe plant for Bubbles, which means they have to stay on the site if they want to play this one, and it looks good for them so far because they've gotten every single frag.
Honest was the standout player for Omnipotent in their previous broadcast game. I'm not surprised they're finally starting to step up a little bit. But that was so smart, right? Because when you put a wall down, what do you expect the other team to do? To shoot the wall. So they're not going to be looking to hold an angle. They're not looking to shoot at anybody. They're looking to put that ice down, and immediately Honest pushed up, recognizing that they can get away with at least 1 kill. They got more than that because the other team was so focused on taking that wall down. And sure, they got a break in the wall, but they also lost a lot of players with their knees. So really well played by Omnipotent to condition the defense and get that first round win here. Not only that, they're going to do it with only losing a single agent. So that's a really solid round win there for Omnipotent to keep things a bit closer, not only on the round score, on the score line, but also economically. As we slay MILFs, they have a little bit of money in the bank, but they're going to have to rebuy for the most part. So now things are a bit more even.
Yeah, they're going to build even more on the side of Omnipotent as well, because Twist, the only guy that went down, isn't actually going to invest. He's got the Tour de Force 4-4 right now, so we'll see what he can do with the sniper. Maybe able to pad the stats a little bit more. There's a sniper on both teams, an opposing op, no ultimate for Freelord, but he's at least got the one-shot kill weapon anyways. But yeah, the side of Weasley, if they lose this round, this might be a bit of trouble for their money, but there goes the Tour de Force in the hands of the offensive chamber. Do they check Will? They know he's here. They have to at least. He shot out that little drone, and now holding. Yeah, he gets out. There's no way he wants to risk it. Falby with the good cover takes out Honest very early on. Great entry for Weasley, baiting themselves into this long B, and now they just drop right on back and make sure no one else is pushing onto this yellow, and no one is for the time being until that drone goes down.
Will going to be the first one to be the point of contact here and see if they can get some information on this eventual attack, which looks like Omnipotent is going to back off of a little bit. Maybe get a quick kill from Rize and then reconsider things, but Omnipotent is not entirely committed to this just yet. They're still lingering around. Most likely they're going to go for it, but they have the chamber who is opening up mid a little bit, so they could swing back to go to A if they want to. It really comes down to who's going to get that first contact here. If Rize is going to find Will, Will's going to be able to swing out and get the better of them as they throw out a paranoia. They're not going to commit to doing that just yet, but now time is starting to go on Weasley's side. They're going to get caught out here by the recon dart, and they're going to push out, and they did get the paranoia down, but Rize gets the better of Will, and now Twiz going to push up there. Will be able to have the rendezvous to fall back if need be. Tonky Kong's going to put that spike down with 13 seconds remaining. 4-on-4 situation, and there's no flank coming out as the Viper's going to be pushing on below tunnel and below tube. So this is now coming down to who can shoot through these smokes first. You can see the Tour de Force and the Ops trading here. It's a 3-on-3 situation now. Time's ticking. Fabio wading through the darkness, gets one, but Bubbles trades off, gets a second one. Nani not in position to capitalize, and Bubbles instead finds 3 in a row with a huge advantage, that home territory in between the smoke. And that is going to be another round, 2 in a row here from Nipitit.
Good stuff from Omnipotent. Everything so far looked like it went well for them. Bubbles is getting the triple kill, and of course Arce taking Will out the back of that yellow position. Not only did he get the better of him in terms of the gunplay, but the guy got pinged by the Sova Dart. And most people, I don't think, are fully aware of the fact that you can actually be seen through near sights when you're like Sova pinged, when you're Cypher pinged, all of that stuff. Because when a near sight, the things aren't flashbangs. You're not blind. You can just see in front of you, like by a few feet. And if you're pinged with wall hacks, you can see past the shadow. That is some beautiful stuff. Great timing on the dart. And Bubble is even following up on this round as well, trying to entry. There's another dart. Speaking of wall hacks and Freelord, this is absolutely nothing that he can do at that point. There's up against 5 players. I don't think he knew exactly how many were there, but at this point, he's going to find out, see, and hear all the footsteps on the death camera. And Nani does not want to fight that, wants to just stay safe. And instead, Hero is going to get taken out by Bubbles once again, trying to flank through mid and maybe meeting yet another kill. Fabio has a pistol out, but chips in the night. They pass each other. Wow. Nani's the one to get that frag as well. What? At least they get 1 out of this round, but it's a 2-on-4 Dak. I don't know about this for Weasley, but they're at least going to try for something.
If I was a betting man, I probably won't use the Hunter's Fury here. Probably not the smartest thing to do, but who knows? I've seen wilder things. No, now at this point, there's no point yet. Honest is going to pop that Nani kill, gets a second one. This is the Honest that I was watching earlier in the night, who's starting to pop off and starting to hit their stride here. It's looking a lot stronger now as it's 3 in a row. But look at that. Look at the ults ready to go here. Weasley Mills has 4 out of 5 to work with, but Honest has the Blade Storm, and you have the res from Donkey Kong. Those are more than enough really to work with. I mean, sure, like you have Viper's Pit that can come down. The Tour de Force is likely going to be popped by Freelocks. Fabio has the Hunter's Fury, and then those are really your key ultimates here to work with. But I think Omnipotent has more than enough to deal with that, especially if the Blade Storm pops off. But having the res could really work out, especially if that Tour de Force starts to become deadly.
Big position by Will. They didn't get checked by the drone. It was shot out by that Tour de Force, and not quite landing the shot. But can he have another chance? He gets another opportunity, but it's the aforementioned player of Twist that just takes both heads off that long B position. Very nice gunplay from this guy, and even a wrap up through Kitchen. Maybe the Viper finds at least 1, and Bubbles finds 2 even before he gets shut down, and the res happens on the site. That's a massive man advantage for Omnipotent going in this post plant.
And it goes down just like that. Honest again with the op to clean things up. And you still have the Hunter's Fury being held by Fabio here. So not everything burned by Weasley Milfs in that loss. Meanwhile, Honest still has the Blade Storm, and Rize also has their Hunter's Fury as well. Donkey Kong did use the res, and quite honestly, it probably wasn't even really necessary whatsoever. Like they had a major player advantage. So probably was just burned just in good measure, but hey, it's better to be safe than sorry. Omnipotent now 4 in a row, unanswered rounds. Weasley Mills has to figure things out because now the economic situation for them is looking kind of dire here. They're on a half buy, and that clips Hero though at 30 HP. They're gonna have a Marshal of their own, but they might have to rethink peeking again.
Whoa, okay, 2 unreal shots. That first leg shot, and then Nani just peeking and just deleting the operator off that long B. Don't know how that one works out, but if he can land those shots, he's going to need a lot more of that if Omnipotent are going to end up losing this round. But Weasley, good start, but only with the weaker weapons. So far, Nani, the worst weapon in the round, has already got a frag, so if everyone can follow up, this could be something for the low buy, but right now all the utility being thrown out and the plant getting planted all the way in the deep safe corner. But there's a Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned, they had this all along, and it takes out Bubbles from this deep position, and it's another one as well. That is so much value, and even that last frag just absolutely deleted Donkey Kong. Nothing for him to say so far in this entire map, but this round is not going to be him finding his way on the scoreboard. 4-4 all tied up.
That was another really solid play there by Weasley Milfs, playing off of the stage. Well, this time they played off the stage wall, right? Like last time we saw Omnipotent playing with a really smart play off of their own stage wall and Honest capitalizing on it. Now this time, Weasley Milfs kind of realizes, okay, why is that wall going down? Because the spike's going to get planted. Well, I know exactly where they're going to be because of where the wall is positioned. I'm going to let this Hunter's Fury loose. Not only that, they got 2 kills off of that, and then Twist pops up for the 3rd one. So that's really well played there by Weasley Milfs, tying things up. Now, this is the kind of matchup we're expecting here. It's 4-on-4 on the scoreline, looking really solid, and both of these teams are trying to expend whatever they can to stay in this. But coming into this round, it's a ultimate advantage for Omnipotent. They're up 3-1 here on ults. Still the Blade Storm for Honest, and Rizze still has the Hunter's Fury ready to go.
Well, up. But it's only the Viper to work up. Ooh, fake pits. Love to see that. It's a lot of attention, and so many players from Weasley are rotating over. That's 4 people. 4 people in the Jet. Maybe something to say about mid. No, he tries to cut off the rotate, but Twist, good on the gunfight, just absolutely removes him. And once again, another operator battle won by the Rifler. And even up in spawn, oh, honest, a bad timing on the jump. But at least he gets a lot of space. Calls out for the team that a lot of people are rotating in from the spawn, but Donkey Kong, there he finds his way onto the scoreboard, taking up the top frag on the side of Weasley Milfs. Will goes down, and Twist doing so much. The drop shot called his Call of Duty, and Nani tries to clutch out the 1 versus 4, but straight through the wall. What? That is unreal from this guy. Twist almost acing, but no, it's the Sage steal that away before he even gets his 3rd, but even still, great performance from this chamber to win out that round for Omnipotent. That is absolutely amazing.
That's when you turn the game sense to aim sense right there. Maybe a little bit of help from the comms as well, but Twiz was right on it right there. That was perfect. Donkey Kong doing a solid amount of work as well, as you pointed out, taking out Will FPS, their top fragger, during all of that, and then Twiz coming in to clean things up. So really solid play by Omnipotent, and look at that. They still have the ult advantage, even coming out on top of that one. So they are holding on to utility, and they're holding on to their ults and making things work the old-fashioned way. Weasley Milfs, though, of course, not even remotely out of it, and this is a really even first half. Omnipotent really just looking to see what they can get done on attack as much as they can here, but Weasley Milfs hasn't found that footing just yet, even though they're only down by 1 round. Like, some of these rounds are going really strongly for Omnipotent. They're not necessarily, like, super close rounds at all, so Weasley Milfs now going to try and figure things out. There goes the rendezvous, putting down, and that wall does not come up even nearly enough. Nani does get traded, but did get the kill into his first up. Honest gets that first kill to trade. Bubbles follows up. The spike does go down, and now Omnipotent Gaming have the advantage of 4-on-3, and Fabio going to try and trim them off at the heels a little bit here. Gets some advantage, gets a little bit of intelligence, gets a little bit of recon, gets going, but they're going to be cut off by all these smokes, going to be cut off by all this acid in the way, and it's Hero with 4 HP, who unfortunately cannot get much done after that as Bubbles clears things up. And now Omnipotent, again, another resounding win there, keeping 4 of their players alive to take that one, and holding on to most of their ultimates.
Yeah, what a round as well. That's so difficult for Hero to win at that point. I mean, he's trying his best. He can't even go for the fights because there's so much stuff in between him and their opponents, but so many players left alive just throwing everything, smokes, mollies, and bullets especially. That's probably the biggest threat when you're on the spikes trying to defuse. So valiant effort, but not quite enough. Weasley on a very weak buy at this point with a Judge, probably the best weapon they have in their entire arsenal outside this B long, and going to be running into Omnipotent, but a very quick play up this A. 2 players top belt already, looking for a fast flank, but how much can they really do? Because Bubbles already removing 1, but now Hero on the back lines, he lands 1, and maybe a second one. Big whip under his. That's not exactly what you want to see. Right clicks from the classic are going to land, kind of. Low HP on the Sova, maybe able to get 1 more, but Honest, nope, this takes him out. Very quick on the trigger, quick on the transfer, and Omnipotent have confirmed the first half win.
Last round in the half.
Yep, they will at least take it. 7-5, could be 8-4. Now they have another streak going once again. It's 3 unanswered rounds here for Omnipotent, and at this point, they're all but confirming that they're going to get this next round. Look at that, like, look at the ult advantage right here. I mean, Bubbles might even be able to get the Viper's Pit before the round ends, but you're going to get that Tour de Force ready to go. Blade Storm for Honest. You have the Hunter's Fury to hold the post plant if you need to, and then of course you have the res. So this is all looking on paper to Omnipotent, but Freelox will also have the Tour de Force if they get a single kill here. And if they can do that, that might even the odds just a little bit. And there it is, right there. Op picks up the kill on Donkey Kong. So they'll have access to their ultimate as well. And they move right in, and Arze didn't even see it coming. Omnipotent falls down to 3 agents.
What speed. Freelord, this is exactly the strength of this Tour de Force, and it chimes in from Twist as well. But who's going to win this battle right here outside the spawn? The timing is so good for the chamber on Weasley. They're going to go right back. Bubbles, though, does take one out, so tries to even up the man count. And this long-range angle, Twist has every right to win this fight right now, unless the chamber peaks from the defense. But Nani, maybe they want a double swing. They're so hesitant, but smart for the defense because they know this chamber was outside this A main at some point in the round. Doesn't even matter where he comes to at this point. No one's inside this A, and the spike has not been planted. They have control of it on this long B, so somehow, some way, these 2 players on Omnipotent have to try and work their way in, and the sniper even looking all the way into spawn from Freelord. If he gets the timing right, there should be something good happening, but he's behind the smoke right now. Maybe a bit of an issue. Doesn't need to be seen. Fire straight in the corner, and now the gun out. Rifle is not good enough to win the fight on Nani. And Bubble is now in a 1 versus 2, but only a 1v1 right now for the time being, but he surely doesn't have enough time to get to the site, right? There's a player defending, also getting flanked. He has to just go for a plant, and now surely that is the round. He's got 1 at his back, and Nani has the freest kill that he's had in his life. 5-7, at least Weasley keep it close.
That was a sliver of hope there, potentially getting the jet, but yeah. This is some free gameplay right here. Moves in. And with the the quick scope, Arze did not even remotely ready for that one. Might have thought they were, but just unable to keep things going. And yeah, that's going to be the half. 7-5, and it looks like they've tuned things up, and they've certainly tuned the volume up. Now, they could be doing that if they had this awesome GH5 headset to make sure they hear absolutely everything. That's brought to you by MSI, so if you want to get your hands on that, I mean, there's you can see what that is. That's a big QR code right on your screen there, folks. So I would say you want to whip out your phone, you want to put it up to your screen, and you want to make magic happen. Technology, it's 2022. Get on it.
I actually, believe it or not, I didn't have a phone that could use QR codes until this year, or the end of last year. My old Android couldn't handle it. I don't know why. I would show it to the camera and just be like, "What is this?"
Boomer phone.
I don't know what to do with that.
Happens.
Yeah, old phone. Maybe old as a Freelord could be, because his name is Lord, but he gets removed, so Landlord being taken out, uprooted, and instead it's entirety of Omnipotent getting uprooted from the A site, evicted from their own home, and now Bubble is trying to take it back. He wants to visit maybe the government office and try and make an argument for something, and he actually does land a decent one on a will. That's something to say about what has happened on this side of the map, and they work their way in, but they have to win these fights. They've got space advantage and they've got space control, but Bubble's walking his way up. Can he win the first duel? Not quite. 1-on-3 now, and just dies to the molly. Nice try by Arce, just sticking the spike, but no way they let you, even with the low HP. That Viper's molly is enough to win out that round.
You know, I mean, despite the score line, I would say Weasley Mills is a pretty solid defensive comp. So when now you're on attack, you have a little bit more to play with on, you know, on the retake from the other team, right? Like the post plant situation now also becomes something that you can excel in. And when you have a lot of smokes to work with as the post plant holders, and then you also have the Viper poison, the Ask that's going to be down on the ground ready for you, like that makes it really hard for Omnipotent. They kind of have to tread lightly in the retake situation. You can see right there they had some trouble doing so against Weasley Milf. So we'll see if Weasley Mills can continue to get these plants down, the retakes will continue to go their way.
Oh, I mean, wow.
I didn't have to get that far.
How did that last kill happen? I think Freelord got the kill first in the kill feed, but Arce still had the pistol frag on one of his teammates. Interesting. Yeah, there's not much to say about it.
That's certainly a sheesh moment right there. Things are tied up 7-7. Omnipotent take the first 2. They have 3 unanswered coming from the first half, and they will use that advantage to get a little bit of a bonus round here, right? They're gonna see how long they can take this going. Meanwhile, We Slay Mills does not want to let momentum go out of their in anyone's favor. They're gonna force this by, and they have rifles in all hands of their players. So this is now a crucial round here for We Slay Mills. They don't want to lose much against this bonus round from Omnipotent.
Running 4-man strong onto this site, and they're very fast up. It's been 15 seconds, and Hero's already on top of 410, and Honest spotted. He has to try and keep his life. Oh, maybe good timing, but no. Freelord saves the life of Honest, excuse me, of Hero, and he's sitting in the middle of the site. Donkey Kong does get the second kill of his career so far, so very nice stuff to try and open up this A. Nani making his way all the way to the top ropes, literally and metaphorically. Has spotted one with Twist one onto his teammate. Still good enough for the Viper, and now it's all up to the aforementioned chamber. Twist in a 1 versus 4 virtually. How much can he find? Spraying in. What's the timing for the Viper? That's a big flash. Surely now he's done for. No, not quite. Okay, had a chance there, but Will very quick on the trigger. Angles Twist out of the round, and now 8-7. Weasley finally take the lead once more.
Yeah, Twist kind of played that as best as you could. I mean, the paranoia was certainly unfortunate, but once you have that huge amount of gas in your way, you want to try to force one-on-ones. Like, all right, 3-on-1, really just 3 one-on-ones if I can make that happen. Fortunately, they just couldn't get the right angle. They got hit by the paranoia, so they kind of had to keep moving. If you stand still, you're almost asking to get killed. And We Slay Milfs. We'll take that one. That's now 3 in a row here. For them. Now 4, I'm sorry, I think I might have called that for Omnipotent earlier, but it's 3 in a row for them now. We Slay Milfs on the attack, looking solid. And for a composition that I felt like was a little stronger on the defense, I mean, they're certainly again, it's them getting to the post plant has just been so well for them. The second they get that post plant down, like, they're looking so solid.
Oh, I mean, that's a fast post plant. That's a 20-second
There
post
it is.
plant. That's, I mean, if Dak is to be believed, then this should be a very convincing round. They've already got an entry kill. 20 seconds in the round, and there's a plant, and the first defuse attempt deleted. Honest tries to keep it so, but Weasley even more so.
Wow.
Will from mid, and it's so clean. Like, they don't lose a single player. They take a bunch of damage on the Sova, but that is the worst of the damage that they have to inflict. 9-7, and Omnipotent so far do not have answers.
Oh, they certainly do not. They're kind of scrambling a little bit in those situations. Like, there's so much cover in the way. There's so many angles they're taking away too, and We Slay Milfs is letting the action kind of come to them at times. But on the other hand, you're seeing how aggressive they are to get the spike down. They're not letting Omnipotent kind of set up, maybe get a wall up, or just throw cover down, or like recon. Like, no, before you can even use utility, We Slay Milfs is already on the site. They're already pushing you, and they're forcing you to make a decision. And We Slay Mills wants that. They want to take control of the pace of the map. They want to take control of conditioning Omnipotent. And so far, it's resulted in them not only swinging things back in their favor, but taking the lead and now stacking upon it. Now, this time, they're moving a little bit slower, which I think is smart, right? Like, you don't want to get too carried away. Like, only so many times you can kind of push really aggressively, but also you know that Omnipotent potentially has some utility and ults ready for you, but Freelo right here is going to be looking to make something happen with this tour de force, and does so right through the heart. Arze goes down. That's a big pickup there, so way less intelligence can be gathered now by Omnipotent. And that first pick, they can just continue to default off of this and push up. That default worked up really well. And somehow Hero didn't get that kill. Donkey Kong, though, comes back, is like, no, I'll help you out there, and just comes back and re-peeks and dies. Spike goes down, and it's a 4-on-2 situation here for We Slay Milfs. Make it 4-on-1.
What a fortunate entry. 4-on-1, like you mentioned. And this should be pretty much done. Nani has the back covered. Bubbles finds his doppelganger, instead doesn't find him. In fact, it's the other way around. That's a nice entry. Curious, again, I don't know how Donkey Kong managed to not only survive, Honest also missed the shot on the player that worked all the way up maze, and then they both end up re-peeking and dying. So nice, good stuff from Weasley to be able to punish all those over-aggressions. But I say over-aggression. No, they're in the site. So, and then Omnipotent still end up. I feel like that you gotta call that a bit of a blunder, right? They end up missing the shots and they go right back into it, and they still lose the gunfights. And Weasley, once again, you see those mistakes, you take advantage of them. And OP, they want to try and not make those again. Talk something out. I mean, what do they have right now to work with? They've got $2,000 in the bank for most of their players. The best one is Arce at 3.3. So this one's likely not going to be a force buy. Not even close. I don't see them
No.
going for this one. So maybe a stack somewhere, maybe up mid again. It didn't work out a couple rounds ago, but you never know. Maybe Weasley put their guard down. Maybe the shots end up landing this round from Omnipotent instead of before. They have a Viper's Pit, so if anything, you could pop that on a site and just leave everyone else to stack the other one. But it's still going to be very, very difficult if anything. But it looks like it doesn't even seem to be that. They seem to just want to default and play 2-on-2, perhaps. Leave the Viper towards B, and maybe with the Pit has some potential. But Weasley with a massive advantage in bubbles, even with a hero rifle. This is curious.
Yeah,
They're investing.
This is
forcing on
risky right here for OP, right? Like, they lose this convincingly, and they are going to be so behind economically. Weasley Mills might even take the whole map because of it. So they have to make something happen here. And they're not stacking either, right? Like you said, they're defaulting on this this half buy. So they're trying to win duels against all rifles, which is easier said than done. And not only that, they need to spread the love. Like, almost everyone from OP needs to get a kill here so they can get ultimates. That's really the biggest mission that they have, is to get everyone as many ultimates as they can. And Nani, playing with their food a little bit here. Bubbles has no idea. And they're going to just ring around the rosy a little bit. There's the Viper's Pit. Nani's still waiting. Oh, no, it's after all of that. Thankfully, Fabio comes in and helps out. That's one you're not going to post on the refrigerator right there, that play. But now going to be a 3-on-3 situation, so this is not looking too bad for Omnipotent. They do have a big hill to climb still. They will get the spike, or they have to now deal with the spike being planted. Twizdo! Huge shot on Will as they peek, but Hero also killed Tonky Kong, so they lose that heal potential. And now it's the Viper and Jet up against the Chamber and the Sova.
I don't even know how this is in the realm of doability. First Molly, no one's even on the spike. Just wants to make sure of that, and he does so. Big damage on the 90, but he still got another one in his back pocket. He's able to throw the second one out, and this guy is not going to be able to stay on the defuse. A lot of damage, vulnerable even, double damage, and Nani only needs one bullet after that. Viper's Pit goes down, Snake bitten, and now bitten is the entire team of Omnipotent. They went for the force, and it actually looked pretty doable when that 2 versus 2 happened, but good enough lineups from Nani, and then the kill is even coming along as well. That's just 11 rounds and big problems now for OP.
Snake bitten, twice shy for sure. And Nani with the degree in geometry right there. I mean, certainly it wasn't advanced geometry, but it was geometry nonetheless. And it was more than enough to keep Twist off of the spike. Can't happen there. You want to secure that. And now Weasley Milps is just looking dominant right now. The Hunter's Fury is in play, and it's going to be used. And that's going to force some kind of conditioning here off the site. Like, now you can see the defense scrambling, and no one's checking mid. It's open. It's 3-0. 3 in a row. Arze finally cleans them up, and then they're going to use their own Hunter's Fury and tag someone. The spike's going to go down, though. And it does, and then Hero finds Rize and Bubbles. And now, by themselves, it's not even remotely enough. But wow, if you're talking about blunders, that's one right there. Omnipotent completely leaving mid open. And we're going to get a replay of that, just sneaking all the way up into headquarters right here. Look at that. All the way up the middle. 3 in a row, and might have even gotten a 4th had they not had Rize so close. That was just that Freelo for sure. And now it's a 12. Look how many rounds they have in a row. 7 unanswered rounds, 8 if you count the first half. Weasley Milps has kind of fallen to the wayside, and it looks like their tournament run might be over here. Or I'm sorry, Omnipotent Gaming, their tournament run might be over here unless Weasley Milps starts to falter on their own. But at this point, it's their map to lose, right? OP has so much to do here to come back. It's gonna be rough.
Dude, he's doing the same thing. He's legit just doing the same thing. This time, instead of walking through mid, he's walking through B. They've got B control, like, completely. They need to kill Bubbles. He's very, very pushed up, and they can just walk past him. That's the funny part. They could just be like, they don't even know, but Bubbles is not even looking back. He's so confident that he's not going to need to get crossed. This is a free kill. No way. Oh my god. That is unbelievable. Viper's Pit. Entry frag. There's technically one player on their team is dead, so it's a 4-on-4. But once again, what a play from Freeload. That is absolutely insane. 2 rounds in a row. First time, walks past the drone. Heads up play. This time, walks straight into B. Another trade, but Omnipotent is a man down. 2 versus 3. Rez on the board. Could bring one back, and Donkey Kong wants to find a body, and he does so. Protected by the opponent in Viper's Pit. But, oh, no! What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. In the Viper's Pit, low HP, 1 shock dart is all it's enough. But Donkey Kong, that's the round that he needs to get a kill in. If there's any round, it's certainly this one. Shock dart going through, and Nani loses the fight. And now that defuse coming through, that Molly even misses 1 HP. All that's left on Donkey Kong, and that is the round for him to show up. Omnipotent needed it, and they keep themselves alive.
If I had those MSI headset, you know, I would have to imagine that I could hear Omnipotent breathe a crazy sigh of relief right there. That is so way too close there. It could have gone either way, and it honestly seemed like it was going to. Especially, I mean, Bubbles went down so easily. The site seemed like it was taken, but overall, Omnipotent keeping things clutch. They had nerves of steel. They had blood in their veins when it counted, and the Blade Storm now going to be popped here. That's going to be an issue to deal with. But Freelo, again, showing who's the better chamber.
Let's play.
Oh my god, I really don't think Omnipotent want to play right now. This is
I don't think
anything but a game.
Playtime's over.
Who says that? That's a voice line. It has to be
it is.
Hero. Oh, what? Hi, what? Okay.
No.
Donkey Kong, show up again. It's your time to shine. Oh, it's so good. You absolutely love to see it. 4th kill in the entire game, but all the ones that he's had so far are so impactful. So crazy. Good showing, full HP. Another plant going down. He's not going to try to stop it. Keeps his life. I respect it. But this, oh no, that smoke dissipates at the wrong time, and Will's got a frag. Donkey Kong going for another engage, but Hero straight through the box, and now it could be all over. Bubbles, he needs 4 to win out this round. Close to an ace. Hero is low, so big chance.
Oh, this is going to be difficult. The high ground is not in Bubbles' favor, and they have to commit to pushing up, and no, they can hear, yeah, Freelo could certainly hear that passive damage coming through. Gave him a little bit of a ticket as the swing came in, and that'll be it. We slay MILFs. I'm gonna say it, we slay MILFs. They slayed, and they brought things through, and now they're gonna be getting a berth into the grand finals. I mean, honestly, solid play for both of these teams, right? Because Omnipotent, they made it this far. We saw them play really well in the broadcast previously. Of course, they made it to the top 4. Not at all easy to do, but we slay MILFs. They had 8, if not 9 rounds in a row. That's huge, and at that point, that's a real mental boom against your opponent, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of crazy how that even happened as well. I mean, you can even see it was pretty evident towards the end of that entire map, but Freeload. This guy on a chamber, I mean, I guess is the operator, or excuse me, the agent that you really want doing that. You used to see the ciphers in like year 1, year 2 have that kind of play. You're the sentinel, you're the lurker, you're the one that's supposed to get information, call for the rotates. But this time, it's a chamber, technically a sentinel role, but not even close to the same amount of kit, but he still does it anyways. Walks straight through mid, walks straight into B.
Yeah.
And that's I don't even know, like that's almost unacceptable, but like I think something that could be easily missed is, again, when he walks through mid, the second to last round, there's a Sova on the drone. He's literally got his head up to his headphones and listening to exactly what's going on, and that's like, sometimes you get people walking past each other in smokes. That time, person walking past a little robot that's right behind him, and that's the information that you need, and he just doesn't get it. And that is so unfortunate for the side of Omnipotent, but nevertheless, I mean, great heads-up play yet again by Freeload. 7 different entry kills in that map. That is by far the most in the server. It's the top 2 entries on their opponents of Omnipotent combined, +1. That's 6 +1. So Bubbles with 2, Twists with 4. And this guy Freeload has more than that. That's unbelievable. But the entire map was really dictated among these guys and their openings, and it was oh so beautiful. In the first half, maybe a bit closer, but then, like you mentioned, so many rounds in a row as soon as that side swap.
Yeah, that was, and you mentioned like moving through a lot of those smokes. Like, how many situations that we saw where We Slay MILFs is putting down a lot of coverage and just fighting in the scramble, right? Like, they're like, we're gonna make this as chaotic as possible. We're gonna cut down your sight lines and we're gonna take the fight to you, or we're gonna get a pick the second you peek. And there were a couple times where Omnipotent were kind of over peaking a little bit. They re-peak when unnecessary. They're super low, but there are a lot of rounds where there was just way too much utility on the map, and Omnipotent really wasn't ready to deal with that. The comms weren't there a lot of the times too. I mean, that one play on Bubbles was kind of indicative of that as well. Like, just you have a lot of players getting shot from behind, from the side of the head. Like, that's made just me, you know, a telltale sign of like, you don't have the right information, and then you're not conveying it to the rest of your team. But of course, a lot of things to go down. And certainly, we didn't have those MSI headsets to really tell us what was going on. But certainly, it came down to Weasley Mills winning a lot of those fights in those really clutch situations in coverage. And then, of course, when you have Freelo just popping off for consecutive rounds, getting early picks, and was ruthless with the tour de force, that's going to give you an edge all the time, all day long. So, I mean, congrats to both of these teams for making it as far as they did. But now Weasley Mills, they're going to be one of our top 2 teams tonight, potentially winning this Pit of Valor. It's going to be exciting to see what they have to bring to the table going into grand finals.
Yeah, one more game until we crown a champion. I mean, literally with the crown, I'm going to get some information on who is going to be the last team so far that these guys are going to go up against. It's going to be Weasley Mills going up against the roster of Team Suits Gaming. So, curious. I mean, I could see it. Yeah, if they slay some MILFs in suits, that'd be quite interesting to see.
Classy
you know
teams.
what? It took me, I think, until like the second or third to last round to realize that it's actually Weasley Milfs. Like, it's not a meme. Like, I thought when I read this team name at first, I thought Weasley was one word, and I thought that was the name of their region. But I got there. It took me a second, but I got there.
I'm glad
words.
you caught up there. Yeah, they're about it, right? Like, that's they put they wear their motto on their sleeve, right? So I respect that. When you go into the server and you tell them what you're really about, that's how you know they're really going to bring you the best of the best. So you have two teams who have certainly earned these 2 positions. We have a lot more action coming your way because we have one more map to go here on Pit of Valor. So don't go anywhere. That last map is coming your way on the other side of this break.
Way to split attention here. The Zoners are on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, holding still. Third one. Oh no, Moeda would run away as well as 3 the other way for the Jet. On the other side, nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's Posters. Up nowhere came Aurora. Makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is gonna be huge. Just have to wait, waiting around the corner for sure. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now it's well
Match as it was probably like, God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of NMG. Mike
Second, no. Pitching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes on the site. CJB for the 1. Late storm. Juicy. Pandas for the 1. Dismiss. Oh! Now, beautiful. Repeat. Greedy
MMG. Spike planted. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Our final game of the day, and there's no one else I would rather do it with. Zach City right beside me. Love to have you here, but it's gonna be obviously we've just seen We Slay MILF slay their opponents of Omnipotent, and their names might be their gods, but so far apparently they've been turned into MILFs, and we'll see if they can turn Team Suits into MILFs as well, because these guys have been on an absolute tear as of late. Their last match, their semi-final, might have been the quickest game that we've had in this entire Pit of Valor today. 13-1 against the team that we've seen here on the stream before. Chapter 4 Academy. That is not something that I expected. Don't think that's something that most people expected. But nonetheless, looking at that scoreboard of that game, thank you very much, Ben, for letting us see that one. But Vigilance at 25-3, 155 econ rating. I don't know if he was opping or not in that map, but I like to bring up this fact every once in a while when we get econ ratings that high, but an econ rating of 150 means that every time you bought a Phantom or a Vandal, you've averaged minimum 3 kills. So that is, that's kind of insane. If he's buying Ops, that means he's averaging about 4.5 kills every single time he buys an Outfitter. So whatever the case, they're coming off a heater. I don't know if they've warmed up because they had a bigger break, a much bigger break, about 6-7 rounds difference between them and the map that we just saw on stream. So they've had either a lot of time to warm up, a lot of time to rest. Whatever the case, they're going to be going into this with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they have. This is a really interesting matchup here because on one hand, you have TSG, who just came off their previous game, winning, I believe, 13-1. Like they just dominated. So they were looking really solid, obviously. And then We Slay MILFs, who we just saw play, they've only been a team together for 4 days. So to get this far into a tournament in only best of ones where you don't have a lot of room to work with, you don't have time to download your opponent to make adjustments over, maps and whatnot, like that says a lot for a team to come together in essentially half a week just over that. So overall, it's really great to see a team that can individually kind of make things, coalesce so well. But now you're moving into things against a team who has likely been playing together a lot longer, and had a absolutely convincing win on their previous round. So, like, sure, they might have had some time, TSG to maybe cool down a little bit, but because their game was probably a lot faster. But at the same time, I'm sure a lot of that heat and momentum was still there as well. So I would say this is a matchup that I don't know how it's going to go. I think based on the names, We Slay MILFs, I don't know, like they're popping off, but the TSG certainly has both these teams have their supporters in the chat. We've seen already what We Slay MILFs can do, but this will be the first time I believe we're seeing TSG on the broadcast, so I'm interested to see what they have to bring to the table.
I mean, considering the fact that he's 13-1, one of the pretty decently strong teams that we've seen here on the broadcast already. I mean, I'm very curious what happened there, because again, once again, Vigilance, 25 frags.
Yeah.
Far above and beyond everyone else on the server. That doesn't happen every day. That's an anomaly for sure. I don't think he's gonna pull the same thing off again, let's be honest. In their quarterfinal, he wasn't even nearly like he was pretty much at the bottom of their scoreboard at 15 and 16. They still won, of course, so he didn't need to drop the insane numbers that he ended up doing. But genuinely, what the heck happened? And I'd curious if we're going to get to see the same performance again, because that wasn't consistent throughout the entire day. It was also an ascent, mind you. I don't know why else we would believe it wouldn't be, but we're here again for the 15th time in the day. Surprisingly, we got 2 non-ascents of the day, but we started off with a Haven. We had an Icebox kind of sprinkled in the middle, but now we're back to our tried and trusted. So Team Suits, see if it's going to be a black tie party or if We Slay MILFs can come in and crash it. It's going to be a full send inside this B. It looks like it's just 5 people waiting at this B arch. In the garage, they will go with a bunch of guns And Weasley Milfs have to try and hold it down, and it is going to be the weaker site.
And here we go. The action's gonna kick off. Remember, everyone, this is also a best of one, just like it has been throughout the rest of the bracket. So this is absolutely do or die for both of these two teams. The top two in this bracket, but who will come out on top and grab that grand prize? It's certainly going to be something, as we already have things unfolding. The spike's already gone down. The recon drone's going to try and scout things out on the potential retake here. And Vision Billy's going to get that first kill.
That's pretty late in the retake to have that first frag, but still good enough. Shots through the wall. Damage done in a Vision. Tries to fire on back, but nothing else landing. They're shooting at the default spot, but instead it's one kill back and forth. Hero is the only one to get a trade, but now he's the only one alive. Needs to ace this round if he wants to win it out. It doesn't even find his second frag. Team Suit starting it off very, very clean.
They're living up to their name already, right? Like they're keeping it nice, clean, and classy. And how long has that giraffe sign been there? Has that always been there?
I think it's always been there. I remember.
Is it really? No
mine.
way.
Yeah,
There's no way. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That is blowing my mind, to be honest.
Did you know there's a lion statue behind
that I knew. That I knew. Yeah. I cannot believe I just noticed that. All right, so here we go. Pushing in. Team Suits Gaming and Weasley Milfs are both going to go with a double Marshall here. So, and you can already see that's coming into play, as Vigilance does take some HP down, but they'll trade off Nani, who takes out Vision Billy. Then Wheel Eye comes in. Vigilance as well. It's a Marshall frenzy out here. Another shot down. This is crazy. A 3-on-1 situation there, and it was all Marshalls all day. I mean, this is maybe how Team Suits Gaming kind of hits their stride so early. They are nasty with these Marshalls all across the board.
Yeah, and there's still two Marshalls on the server right now. Will is the one to have it on the defense. Of course, he's the only one left alive. Needs to try and land something, and oh, it's so awkward. He's stuck in the corner now. And he has a lot of opportunities there, but Evolves is the one to clean him up with just the classic. I mean, like you mentioned, Class C as all hell. And 2-0 Team Suits. Not too much of a surprise at that point, but now we slay with the gun buy. They should end up pulling it back on this bonus.
Yeah, you're gonna see Wheel Eye will still have the Marshall in hand. Vigilance though with the Judge, so you can already anticipate that Vigilance is likely gonna be playing pretty aggressive in this scenario, and they won't have a Marshall to deal with on the other side, as Weasley Milfs they're forcing here against this bonus from Team Suits. Almost all armor to work with here, but can also just coming into this one. I believe Hero, actually, yeah, Hero is actually kind of far away from their ultimate. I thought they were a little closer, but yeah, there's Vigilance playing super aggressive, and Fabio snuffs it out real quick, but they're down to 2 HP already, so they won't be able to peak much more without playing their life to some degree. But losing that Jet so early, not at all what Team Suits Gaming wants to have here, and I would have to imagine after losing their entry so quickly, that things are going to completely slow down, and indeed they have. Both teams going back to defaulting. Wheel Eye looking to clean things up with the Marshall. It does not come through. Nani cleans it up instead with the Phantom, and then Fabio gets on the board twice with the Vandal. Freelo as well, and Weasley Milfs gets a flawless round against the bonus of Team Suits.
Jeez, that is straight up target practice right underneath that arch for Weasley. Nice job. Fabio with 3. I mean, that's his first 3 of the round, or first 3 of the map, and good on him to get those in this round as well, just to warm up his aim. Make sure he's still on point. You can see that he did enough in the last map on the map of Icebox to get their team the win, so starting it off pretty decently in this one. Of course, losing the pistol, it's hard to convert the second, but now they have a chance. Full guns for everyone, no ops on the board, so everyone just taking the duels that they can. Really peek perhaps into tiles, and Vigilance is running straight up. Wow. He's fast. He's literally beyond the arch already. What is this? He's already here. There's a smoke that goes down in front of him. Thank goodness for the defense that he doesn't actually manage to push all the way through, but he hears Hero on the other side. He wants to go for a frag. Oh, thank goodness Will is there as well. Quick on the triggers, saves his teammate, and Vigilance just a near miss, just doesn't let him secure that entry kill. Not a trade, only a death for Team Suits.
Vigilance certainly getting a bit overconfident there, not even really considering that someone might be already in pizza, which is a pretty common place to be for someone who's getting corded off by the dark cover to begin with. Vision Billy gets on the board, and Fabio looks like they're going to try and get some shots in. Has to avoid the shock dart, gets suppressed on the other side, but still picks up Vision nonetheless after the drop down. And then Freelo will clean up Wheel Eye at the end. Weasley Milfs will get back on the board there with another round and tie things up after TSG had picked up their first 2 rounds. We slay MILFs. WSM gets on the board for 2 in a row. But by winning those 2 rounds towards the back half of that, they're going to have a bit of an economic advantage, and they're going to have a gun advantage here. So they certainly have to worry about the Marshall. We saw how devastating that Marshall was, but Hero on the op is likely more than enough firepower for them. It's really going to be up to TSG to not give away any kind of free kills here, because if they're defaulting, they could get picked off one by one, especially with half the team having pistols.
Well, off is going to take the first duel of
And
the
they're
round.
fun.
Easy stuff for Hero. He's not going to miss those.
Yeah.
And Knight is popped even by the offensive giant Team Suits. Where is he, top mid? Bold. Very, very brave to peek the operator with a Blade Storm, but he's very confident in his own abilities. I don't blame him. He did so well in the last map. And he actually has passed the line of sight of the set op. Up in a cat, and good timing. The defensive op rotates away as soon as he goes back into mid. This guy's getting the most fortunate timings, and since he does have a 1 versus 1 here, this could be a big chance to entry on a freeload. There's no Omen to his back to try and take another kill. He doesn't even check it. So very confident to take that duel once again into market. Oh, he ends up landing it. Oh, it's just so close to landing a second one as well, but Hydro is the one to take a frag across the map, and Nani trades it back. But they're going to try to work their way back in through B from the spawn position, as they have plenty of map control towards that A site, cornering everyone from Team Suits onto this actual spike site. And that is a very big wall hack, a lot of damage done, but Welly's the one to secure the first kill from the back of Boathouse. Fabio baiting out another shot. Another one misses from Welly as well. It was only one that is needed to take that frag, but it's a 2-on-3. There are guns for Weasley, but the health advantage is vastly in favor of Team Suits, and surely now they end up winning the round. That ping going through Hydro just takes him straight to the wall, takes out his doppelganger, takes out the clone, and Team Suits go up by 1.
Yeah, that was ultimately kind of a difficult retake there, because by that time no one had any smokes. You know, the Omen, the Jet were both down, so Weasley Mills had to raw dog it. They had to just walk right in and hope for the best, and unfortunately they just weren't even remotely slick enough to get in. So the Team Suits certainly playing that to their favor, and doing so, retaining 3 of their players on that win. So Weasley Mills again with another half buy here. We'll see what they can do with that. Vigilance on the op. That's going to be difficult. Hero peeks out, tries to get something, but can't steal away a kill. And it's going to be now the Recon. That's the Owl drone. Going to try to get some intelligence here, a little bit of knowledge. Only gets sight of the Brimstone, though, and I don't think they saw the KO, but Vigilance not going to make a big difference there. Finds Will. Fabio now caught a little bit, gets suppressed, gets the kill on the other side, so that op is now down, and Fabio might be able to just pick that up and now put it and give the other team a little taste of their own medicine here. As Hydro now going into market, and it gets face checked by Fabio, and Hero does actually end up picking the op on the other side. They dropped it, or got it dropped from Fabio. And now Hero's going to try to cut off the middle of the map, going to make it hard for anyone to rotate over. It's going to be the Killjoy who gets the better of them. Evolved should not have won that. Hero goes down, and it's a 3-on-2.
There's so many gunfights won by the rifle against operators that we've seen this day over the course of the entire broadcast so far. That's the first one in this map, but how much more can they actually make happen? Well, technically it wasn't scoped in, but still good enough. You take the kill. That's absolutely insane. So much work being done by Evolves, and he gets absolutely shut down. Great stuff by Freelo, but he needs to do 2 more, and 1 is technically at his back inside a market, and as soon as he tries to entry, well, he spots him out inside of that market. And 4-2, Team Suits on yet another round.
Yet another round indeed. Both of these teams have traded 2 apiece. You see, Wheeli's gonna have that Hunter's Fury, but so is Fabio on the other side. The lockdown is ready, though, for We Slay MILFs. Freelo will have that as an option, so they can pretty much, if they're in the right position, of course, can stop the push in its tracks. But Team Suits really kind of has the mobility, and they have the firepower to kind of stay back, play default, and look for picks. They don't have to stack. They don't have to force anything. You can see they're doing exactly that. So that Killjoy lockdown might not be as effective as We Slay MILFs might want it to be. We'll see how it comes in. And the Killjoy is also all the way stacked on A, where Team Suits has not committed to either site. In fact, they're going for more mid-control, which is working out for them for most of this map so far. We've seen Vigilance has been taking mid-control almost every single time. They feel nice and at home, warm and comfortable here all the way up mid. And so far, they have not only taken control of it, but they have the entire sight line. They've cut the map in half. We'll see now as this Hunter's Fury comes out from Fabio to try and stir the pot a little bit, and the opposing Hunter's Fury will also come out as well. Wheeli tags someone, but it doesn't follow through. Nani gets away with half their life, but Hero will get one down. Vigilance and Hydro get on the board. It's a 4-on-3 situation. The KO for Weasley Mills is also super low. Vigilance also tagged up just a little bit here. Team Slay Mills, Team Suits Gaming. Now gonna try to see what they can do to push up on B now that they do not have the defense ready for them. And then Freelo gets chunked down. Now it's a 4-on-2 situation.
Oh my god, so difficult, and you might as well call it impossible at this point, because a 1-on-4 against Vigilance with the op, not doable. Not in a million years. Triple kill, even just walking straight through the smoke, great entry. And even cleaning it up inside that B site. This guy proving exactly why he had 25 kills in the last map. It might have taken him a couple rounds to warm up, but right now he is on a heater. 8-5 with this op, and the rest of his team good around him with rifles. And for Weasley Mills, not too much to work with, only a Marshall, and it's been lethal before, but this is a very tall task given how aggressive, confident, I don't know what else you would use to describe Vigilance's positions. Like, you don't see anyone at the top of the mid-arch very often on this map. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen it outside of ranked. So this guy is just playing ranked.
Yeah, literally is like, I'm just gonna literally W mouse 1. It's playing TF2 out here, essentially. I'm just gonna force every situation. No way! Will goes down. I think Will's 1-7 now. After that, no, another one! Oh, picking them off one by one. Nani didn't. They saw the kill happen and still couldn't react in time and was still swinging around there. Hero does get on the board, but Vision Billy, there's another one for Vigilance. That's 3 in a row. And now Hydro's gonna go hunting a little bit, finds Fabio and B main. And this is the Vigilance and Hydro show right now. Like, they are popping off. We're gonna get another look at this one right here.
Straight through. That is so fast. That's slow-mo, by the way. Probably about 300, 400 milliseconds in slow motion. This guy's reaction time is beyond insane. Like, I could not. There's no way you win a fight against an operator that is, 1, that quick, 2, just doesn't miss. If he misses, of course he has a chance for anyone on Weasley, but he just doesn't. 11-5. Still got the gun. Almost max money for 3 people on TSG.
Bit of a rough recon arrow there. Gets kind of stuck there in the rails. No big deal though, as Vigilance with the wall bang finds Freelo. Will's now shredding in, trying to spam through. Gets hit by the shock dart twice there. Actually walks into the rest of it. So it's already not the best start here for Weasley Mills, and Vigilance is now looking for some more shots. Is in the perfect position on this off gangle here to try to shut down a shot, and swings out and gets another kill. Will try, and will succeed in getting the trade, but everyone is super chunk low here. I mean, look at that. Will is at 16, I believe. We also have Hydro's at like 6 HP, and Nani will get cut down by Evolves. The Team Suits, they're not completely out of this one just yet, as they're getting mowed down a little bit, Will and Fabio, but now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Will's by themselves with 30 HP in a dream.
1 enemy remaining.
1v1, doable. Low HP, but there's an ultimate from the Brimstone. Don't think he wants to use it. There's no way. He has to just win this fight. It's gonna be who
50-50.
peeks on the box at the right time. Oh my goodness.
No.
Vision is running and gunning. He did not stop moving there for that frag. That's what you gotta do in that kind of situation when you're that close up. And both players are so low on HP, he's just got to try for whatever, and it ends up working out. And he, dude, that, like, watching Vigilance play, just, like, it kind of makes me mad. What do you do against this guy? When he peeked spawn, and he died, he still got the kill on Hero. That's ridiculous. Like, you can't do anything against a guy that just doesn't care how you play. It doesn't matter who is on the other end of the server. He does exactly what he wants to do, and just somehow he just makes it work. Once again, he's an off. Train to be. Hit. No way. He's against 3 right now. Is he gonna... I guess he didn't need to activate. Hydro and Welly stereo kills, and they're in the B site.
Yeah, that null command, you're gonna push that, and that almost any time you hear that pop, there's gonna be a push, but I don't even think they were remotely ready for it. Hydra picked up 2. Vigilance now, again, playing the most aggressive positioning you could possibly ask for, shaking their head literally after missing that, but nope, gets it right back. And a flawless victory. That was just a speed run of a round right there. Team Suits Gaming They've got a hot date after this. They have places to be. They want this tournament over. And right now it is, look at that. 6 unanswered rounds as we go into the last 2 for the first half. And it is Vigilance at 14 and 6. Over 5K credits in the bank. The ops still in their grip. And to be honest, they would be at that 20 kill mark had not Hydro just also being extremely strong on the entry. Both of their, look at that. Both of their entry players all the way at the top. Then you have your information gatherers in the middle. And then you have your Killjoy, your anchor at the bottom. I mean, that really kind of makes sense in terms of the kill spray here. Hero, though, that's big.
Where was he? He was in mid? How did he get that kill? Did he just instantly dash back? That's I mean, if you can match the speed of Vigilance, that's what you gotta do. Smoke to let him cross, and he's gonna take the mid angle again. That's a nice entry. Probably the most impactful space taker on Team Suits. Yeah, you have the KO, but KO doesn't literally have a dash, so big plays, and Hydro's even stuck in a corner. Very difficult to get out of, and he only gets 1 kill. Fabio, a quick trade. That's what you need from the team of Weasley if you want to at least have a chance in this half. It's already been won by Team Suits +2, but maybe able to take some back. Nani's going to know that someone is here, but Vision just walks straight through that brim smoke and takes another frag, another head, flips the man advantage right in Team Suits' favor. Now these players already up in heaven from Weasley, but they need to try and retake yet again. Still the brim ult in the hands of Team Suits.
This is going to be a difficult retake right here because you got, they're both coming in from heaven right now. Oh, Fabio also taking a shot. And if Wheeli gets a single kill here, they'll have the Hunter's Fury if needed. We'll see. Evolves does go down after that. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Fabio now pushing up aggressively here, backed up by Hero. And gets caught on the 50-50. And then, of course, there is the Brimstone ultimates. Didn't even need the Hunter's Fury. You already had the Orbital Strike ready to go. And honestly, that's all you really need. A 9-2 scoreline. Team Suits Gaming are looking to speedrun this map, and so far they might not be on world record pace, but they're certainly going to get on the leaderboard here. It's a 9-2 scoreline, and with 1 round to go, they could go into the second half just needing 2 more, and that'd be a pistol round, and that's it. Like, just going from there, that's a lot for Weasley Mills to overcome.
Dak, I don't know what has happened, but it's not often do we get the later rounds in a tournament to be the ones that are more one-sided. We had a multiple overtime for second round. Third round, we got a 13-11. And then Team Suits are just like they're just speedrunning. Big Hunter's Fury. Nani is at 20 HP. Will has got a kill.
And on Vigilance, no less.
Ooh. I mean, when this guy dies, much bigger chance for Team Suits to end up taking rounds, but it's still very difficult because last time it happened, it still didn't even matter. Well, what is okay? Don't even know how that happened. Shorty played and another shotgun. This guy, that's double shotgun. What is he playing? Doom? This is you're playing the wrong game, buddy.
Oof, that's a little bit of Gears of War action right there. You're just, I would have loved to have seen a wall bounce potentially. And now we're gonna get a face check potentially, and Vision Villy is unfortunately not gonna have the foresight to know that Fabio is ready and waiting.
I got the spike.
From those sky smokes. So now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Weasley Mills, their first opportunity to really cut the momentum of Team Suits Gaming, and of course, it's going to come at the very end of this half, so it's not going to make a difference for the next rounds, but it's certainly helped them at least stay in this and have a chance. And there's the Hunter's Fury that we've been waiting for. Hydro is certainly way out of the way, but that spike has to get delayed, and Evolves will finally get it down with a little bit of time left on the clock. Both Killjoy ultimates going down almost around the same time. Freelo pushes in. Hydro goes down. Freelo for a second one. And that's going to be more than enough. Everyone starts to scramble when both lockdowns get put into play. And the good halves come down. I mean, you have to respect both teams. They've made it this far, but Team Suits Gaming have really made it difficult in this first half. Weasley Mills will get the last round, but they're still down by 6 rounds here.
I mean, gotta ask you, Dak, do you believe in magic? 3-9? It's happened? I mean, possible.
I believe in miracles. I do.
Definitely a miracle. The fact that we're being sponsored by MSI for 5 tournaments in a row. Great stuff. Thank you so much to these guys. for giving us that, and something that we have to announce as well. We forgot earlier, but we can tell you guys about the winner for the $25 in Valorant points, a gift card for the GLGCC members, and it's going to be a dude from Team Pretty Boys winning, and it's going to be Ski, the one that ended up signing up for the membership. So congratulations to Ski for winning that giveaway, and make sure to stay tuned in to either the Discord or our Twitter, !Twitter, !Discord, to keep up with those. But we're going to get right into the round very quickly as soon as we get off of the break. And Vigilance with a bunch of kills. It's the Fast Send B, and Team Suits to stall Weasley at the door.
Yeah, really shut the door on them there for sure. That is not the way you want to be starting this off. It gets, I mean, that was Siglemic runs on Super Mario 64 right there. Another really quick one. Going for the 120-star run for sure, and instead it's the 12-star run. Team Suits Gaming up 10-3, and you know that they're going to be playing aggressive here. Vigilance has the Marshal. It doesn't matter if that's a ranged weapon. As far as they're concerned, it's a close quarters weapon. And of course, the rest of the team all on Spectres. They're going to push the envelope and send them packing. Weasley and Mills can see they're playing a little far back here, but even Vision Billy also getting into Spectre action. Unfortunately, does not come out on top. Nani and Hero both get on the board real quick. And when just a few seconds into this round already, Team Suits Gaming has lost a couple members of their squad here. Unexpected considering how they had really anticipated a different outcome here. Evolves and Hydro, though, evening things out, and now it could go either way.
Hydro. Oh, it's such a close gunfight. Even some more damage to the wall, but Nani is the one to land one straight through all the paper. He wants to get more aggressive. That might be a bit of a blunder from Vigilance, but at least Hydro takes one in the side. Now these last two players very low, but Hydro just the same. And now that ping is disaster. Nani with his quad kill. And there is no cover on this B-bomb site when you have Sova on the playing field. 4 now for Weasley and Milfs, and the 4 spy once again. It has been a day of those 4 spies, and they so far have vastly worked out in the favor.
That's such an unfortunate decision to make there too, because you were already kind of scouted out by the null point. Like at that point, like just let the recon hit you, you know? Like I think literally they know that both players on the other side were at like no HP, because they could have run and gunned it, right? Like if you just had that information, but it wasn't there. But instinctively, yeah, you kind of want to take out the recon dart, I guess. And now Hero pushing up with a bulldog, but Hydro steals a kill first. Hero gets in there, trades out. And Team Suits Gaming, they have on the defense. They're playing a bit more passive here, as we saw in the previous round. And Weasley Mills going to take that to the bank every time. Will gets another kill. Vigilance goes down early, but Vision Billy will get back on the board. Freelo for another one. And now they're dropping like flies. Weasley Mills have found a little bit of momentum here.
This is all right. Okay, what is happening? That could have been a shot as well. Near miss once again. The last 2 rounds have probably taken like 20 seconds. I think we've gone past 3. Weasley Milfs have won their 2 rounds, and Team Suits with the pistol. All of them span of like a single minute. Fast, swift. I mean, fair. They just want to get it over with so they can all get to guns. And now Weasley finally have the rifles. 5 of them, 2 of them being weaker, but I mean, they've been looking pretty decent. And both teams have a pretty similar buy as well, other than Welly on the Odin, the only thing that's bigger than anything else on the server, but they also have 2 Bulldogs on the defensive team as well. Vigilance, big blind, and he's gonna get 2 free frags. That is so clean. He's just walking
no
forward.
way, no way, no!
What is this? How? Oh no! Oh, no. Well, yep, that's a celebration from Vigilance. Quad kill, looking for the ace. Is he gonna get it? All he needs is 1 shot, looking back for the flash, and not quite. Freelo. That is a punishment and a half. I mean, you gotta avenge your teammate after what has just happened. The travesty inside that B main. But Team Suits, that was a very convincing round. Vigilance, this is, you don't even like that. That's the easiest thing in the world. You just not even. He just walks forward.
Sheesh.
Like, what?
And a great job by Team Suits Gaming to support that, right? Like you can tell how often that you have Hydro or Eli like right with Vigilance. It's not like Vigilance is kind of just like running around on their own and being super aggressive. Like they have support. So when you see Vigilance pushing with that Judge, you can tell that parts of Weasley and Milfs are also trying to shoot the players around Vigilance because they're seeing other people poke as well. So when you're diverting attention like that, makes it even harder to react, especially against the Judge. Now Team Suits Gaming, though, have another foothold on this round as Hydro and Evolves get 2.
Oh, Vigilance, fast flank, and oh, what is that? Smart plant spot, wow. Don't expect that very often, and Will is aware enough to turn right at that Blade Storm, but now it's all up to Omen. A very sudden 1 versus 2. He's stuck inside the site. The spike has been planted, and he does take a kill. Very, very important. Needs to get back on the site fast. Hydra's gonna stick half, and no, he's just gonna go for it. No way! Just gets it for free. Doesn't even need to take a duel.
And then wins it anyway.
Whoa.
Match
All right. Map point, tournament point.
You know, it is a school night, and I think one of these teams is making sure that they're awake for the first period. Because right now, Team Suits Gaming has something to prove, and that's getting this game done quick. Certainly, though, We Slay MILFs has kept things not entirely out of sorts. They have 5 rounds under their belt. 2 of those are in the second half, so this is still totally doable. But again, I mean, look at the buys. Look at the economy of We Slay MILFs. It is dire. Dire straits out here. And Team Suits Gaming is ready to finish things up as Hero out ahead for We Slay MILFs, gonna pop that Blade Storm. And I believe a Hunter's Fury also got used as well. Yeah, that's actually being burned, so that's not gonna find anybody, but that Owl Drone will, and Fabio being used as well. Gonna pop the Hunter's Fury, and Freelo is the first one to get on the board nonetheless. And also Fabio finding someone waiting on Catwalk. It's Evolves, so Fabio's Shock Dart does return the favor, but they've taken 70 HP. Meanwhile, Nani goes down, Hydro gets traded out, and now it's a 3-on-1 situation as Will finds Welly. But can Vigilance do it? No, the hero player unfortunately had too much to climb. 6-on-12.
Wow, with the blades no less, and somehow even the Sheriff finds frags. A Shock Dart after Freelo somehow whiffs a lot on Cat, but enough damage done for Fabio to just clean that one up. And they still keep themselves alive. It's a bit rough, but even rougher for Team Suits because they're left on pistols. Enough damage done over the course of the 2 rounds that Team Suits ended up taking that they're ending up on pretty much no buy. Not even Vigilance as a shotgun. We know what he can do with that weapon. And he's probably hoping for at least a kill or 2 just to charge up this Blade Storm in a couple rounds, but now they know exactly where he is. Not that they know the weapon he has, but already an entry frag for Freelo. And a very close range fight for Vigilance. This could be an opportunity. That spike, that's a bit of information dropped as well. Oh, wow. Fast reactions from Nani, and Vigilance is not quick enough, but 2 Sheriff kills across the map. Keep it doable. Team Suits in a 2-on-3. 2 ultimates to work with as well. And Evolves with a gun. This could be a big chance for them to just close it out right here and now.
We Slay MILFs. This is their time to shine right here. And Evolves just dodging that Shock Dart. Pushing up thanks to the Stim Beacon, but no, Fabio gets the better of them. Vision Villy will trade out though with a nice double peek. We Slay MILFs are looking to keep things close. And they're certainly doing so. Vision Villy just by themselves, a little bit of speed to work with, but also they have the orbital strike. And with the sky smoke, coming out, it might be just a little too late. That attacker side is going to get the spike down and exploded. There it goes. And now it's 12-7. We Slay MILFs, not out of it just yet.
It's getting closer. But I mean, let's see. Scoreboard is looking fairly even. That's the thing for We Slay. It's not like anyone's even playing bad. Like, it's just Team Suits. They've got 2 players, Vigilance and Hydro, just going in and taking all the heads. Everyone in We Slay is their max kill differential is 3 kills between Hero and Will. Everyone's fine. Then you've got to find a way to shut down Vigilance and shut down Hydro, and when you do that, big chance. 1 round where they've shut down Vigilance, they end up winning in the first half. 1 round, they do both. It works out even still, and now they're on a bit of a streak. And a big ultimate from Vision actually does absolutely nothing. Nice stuff to bait that one out very quickly, and that's an ultimate for an ulti, but one of those is a bit more influential than the other. We'll see which one is going to be the one that Team Suits needs more, because it's the A site. It's going to get taken very swiftly, and 1 kill from Freelo. Yet again, another entry from the Killjoy, traded right back, but Will follows it up for another. And 7-12, looking to push it up to 8, because they're going to be able to get the spike down once again. Will, another frag on a Vigilance. Big plays by this guy.
Oh, it's Odin. I mean, I'm actually surprised that the Odin's taking this long to come into the action now, right? Like, this is a map where you see it all too often. We Slay MILFs, though, are looking so good on attack, and they overcome that overwhelming pressure and have made it now within 4, which, to be really honest with you, I did not even remotely expect. I mean, this was a game that was at 9-3 at one point, and We Slay MILFs have absolutely found their stride. Vigilance has been cut down pretty often here. And we got a timeout coming out from the sides of TSG. They're going to try to ice this momentum that We Slay MILFs have built for themselves.
I mean, let's see what solutions they can possibly have. So far, it looks like what they've been doing, which is sending Vigilance in on their attack and being in the most ridiculous spots in the world. I think the image of him standing on top of the mid-arch is going to be forever burned in my mind. I'm going to look up there every single time I see just a crack jet in my ranked games. That's where he could possibly be standing, but no one else in the world other than this. And on the defense, that's just not something that you can do. It's not an option. So when you don't have that at your disposal, what's the plan? Because so far, We Slay has figured something out. They have the headsets on, the GH50s, good enough to be able to listen to exactly what the plans from Team Suits are. And Team Suits need to try and rework. They've got a lockdown to play with in this round. They've also got pretty much Hydro is charging his ultimate, 1 away. Everyone else not too close. Vigilance, maybe a kill and an orb. Maybe 2 frags. Wouldn't put it past him to get that, but a very quick mid-set piece. Finds a bunch of players inside tiles, and Fabio tries to answer right back and see over that smoke if he hops a little. A lot of damage done on the hero, though. This could be kind of risky for We Slay, but there's a similar amount done to the Brimstone on Team Suits as well, so sitting in a very precarious corner. Wally's the first line of engage, and Vision now is stuck. Pulls out the smoke at the wrong time, and Will with a double entry, and Nani even chiming along as well. Vigilance is, you can even see, he's a bit lost. Has no idea what has happened to his entire team, and sitting alone with the judge. If he can take the spike out of Freelo's hands, maybe a chance to win this round, but spotted out, dink through the wall, and they're just gonna run away from him. No way they end up fighting this guy. Big blind. And a gamble is all that Vigilance has to work with. He just has to try, and only with the judge. Not gonna be the executioner this time.
Yeah, and you're speaking of a gamble, I mean, Vigilance absolutely could have gambled and pushed out with the judge and found the majority of the team sitting around tiles, like waiting to make that push on mid. So it could have gone either way, like, or on the other side, We Slay MILFs could have rolled the dice and pushed hard to B main like they had previously. They didn't do that either. So it could have gone either way. It's on a razor's edge, but what's interesting to me is how dominant Vigilance was playing on attack on mid, but we've barely seen Vigilance playing mid at all on defense. Now he's kind of positioned to sitting around Pizza and sitting on mid, but almost not at all playing in mid on the second half. So I'm curious to know potentially why that might be the case, but it seems like they finally made a difference here to change things up and see if Vigilance can assert dominance. But of course, they can't be as aggressive as they might want to be, and even playing passively, Hero gets the better of them. Vigilance maybe thinking twice of making that adjustment. And We Slay MILFs again taking out Vigilance early. That is what's keeping them alive. That's what kept them on a lifeline here as they shorten the gap. And Team Suits Gaming have been unable to speedrun this map like they'd hoped. It's 12-9, and they're already at a disadvantage.
Biggest asset taken out. It's Vigilance's confidence, right? And you can see he's just in mid, like he's just there. He's ready to take any duel. But instead, the opposing jet just goes and dry peeks him. No util, no flash from nothing. Just absolute deletion. Freelo up here. He's been so good on his entries as well. Can he do it again? Of course he can. Of course he can. Another headshot division. Double man advantage. Spike going down. Turret to prevent any entry from back towards the spawn. And Freelo might only have 7 bullets, but he needs to use absolutely none of them as Nani and Will sweep up the rest of Team Suits, and they're bringing it so darn close. 10-12. Only 2 rounds left to bring us into OT.
I think this is the first time we've seen players of We Slay MILFs be positive. Will and Hero both finally getting to 17-16 and 16-15 respectively. It's taking a long time, but better late than never, but I think we have an opportunity to go to overtime here, my friend, and this is looking so close. 5 unanswered rounds for We Slay MILFs. Team Suits are now going to go on a full eco round to make sure that they have money to work with on the potential last round here. at least in regulation. Team Suits Gaming have found themselves with their backs against the wall in a situation where they certainly did not expect to be, considering this was 9-3 coming into the second half. 9-3, and now it's 12-10. We Slay MILFs, a team that has been together for 4 days, are staying alive and doing what they can. But Vigilance, no, that's exactly what they want. The blood has now been spilled, and that has been a start that TSG has been waiting for endless rounds.
Solo Lurk getting punished too, and no one even holding for that beam. And that is just bad timing. Nothing else to say about it. Vigilance does get aggressive again. He gets shut down. Maybe not what you want to do, but he needed to find some kind of space. The only one that he thought could make anything happen, and he ended up starting, but so far the start has been ended. And Vision had a chance there as well, but the shot's just ending up missing. Will has made his way onto the B site, getting that spike down very swiftly, and Team Suits once again on the back foot. I think Will has probably dropped the gun, trusted by the Jet on their team to be able to be the one to do something else, but instead he just goes down 3-on-4. Yeah, there is some leeway, there is some wiggle room for them to lose this one. There's some ultimates they probably want to save for the next round. Chance missed yet again, and only a 2-player advantage, but 2 rounds closing the gap. We Slay perhaps doing exactly what their name entails, and Will looking out. He's spotting market, spotting spawn, and instead it's Hero going to be removing Hydro from the shop, and Welly, I mean, either way, he's going to die to a gun or he's going to die to the spike. There's no option. And instead, Nani is going to clean him up, but Will and him are going to go down at the end. Does it matter? Likely not. Enough economy. We Slay have been winning so many rounds in a row. Make that 6. They've got so much in the bankroll, it doesn't even matter.
It looks like we're going to go to a timeout here. TSG. We're going to get both teams have an opportunity to think things over. This is now do or die. We're going to get overtime or it's going to be over. It's one more opportunity for you all, or maybe not, but potentially one of your last opportunities to get your phones out, scan that QR code, and try to immerse yourself in the GH5 MSI headsets, which right now we're immersed into this game. How could you not be? It's been a back and forth battle this second half, but it's been going towards this crazy We Slay MILF squad who looked like they were down and out for the count in the first half, and all of a sudden they've brought things back to within 1, which is absolutely crazy. Vigilance has been shut down time and time again on defense after playing so well on offense, and We Slay MILFs have shown that they have not only the skill but the endurance. I mean, think about this. All these teams have been playing all night, right? Like, they haven't let up. They've had some breaks, sure, but I mean, they've had to keep playing at a high level the entire night, game after game. It's not even a test of skill now, it's a test of endurance, and both of these teams are proving that they can overcome that test. But now, can We Slay MILFs overcome Team Suits Gaming in the last round and push things to overtime? We're about to find out.
Oh, big jump peek 2 from Freelo. Thank goodness he went for that. Operator around the corner, not sure if he understands, but no, Vigilance finally wins out that entry duel. It's a long time coming, but this is what Team Suits have been needing, is this guy to wake back up, and of course Freelo to not land his own entries, because he's been doing that a lot as well. But this thing is, with all that attention being showed towards B, with the entry kill even happening, it doesn't even matter. This A site has been completely compromised. It is empty from Team Suits, playing the full retake setup. They're going to let the spike go down. The time now starting, 45 seconds on the clock.
And there's the lockdown. Hunter's Fury in response to get rid of that lockdown, and it does get destroyed, but you know, the KO gets popped. Will and Hero getting some kills. We Slay MILFs down. Now it's down to a 4-on-3, but that KO is still down on the ground. Evolves finds Hero. Team Suits Gaming has 2 players left. The KO gets back up. And this 2-on-2, this is dire situations here. Wheeleye has the Odin. The utility is getting popped off. There's so much on the shock dart though. Fabio finds it now. Just Hydro, 16 HP. Might be able to stick half. Waiting. Oh, gets flashed, gets swung on, and Nani finds the kill. We Slay MILFs. They're going to OT. It's not over just yet.
Switching sides.
Absolutely beautiful play. That 2 versus 1. It got a bit tight after losing that first kill as well. But even still, ending up in the 1v1, Nani plays it perfectly. The flash, even showing the shoulder, making some fake confidence for Welly. Maybe he thought he was able to take that fight, but no, it was complete blindness. great stuff. And Weasley, like you mentioned, so much endurance. 7 rounds to bring it back into a 12-12 scoreline. Absolutely unreal. No operator for the defense in their team. They're confident in the rifling, which I don't even blame them. Like, Freelo might be at the lowest point in the scoreboard, not of the server, but of their team. He's 14 and 19. But the number of entries that this guy has gotten, I haven't kept count, which I feel bad for. I've been so focused on the game because it's been so riveting that I've forgotten to take notes for the last couple rounds, but good grief, this guy has been doing so much in the early round in this second half for the team of Weasley. And now it's just slow from Team Suits. They don't know what else to do. They're back on the offense, which is where they were so strong in their first half, but they're not pulling out the same amount of confidence. You see an operator again in the hands, no armor, so Vigilance is going to go for glass cannon, just walking up Cat. He's kind of doing the same thing. Like, he's not on top of mid-arch, but at least he's still entry fragging with a sniper rifle, which is not something you see very often, but if anyone can do it, it is literally this guy that has been doing it this entire matchup. But still, I mean, he's being blocked off by so many things. Second smoke goes down, so Will, he's safe for another 15 seconds. And that dart, yep, gonna spot him out. He's right around the corner. Everyone knows. So what can this Jet even do at this point?
Vigilance playing so patiently, and will it pay off? It does. Will goes down right at the plant, and that doesn't entirely open up a site. This is still a pretty default push here for TSG. And what it has done, though, is pulled a lot of action over to A, which means all you have to deal with is a killjoy on B site. It's now a 4-on-1, and you can see now the defense is swinging back over. Here comes the aggressive push. Can Freelo deal with it?
Oh no, swinging for a kill, not quite. Vigilance, another frag as well. Now it should be keeping the status quo as TSG do end up, at least convincingly, for the time being, they should end up taking this round. First attack in OT, likely going to TSG, but good shot by Fabio, still making something happen. Vigilance is going to come straight in through this B main, not expecting Fabio to be pushing that deep in, and now 2-on-3, bit of a chance. Stairs blocked off, and even shots through the wall. Welly goes for some pot shots, damage done. Now all they have to worry about is this site presence. The first kill not gonna come through. Now it should be all but done unless Fabio can ace this round out. He needs every single frag, and playing off the contact, Vision just clotheslines him. Good enough. They end up taking the 13th, first match point in overtime.
Well, like you said, that was TSG on the half and on the side that they prefer to be on, but now things are going on the other way here. This is... Whew. I mean, this is... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was TSG was actually on defense there, so this is now where they want to be, right? Like, now they're... That's actually kind of rough, right? Like, We Slay MILFs has been... They've found, like, such success on attack. Now things are changed up. TSG, now they're moving in. Whew, this could be it right here. You can see a little bit of action on the perimeter of mid. The hesitation from both these teams is they know how much is on the line. Like, there's no aggression going out mid. They're playing this so safely. They don't want to give up any information. That's exactly how they want to play it. Though Hydro will find the Omen, gets the suppression, and backs up as Vigilance finds Fabio and dashes away. Classic Jet. And that's something that Vigilance had been trying to get for a lot of the time on defense. Finally gets it when it matters most.
He did the same thing during the last round of standard time as well, but even still, Weasley MILFs were able to recover on the A site, but this time not having the luxury. They don't have to lurk up Cat. They've got maybe a little piece of utility, but they're still wanting to commit towards this B site. Big flash. This Jet should be blind, and she is, but no, not fast enough. Hero takes 1 kill, and Vigilance is still alive. Biggest problem, biggest thorn that Weasley MILFs have had in their side this entire time, and finally, after so many rounds in the second half where he just has not been activated, he has turned it on in what might be the last round of this entire map, of this entire tournament. This could be the end of Pit of Valor number 83 as well. He takes another head. Will get shot in the back, and the plant isn't even going to get confirmed. 16 seconds. They just have to go for it. so low on manpower. It's going to be a 1v4 until he gets the spike down, and even with that molly popped, is it going to be enough? Inside the site, he goes down, and Freelo tries to do so much, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Team Suits have been doing so well so far in this entire map. They finally end up closing it out. They had a conquest over Conquest Esports in their first. C4 Academy fell to them as well, and WSM finally are slain. They are stopped at the door. Team Suits say, stop right there. It's not quite enough. The dress code is wrong, and they don't have the black ties to go into this party, and instead it's going to be Team Suits that are end up having the celebration at the end of this tournament. They crown themselves the winner of Pit of Valor number 83.
And honestly, how absolutely picture perfect it is for Vigilance after how they played throughout that map to get the final kill with the op to clean things up. But hey, we slay MILFs. A hell of a run. We saw them previously on the broadcast for some phenomenal play. And honestly, the 9-3 curse almost happened to TSG. They had that lead, and wow, it is incredible that we slay MILFs, a team that's been together for 4 days, brought it back to overtime after being down by such a deficit. Honestly, hats off to them, but of course, hats off to our champions, Team Suits Gaming, who played phenomenally, who had Vigilance, who had Hydro, and then some, all coming together to excel on both sides of the map, and of course when it mattered most in overtime. Exceptional play to both of these teams, and certainly made it worthwhile for us. I mean, you're talking about the caster's curse earlier when we had a quick map, but after that we saw the cream of the crop rise to the top and go head to head like we truly expected and hoped for. And honestly, I couldn't be happier with how we had, and certainly couldn't be happier for these players who showed their stuff in a really high competitive environment.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking of show, I wish we could end up showing the scoreboard, but there's a pretty nice econ rating in Vigilance's hands right now. 29-20 in terms of his KD, but 69 in his econ. It might not have been the 150 that he had in the previous map, but even still, 9 entries. 2 of those crucial in the last couple rounds, and one of those obviously didn't end up mattering. They ended up losing anyways, but when he gets those op frags, when he ends up opening, that is what they have needed this entire time. He is, once again, there's always that one player that is just above and beyond everyone else on the server when we've come to the last few games in this Pit of Valor, and this time it is going to be Vigilance at 9. The closest second is going to be Hero at 4, the opposing Jets, but not even matching half of those entry frags from Vigilance. The rest of his team is chiming in. There's a lot of players actually on the side of Weasley that have gotten a lot of entries. There's 4 on Hero, 3 on Will, 3 on Freelo. I thought he actually got more than that, but the 3 were, I guess, this so impactful that I thought he did more than that. But again, Nani with 2, and the lowest is actually Fabio top fragging at 1 entry. So it's just everyone is pretty much like I mentioned, even in the game, they're all not even playing bad. It's just they're getting deleted by Vigilance and Hydro. Welly with the 19 assists on the Sova. That he's just like, it's basically like the entire team of Team Suits is just hacking. They just know where you are at all times because they have the Sova pinging absolutely everyone 24/7 on the map. That is probably the most annoying thing that you have to play against. And then everyone else, even Vision with 15 assists on the Brimstone, evolves. You can even see how much his mollies even matter. And this is everyone on the team chiming in and everyone having a job to do and doing it absolutely flawlessly. And I think we even have an MVP graphic for you guys, which is maybe not what you might think, not what I certainly might have thought, but given the consistency that he had in this latest matchup, of course, in the second half, particularly, Vigilance dropped off. He was not looking very good until the last couple rounds. In Hydro, he stayed in it. This guy, never mind. It is Vigilance. I respect it. I respect it. Both of those guys were at the top.
Mind game.
And I guess clutching up the last 2 rounds, this guy, I'd say he deserves it. Look at that scoreline, 25-3 in the second to last map. That is unreal.
I mean, I don't blame you because honestly, it could have gone either way, right? Like Hydro is looking extremely good as well as Vigilance. But Vigilance 25-3 in the semifinals, 29-20, almost getting the 30 frag in this last map here. Absolutely incredible. And doing it on Ascent 3 times in a row, right? So absolutely crazy. But still, I would say shout outs to Hydro as well. I mean, Hydro posted really solid numbers, 14-12 in quarterfinals, 18-5 in semis, 22-18 in the final matchup. But yeah, Vigilance. It was the Vigilance show in the first half. And yeah, maybe slipped a little bit on defense. But to be honest, I think that was less Vigilance slipping and more so We Slay MILFs turning it up, right? And they really kind of figured out how to shut them down. They made that mid part of the map their territory, or they made it no one's territory. They made it no man's land for a lot of the time. and then Vigilance finally figured things out towards the end. And of course, you had that 3K at the end, cleaning up with the final op kill to shut things down. Vigilance, I would say, certainly earned it, certainly deserved it. But I mean, there were a lot of MVPs in this matchup on both sides of the teams. Vigilance, though, coming out on top as a tournament MVP.
Yeah, good stuff from this guy. I don't really think there's anything else to say, but that's honestly the Jet that you really want on your team. When I ever see a Jet jumping on top of mid-air, I brought that up probably 3 or 4 times, but again, you don't see that often. If anything, you see that from the defenders, and you have like an Omen flash through tiles, no one can hear anything, and he teleports up there, and someone's gonna get caught off guard. Because again, who plays there? But instead, it's Vigilance on the attack. He can be vulnerable from catwalk. He can be vulnerable from all the way back, like behind spawn, where people usually jump peek on top of the little fountain. He can be vulnerable from like the lower angle, and like in market. That is such a big distance that he has to cover with a single shot weapon, and he did it. Like it didn't. I guess it didn't make a difference because he didn't actually get a kill from that position, but. The fact that he just has the confidence to do that, I don't like. He trusts his team. I don't blame him for that because again, he's getting followed up on kills by Hydro with 22, and the rest of his team doing just as well. There's no one really egregiously negative. It's evolves on a Killjoy, but again, Killjoy does what Killjoy does, right? So everyone's pretty even in the frag count, other than him at 29. But it's just it is like you mentioned, Dak. It's the Vigilant show. That is the way we close out number 83.
Absolutely. A huge shout out to both of our teams, all the teams that participated tonight. I mean, we saw a ton of great teams who were all very skilled. Of course, We Slay MILFs, an absolute great name and a great team. And I would have to imagine after this performance, sticking around as a squad for a little longer. I would hope to see them in some future POVs and see what they can do to maybe potentially get the rematch or get another chance at being the Pit of Valor champions. And then, of course, Team Suits Gaming, our Day of the Champions of the Day, absolutely killing it. And yeah, we were talking, I mean, it wasn't just Vigilance. I mean, Vigilance was able to push so aggressively because of the support they had from the rest of their team. So that's certainly a team effort here. Of course, a team effort here with all the squad at GLG. And there's so much to talk about here. I mean, this is a weekly event. You have $50 on the line. Not only did TSG win $50 tonight, but also they got their hands on that awesome MSI GM41 gaming mouse. I mean, we have so much more. We have Val and Chill on Saturdays. We have, you know, the season of MSI, the season of giving here, 5 weeks, and MSI sponsoring it all. We have the GLG launch party of the gaming facility on April 20th. And there's the Country Club, which you can get access to, that Instalock membership, which gets you access to that new gaming lounge happening in Rochester on the 22nd floor, up in the sky, up in the clouds. You'll be able to game with your friends and family. It's going to be absolutely epic. And of course, you can also get some priorities. Some of those events, it's only $10 a month. You surely got to check it out. We got the awesome GLG socks. I mean, there is just so much going on here, and we're absolutely thankful to you all for checking it out. Anton, I mean, this is, I guess, where we close things out. Any last words?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing left to say is, Dak, lovely casting with you as always. I mean, I hope we can work together in the future some more. And obviously in the back lines, we've got Fade on the observation. We've got Carol producing this entire affair. And Ben, thank you very much for just having us here. And MSI, these guys are absolutely amazing. Like we've been harping this entire stream. 5 streams were sponsored by them. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of gear that they're giving away to the players, to people in chat, whoever is winning these giveaways. It's absolutely insane. But without further ado, it is literally midnight on the East Coast. Long games today. We had an overtime. We had a freaking CSGO overtime. I love saying that word. I'm never like, I don't get very many chances to say 16-14. So lovely there. And then these last 2 games, absolute bangers. I'm surprised that we didn't have even more. But nonetheless, congratulations once again to TSG. It's actually funny. I don't know if chat notices, but if you combine the names of the 2 teams that we had in our finals, it actually makes TSM. So banger matchup. I mean, it's destined. It was destined to be the entire time. Anyways,
That's true.
Like you mentioned, I think without further ado, we will let you guys go. We will let you guys literally go to bed. And because they wanted to speedrun this anyways, have a good night, guys. And make sure to check us out at our Discord, at our Twitter. But for the time being, take it easy, and we'll see you next time.
I'm looking forward to seeing what 4 people can do with ISO posted up.
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to check their corner, and I don't think they want to do that because ISO's on 3, and well, that really just spells the entirety of the round.
Power drone's gonna go down. They don't know Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3! Put it in the highlight reel.
Last player standing.
This situation now from LJ. There's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up. And LJ getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god, what a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work from LJ, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead.
It seemed like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall.
Not making it out there. Zodi giving the better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition. That nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash. And now Bladestorm. Do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
we can expect more.
ace.
Let's go.
Oh, hey man! No,
Jay.
no, they're gonna go for it. Jay!
Oh. Best crosshair placed with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illuminate in a 3v1. Cyclone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Oh, are they gonna
Don't
get it?
tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds!
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.